isolationism, this quote unquote America first. And I hope that, is Angry Ants back yet?
Yes, Angry Ants is up as speaker.
Good. I'd really love for him to respond to me, because I just respect his insights so much. And as I said, I think it's like going to Turning Point and listening to the garbage and these narratives that have now borne fruit and are continuing to bear fruit in the younger generation. And one of the reasons for that is because we don't pay attention in the United States and perhaps maybe most of the West to real historical factual memory. Memory, when you have gaps, it's very easy to be influenced. I mean, yesterday a Newsweek article came out that was just pure Russian propaganda. And we see more and more of that. It's like we're awash in it. And so these are narratives that are currently being laid down in people who have memory and knowledge gaps. So, Angry Ants, if you're there, I'd love to hear from you.
You know,
yes.
I think,
sorry,
I'll make it really quick. I think you're completely correct. I think that's what you've seen over the last, I would say, especially 11 to 12 years of kind of this older far left or far right kind of narrative isolation really creeping in. For anybody who really wants to dig into it, look at what Paul Manafort did to win the primary election and how he utilized the idea that Russia was the defenders of Western values and conservative ideology, which led to the kind of real infiltration of the Republican Party. And when I'll make sure I emphasize party, which is the controlling factor in all of this. So you are correct. And unfortunately, for years, we've been hearing this world that the government doesn't work, our systems don't work. It's been thrown at us since the 80s with AM radio, especially focused on people who don't have the highest education levels. But now you have a group of real big activists and members of Congress who believe that our systems and our democracy doesn't work and shouldn't work the way it does. And it is unfortunately something that's happening right now.
Absolutely. Now, I'd just like to say, of course, we did have a sequence. I believe Scouts is next and Wojtek, but Arya is, in fact, although he is suggested as speaker here, is co-host, so Arya can say what he wishes. But just on this point, yeah, am I shocked about Candace? I mean, she has formed this platform for herself as she's an intelligent woman. I despise personally using these epithets, but woman of color or black woman, whatever you'd like to say, who has positioned herself as this sort of right-wing firebrand, and a lot of her brand is subverting the historical position that tended to be associated with this demographic. And now I'm perfectly comfortable with conservative black women. They can be what they want, and in some ways, occasionally, I found her voice refreshing. But this particular statement, some of her positions I found pretty disgusting, but whatever. But what it calls to mind is the kind of revisionism that Putin was engaging in his diatribe with Tucker Carlson. It was not an interview, of course. Tucker Carlson asked him no real questions. It was just a platform. And in this platform, those of you who watched it will remember, and those of you who didn't, I sympathize. But he, one of the things he stated was that Nazi Germany was provoked into attacking Poland by the Poles. Now, I find it beyond ironic and beyond disgusting that at the same time as these utter lies, and because that is what they are being put forward, we still have this torrent of nonsense about Ukraine being a Nazi state and all of that, and yet the people who are putting forward these narratives, which are sympathetic to the actual Nazis of the 1930s and 40s and the Second World War, are indeed the ones who are antagonistic to Ukraine. Isn't that interesting? Well, it's absolutely normal, because Ukraine is not a Nazi state, and the people who oppose Ukraine's existence as a state and feel it should be absorbed into the fascist state of Russia are either out and out fascists themselves, or else spouting fascist talking points. And indeed, the call for American isolationism in the Second World War was trumpeted signally by propagandists of, agents of, and supporters of the actual German fascist Nazi regime. And so, yeah, we should, whenever you hear something like that, we should take note very carefully of what it really represents, which is neo-fascism, neo-Nazism. In no matter who is presenting it, that is straightforwardly what it is. I'll go back to you very briefly, but then I'd like to move on to Scouts. Of course, you stand by.
Thanks. Just a really quick response. I completely agree with you, Stephen. I think that when we see things that are narratives that are being laid down, these structures that are being laid down, right, that are lies, we absolutely have to counter them with facts. And historians, okay, so here in the United States, we've had sort of a gutting of our educational systems, including at higher ed, which I taught as a professor for 16 years. So I know what's going on there. History is not respected. It's the STEM, right, that we had a huge push for. And I think we really need to take a look at our choices in education and how we're structuring the whole picture. Because once a narrative is laid down, as silly as we may think Candace Owens is, right? The lie, the complete lie that she's telling this morning and at other times, there's a certain percentage of people that believe it. And in communication studies, including political science, right, there's this thing called the S curve, right? You reach 16, 17%, pretty quickly it goes up to the 30s. Once you've reached the 60%, there's no way to dislodge that narrative quickly or efficiently, or even with a lot of facts. So it's lies. We have to take a look at free speech here in the United States and what we're going to do about lies, because there are lies that do great harm to the social structure and the educational structure. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Arya, please, your co-host. I'm still trying to get you up as that, and we need a timestamp. Please jump in, Arya.
So Stephen, I am horrible with mathematic conversions. I can give you the current Eastern time is 12:36 US Eastern time. I am not sure off the top of my head what the Kiev or any other times are. Stephen, if you want to pop in and do it.
The current British summertime is 17:36, 5:37 p.m. just now. That is 7:37 Kyiv, and that will do for now. Please continue with your point, and I'll keep working on getting you up as co-host again.
Thank you, Stephen. Sorry about that. I do fail miserably at that, and at some point I hope to be able to do those conversions in my head. Very bad with math conversions, unless I have the data in front of me, and I apologize, I did not. So just really quickly in regards to the conversation pertaining to Candace, I've been following her for a very long time, not as a fan, because of various different things she has said and done over the years. She is, I would argue, is very far right. She hot knobs with neo-Nazis. She has praised Adolf Hitler. She has peddled dozens of conspiracy theories about Jews. She has aligned herself with the far right, the Christian far right, politically and ideologically. And I would argue that she is a very vicious person who doesn't really care about the vast majority of the issues she talks about. It is some of it is for political clout. Some of it I think is ideological, and then a lot of it is once you piss her off, she will maliciously go after you with everything in her power to do so, and the causes you support. And I will never forget, right, and this is not an issue I particularly overly care about or wish to overly discuss on the space because it is not the place, but pertaining to, the discussion on trans people, she was years ago on a space with a trans person, and they were supposed to have a discussion, a civil discussion with a host, and she wouldn't even treat the person like a human, right? And basically, some of the things that were said were far beyond the pale of even bigotry in my mind. She is a very vicious, very hateful person, and this has come out time and time again, right? Some of these people like Jackson Hickle, for instance, would be a good example, do it for the money, the clout, the publicity. Some of these people, they do it because they're crazy. They actually believe these ideologies. Some of them do it for various reasons. And she has no issue burning every bridge she's ever had and, going against values she claimed she held when people piss her off. And, it's not surprising seeing stuff pertaining to Ukraine or anything else coming from her. She's recently, over the last couple of years, spent most of her time attacking Jews. So, turning to the other far right talking points, I know that she and Nick Fuentes were talking a bit, and she buddied up with a bunch of white supremacists and neo-Nazis. After the whole Kanye debacle, but she is one of the most vile political activists there are on the right wing, I would argue, that still have any influence in mainstream media. And even my understanding is the vast majority of conservatives do not like her. She was kicked out of the Daily Wire, and she has become a very far right actor.
Well, it certainly sounds like it, and with her recent statements drawn to our attention by Inc. there, that America should have stayed out of the Second World War. That places her squarely in the zone of supporter of fascism, of the specifically old school Nazi type. It would seem to me, for sure, as indeed it would have thrown to the wolves the Jews, the gays, and everybody else they were murdering at the time.
Well,
absolutely.
Stephen, if I could really quickly quote her, I said that I don't have any problem at all with the word nationalism. I think that the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. Whenever we say nationalism, the first people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. Hitler was a national socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to speak German, everybody to look a different way. That's not, to me, that's not nationalism, right? So mass murdering people, ethnically cleansing people, and a revisionist history account of Hitler just wanted to make the world better for everybody, which is directly contrary to the tenets of National Socialism. She's also directly said, I don't think he's as bad as people make out. She has refused to condemn the Holocaust. She has stated Holocaust revisionism, where she has said that she does not believe the numbers to be correct when they are off the bat a downplaying of the numbers and not a exaggeration. She again has repeatedly harassed various rabbis and other religious leaders over things, and she has propagated many blood libels against Jews. So a very vile person. We're not the only group of people she doesn't like. I do believe, and this is my personal opinion, she engages in self-hate. I do believe that, based on some of the statements she has made about African Americans and her own views and experiences when she was younger. I think she is a bigot against various people, whether they are trans or gay or whatever, their sexual preference. I believe that she is a very power hungry, angry person, and it's very sad to see, because I don't think she is even self-aware of it. I think she actually believes that she is some sort of a crusader, and is unaware of her own actions, as I think a lot of these people are.
That strikes me as a very accurate summation. Still having trouble getting you up as co-host. Do you mind if we move on to Scouts in the meantime?
Go ahead.
Lovely. Scouts, go ahead, and then Voita.
Hello, enjoying the conversation. However, just a couple of things. I want to bring us back away from her to the discussion about Republican point of view and what that might be. So the couple of points I want to make out. First of all, as I've said here before, but and I was listening to Angry Ants, and I appreciate your persuasion and attempt at persuasion, but there are three qualities I look for whenever I make a decision about voting in America. And though I have voted largely on the right, I have occasionally voted on the left, and my views are centrist. I will tell you that there are three characteristics I look at. One is the agenda, and not in a particular order. They're all three important, all number one priorities, but one is the agenda of the people that I'm going to vote for and what they say they want to do. Second quality is the character of the person and the people who say they're going to do it. And the third is the competence of the people that say they're going to do something. And I will, there's no question that there's no party that meets even two of those three criteria for me. And so I have issues all around, and I'm listening whenever I get a chance. That's the reason I like listening to Angry Ants. And I don't know if you remember, but I worked very carefully in detail with Angry Ants, trying to get the electors on our side, people that were in my districts, in my areas, and the speaker, and so on. And so we will continue to do that, and I will continue to support Ukraine, and I will make every effort to make our government work like it's supposed to work. And I will carefully choose a vote. I'm afraid I did not hear anything, Angry Ants, that would suggest that I should vote for President Biden, though I will continue to listen as long as the discussion is civil and we don't take too much time delving into why we hate everybody. We do a great job here at staying away from, a great job at staying away from the name calling that you get other places and other spaces. And so I will tell you that I have a dilemma about voting in November, and I don't know where I'm going to go. I can tell you I'm in a safe red state, and I will tell you that there are folks that feel like they're going to vote their conscience, and they're not going to vote for Trump because they believe they're in a safe red state. And I'm trying to vote my conscience in that same way. However, if we were in one of the states that are not safe in either direction, it may be more difficult to vote our conscience, because I frankly don't see anyone I can vote for, though I see not voting as not an option either. So I'm just telling you where I'm at, and I appreciate it, appreciate people contributing, and I will continue to listen, continue to support Ukraine, and do whatever we can to make that stuff move those agenda items forward. The last thing for European listeners, one more thing, and I'll go. If you really want to understand the part of the Republican Party that is isolationist, there is a movement that's been growing slowly over time. You might want to research on your own, called libertarianism, and libertarians and their kind of standpoint. I'm not among them, but Ron Paul is a Republican. Well, he's not even a Republican. He's an independent that votes with Republicans occasionally. But understanding the political standpoint of libertarians and understanding what they're doing, I don't agree. I'm a veteran, just like you are, Angry Ants, and I served in NATO years ago, and I have an international perspective and understand our responsibilities. We want to continue to support that, but the deal is there are those among voters in America that are starting to look at other standpoints. Last thing, and I'll get off, is that this is not the time or the place, but one of the things that the center left has had difficulties with and have not addressed in an acute manner, which we need to, has to do with the border. But that's not a place we're here. We can talk elsewhere, other spaces. But thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity here. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for your perspective. Sorry, I did do the only thing I'd say is, yeah, this is ultimately a Ukraine space. We are, I'm very happy to discuss U.S. politics as it intersects with Ukraine, but we are not a left or a right wing space. We are not a space which is for the discussion of American politics where it does not concern Ukraine. Where it does, and there are many areas of intersection of that, which is why I, as co-host, will always tolerate that kind of discussion to a limited degree. But no, if it gets into sort of general party politics and this kind of thing, I'm simply not interested in allowing that to continue, because that's not where we are at, and I have no our focus is on supporting Ukraine. I'm very comfortable with those of any political persuasion and none who are interested in doing that. So please do, those listeners who may feel that some of this discussion has militated against them, understand that is not the purpose of this site and never will be. We are now going to go to Wojta. I know Angry probably wants to respond to Scouts, but Wojta has been waiting patiently for a long time. So please do stay with us, Angry, and we're going to go to Wojta, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. Well, I'm spending quite a lot of time recently with Lord of the Rings and like deep diving into it, and I have a multiple points I wanted to make from Lord of the Rings. So first of all, Angry Ants, you bow to no one. I'm so grateful for all the campaigning that you have done for the big package. To you and to CC. You have done something really amazing, and yeah, I'm so grateful for it. So thank you very much. The second point is also from the Lord of the Rings. In the like Silmarillion and other Tolkien books, the Sauron is his strength is in persuading different people that that the fight is lost and that it is not worth it, and like turning people against each other, and that's what he's best in. He's not best in standing on the battlefield and winning like tactical and strategical wins. He's best in dividing people. And yeah, well, I think that's also what the current Mordor is best in. They are spending the budget that are equal to like Ministry of Education of normal countries, or they could do the indoor plumbing in whole Russia for the money they are spending on propaganda in Western countries and US especially. And yeah, they will. I think we will be surprised what we will see. From the Russian propaganda and their assets they are able to use, because they will allocate quite significant resources to boost the message or the voices that are trying to divide the US. And yeah, what I wanted to say is about the space is that it is so important for me, and probably also for many of other people, that we have Angry Ants. If I understand you correctly, that you are, let's say, like lobbyist on the democratic side of the field, let's say, in my stupid way. And we have also sometime Randy, who is the party member of the Republicans, and the best like way of discussion, which I like the best, is when people from Republican and the Democratic Party, they are talking to each other, and strategizing how to work on keeping the democracy in U.S., Europe, and helping the Ukraine, and how to persuade their own party, to achieve this goal. And yeah, so I guess no. Yeah, it would be like hard to vote for Trump, because he's exactly against that, and I'm so sorry for all the Republicans who do not have like anybody to vote for. In my country, in Czech Republic, we do not have like this kind of elections. We are voting for like multiple parties because the power is in the parliament, and we are used to voting for like different parties in different elections, because sometimes you are voting in some component which can create the government. And yeah, and basically we are not electing somebody we are going to on the holiday. We are voting on somebody who will screw up the less. And yeah, so good luck all the American voters with your voting. So that's I guess that's all the points I wanted to make. So back to you. Thank you for listening to me.
All right, you want to take point here? You're co-host, of course, and then perhaps we go to Angry Ants afterwards.
Oh, just really quickly, while there is some debate depending on the political conversation on whether or not it's allowed on this space, all conversations pertaining to token are 100% kosher when I am up as co-host. I would agree that there are a lot of parallels, right? I tend to there are allegories, and you can take meaning from it. Token specifically said, right, my words are plain. That doesn't mean that there aren't parallels, right? He didn't have hidden messages, right? That was one of the things he said. But at the same time, this is very relevant. So for me, Lord of the Rings is very important. It's the only reason I can read. I would not have learned to have completely irrelevant. But in any case, bringing it back, I do think that there are a lot of very relevant points, both in Tolkien's, actual books like Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, and then in his letters and even the appendixes that were done by his sons, on ranging from everything from, humanity to freedom to authoritarianism. And a lot of it is very relevant. So it is something, Volchek, that I read every year. I've read and own all of the subsequent various books. I have in the safety deposit box a scrap of a token letter with a bit of a doodle on it, which will go to my kids. Will never get sold. But in any case, very, very relevant. And I one of the things I loved was when this was happening, past the generic, just their works and Mordor and Sauron and all those very basic, statements. There was tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people reading Lord of the Rings and being like, this is pretty similar to what we're dealing with, right? So, I absolutely love that. And, any conversations or allegories pertaining to that, I think is pertinent.
Agreed. Agreed. And actually, although he did say there are no hidden messages, that in itself may have been a riddle. Don't forget that he loved riddles. What was the conversation between Bilbo and Gollum? They were all riddles. There are many riddles. There are riddlers. So Tom Bombadil is a riddler, and here's a little verse from about him. In fact, one that he sang himself. Old Tom Bombadil was a merry fellow. Bright blue his jacket was, and his boots were yellow. None has ever caught him yet, for Tom, he is the master. His songs are stronger songs, and his boots are faster. And let's not forget that Rohan is an actual place on the Cossack plain. And who were the Cossacks in the Lord of the Rings? There were indeed the riders of Rohan. And where was the first battle with Mordor fought in the Return of the King? At Osgiliath, and the Osgil River is just to the east of Izyum. I don't think that's coincidence. Anyhow, we'll go back to Angry Ants and then to Glitter. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump up really quick. I've got to run. It's top of the hour, and I've hijacked this space for long enough with this. And I want to thank Stephen and Ira for having a great hosting and moderating a very good conversation. It could easily go south really quick, and I think that this is what makes the space really good, is that being able to control that. Just to remind folks, I just tweeted it out. You can watch it for yourself. What I came up to talk about is, unfortunately having to watch dozens of Republican activists at the largest Republican Party youth wing event this weekend, the group that is known as the force multipliers for the Republican presidential campaign and campaign apparatus, Turning Point USA, where it was headlined by the presumptive leader of the Republican Party, who blatantly said that President Zelensky, the Ukrainian people, are con artists, and the support that we've given to Ukraine for them to defend their lives and their homelands. My friends who are in the trenches right now is the biggest scam in history. And I just wanted people to make sure that they just continue to look it up. You don't have to listen to what I say. You can, click on that link, go to C-SPAN. You can listen to the entire speech. It's not that will give you some of the main points about Ukraine. You can continue to look into some of the other speakers who spoke. You can hear also the very visceral attacks against the Jewish community also at this very prominent Republican Party event that happened. So today, I just wanted to make sure that we call balls and strikes. We look at what people are saying and what their actions were, and we stop the placating. There's too much placating right now. For the last year and a half, I've been up here telling people who they need to pay attention to when it comes to whether it was aid or whether it's to long-term messaging when it comes to organizations. And unfortunately, that's, we've many times there's been too much pushback of both sidesism, or this doesn't represent the party. Unfortunately, in American politics, what I've lived and worked and bled in for the last 12 years of my life to understand this, from conservative rural parts of America to Washington D.C. and back and forth a few times. I want conservative voters who support Ukraine, who don't believe in this ideology, to stand up for their beliefs. I don't think they can stand up for their party anymore because, as I said, I believe that's moved on. And I've been saying that for a while, and I think most people in DC will say that same thing. And I really am disappointed at some of these folks who really, really vocally support Ukraine, but at the same time try to do the whataboutism when coming out of the voice of the leader of the Republican Party is that, this is the biggest scam and he wants to end it right away. And I don't believe any of you listeners, anybody who's volunteered and donated to MriyaReport, which I know there's a really important donation drive going on right now. Spare some change, look to ways to help right now. Ukrainians need it. But I don't think you're scam artists and con artists. And I know my friends in Ukraine aren't con artists. They're just trying to fight to survive. And that's what I'm going to leave you guys with, and just push back against the BS whataboutism and two-sidism, because there's real scary dangers that's out there.
Agreed. Arya, you want to comment before we go to Glitter?
Very well said, Angry Ants. And again, we all, I think I can speak for all of us here. We appreciate you coming up on your lunch break.
Always.
Know you're busy. No, this is the time you have to either get some food in and relax, or take a minute to breathe. So I'm sitting at home right now. It's not a big deal. That is a big deal. So very, very appreciated there. There was something else so that made me remember. Thank you. Perfect. So in regards to what you said with the claims, and then taking the anecdotal evidence of the scammers, which there are, any conflict, there are scammers trying to take advantage of. But the claims made that the Ukrainians are just scammers and they're stealing it and they don't need it, and this is all a big scam to get American tax dollars, really upsets me, because it's a repurposing of the lie they do with Israel pertaining to that, right? So I've seen that exact argument made there, and there's other things I've seen similar arguments made, and that they have been repurposed for Ukraine, and I see that, and it is very upsetting to me, right? Because that is literally the same lines I see members on the far right of the Republican Party and the far left of the Democratic Party saying with Israel, that they don't need it, that the missiles that defend civilians and keep thousands of people from dying aren't needed, that it's all just going into corrupt politicians' pockets.
There's no Democratic elected official saying that. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Rashida Tlaib says that. AOC says that. There are others.
She opposes the war. She doesn't say it.
No, directly funding of Iron Dome. There have been multiple. I can send it to you.
Talking about Israel. I'm sorry.
Not Ukraine. No, not
Okay.
Ukraine. She's been
Sorry.
quiet.
I just wanted to make sure there's not been.
Thank God.
Sorry. I'm sorry, and I was meaning to jump down.
No worries. Angry. I've done the same thing 100 times, and I'll do it 100 more before I drop dead from something or another. And you got nothing to apologize for. It's so easy to misinterpret or speak past. Yeah, no. Thank God Rashida Tlaib has been very quiet pertaining to Ukraine, which has surprised me because she tends to be lock and step with various people that are very anti it. So I think that she just doesn't care enough to get involved either way. But there's something else, but Angry has left. I'm not sure if he had to run because his lunch was over or he got disconnected. But we have a hand, Stephen, still up. So let's go to that unless you have anything now.
No, let's go to Glitter. Lovely.
Hey y'all, how's it going?
Oh, very well indeed.
Did Angry drop down?
Yes, Angry had to go. He's still listening, it seems, but he did drop down. And I just wanted to take the opportunity very briefly to say, Mark, I see you in the speakers list, and I know that you previously had your hand up. So if you did have anything to add, please, do stick your hand up. You'll be called. Please go ahead, Glitter.
It's Cece. I don't care if people know.
So hey, I thought I recognized the voice, but I just was going to
I'll just text him. So I just wanted to say one thing from the very beginning that I've noticed is that there's a discrepancy from listeners and like what political party they ascribe to the people who are actually voting in DC. And oftentimes, like, we think we have to go along with the team that is our color because it's our team, it's our color. We've given money to them, we've supported them, we have their picture on our walls, like whatever. My grandmother's house had Reagan on every wall, like, so there was no way, she would ever change. But the fact that the parties are, and time is going so fast, the older we get, the faster time goes, that there's so many people that don't live in DC that they don't realize that the parties are not the parties they used to be. And so a lot of times if there's people talking about mechanics and what's happening in DC, people get personally offended because they take that upon themselves, when in actuality they themselves would not agree with what their own party is doing, because these parties are morphing and changing. So there were so many decades where the parties were so solidly themselves, but in the past 5 years and less, there's just been a complete sea change in what the parties are. And so, this is Ukraine space, right? So if we're talking about dynamics that's happening with Ukraine aid, I don't want people to take things personally because they happen to ascribe to the party that's misbehaving in Washington. So I just find that that's a huge gap that happens a lot, is people think that we're talking about them personally, dear listener, instead of the people that are making the hideous decisions. So, and that can be very problematic and alienating, right? And I feel sorry for people that were part of the Republican Party, because that party is no more. It's not the same party. It's not just like, oh, they happen to have this rogue guy. Like, he and the court have completely changed that party, and I feel really badly because it must be really alienating. So yeah, that was my main point there. I was gonna talk to Will Angry about something too, but it's fine. I can DM him. But the Trump coming against Ukraine is like, why a vote for, and Biden's not my favorite person, but but sitting home and not voting and is a vote against Ukraine, because it's a vote for Trump, who again and again, we say this again and again, that Trump is an ally of Putin, and people
indeed
don't listen.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I mean, look, one of his latest statements, and I do want to refocus this entirely on Ukraine after Arya has spoken, and we'll go on to some Ukraine news and discussion. But with regard to Trump, one of the last things he said is that he has stated he will cut off aid to Ukraine before he even takes the White House as president-elect. So that is pretty damned clear to me. For those who think that he will, I know of a few people who are Republicans who are very strong supporters of Ukraine, but who also feel that they will vote for him. I would say be very careful, because I've had discussions with them when they said, oh no, he'll continue to support. Well, almost the last thing to come out of his mouth was that he would immediately stop aid. That would be disastrous. Arya, please go ahead, and then shall we move on perhaps to fully Ukraine-based news?
I think that would be a phenomenal idea, Stephen. Just to back up what you were saying, I've had the same types of conversations with people, right? And there are other issues with many of these people, like Israel, that are equally going into their head. I really appreciate CC you coming up. I was wondering where you disappeared to. Now I need to keep an eye out for your new name. You make my life so much more difficult. But in any case, I think what you said was very pertinent, and I think I would agree with everything you said. I would just add that I also have seen it, on the Democratic Party. And I agree with what you were saying with voting. The only thing I would caution and beg anybody here who is listening is, if somebody does come to you and says, I'm voting one way versus the other, and they do tell you, right, I don't like either of them, it is the lesser of the things, be civil, have the conversation, try to change their mind if you want, but don't completely alienate them, right? Because one thing we do have to remember, and while I agree that it's bad, right, is we all have different information, and people have limited information, right? There are other factors which you might not personally care about in your personal life that other people care about, right? And these all go into play. So I agree. I think it was Angry before who said, and it might have been Linda or somebody else, I apologize. The people that tell you, don't vote, just don't vote in the election. It's bad, right? They're both bad, don't vote. They're bad actors. I agree, right? At the same time, I do think people do need to vote their conscience, and you can't force people to vote that, right? And sometimes that is very faulty information. So as I've said time and time again, it is important to distinguish the people, even if they are complicit and it ends up getting, the end result, which is the same and bad. There is a difference between the people who are looking at this through a kaleidoscope and saying, well, point A, B, and C seem to line up, opposed to point C, D, or, D, E, and F. And they're not aware of point G, X, or Y, right? Ignorance, it's not a shield, but at the same time, you can't hold to the same standard. So, especially as I've said time and time again, if Trump does get elected, which I do think there is a good chance of, contrary to what some people here have said, you're going to need those people. You're going to need them to, and not have completely isolated them to the point. And I agree with what Angry was saying before, where the Republican Party has become primarily, of the elected officials, these people are people that are not willing to speak up. Right. But at the same time, as much as you might not like those people or understand that they are helping with a very bad end result, just please be careful, right? The nuance is important. The civility is important. And, this is something for both Ukraine, for our country, right? That deeply matters. And then just for your personal relationships, right? It is so easy to burn a bridge. It takes years to build. And just, I had made that mistake on very minor issues, going, looking in hindsight with friends, family members, people online, and it's not worth it. Just, if they really are a bad person, do it, right? If somebody is detestable, I understand having that, but because you disagree with them on some policy issues, or they're seeing things, in a very, wrong or not factual angle, right? That that doesn't mean there aren't other issues. And the biggest threat is Russia, China, Iran, and their proxies and allies right now. You know, you can be on whatever side you want of the culture war, but whatever we end up deciding as a country on these domestic issues, they don't care. They're going to still be there when we're done, you know, fighting each other. And you know, they're going to be in a much better position to deal with us. And we're already slow as hell to respond to stuff as it is. Imagine if there's no talking anymore, and it's become completely partisan. And I think it's important. But
yes,
back to you, Stephen, and then over to CC.
That is indeed their objective. That is indeed their objective. Now, CC, you're going to get the last word on this one. But perhaps before at the end of what it is you have to say substantively, I'm going to have to I'm going to have to ask you to explain glitter critter. Please go ahead.
Oh, that's just my pet. I just wanted to mention that a Ukrainian mama friend of ours, Tatiana, who's waiting for her son to be returned, he's POW, received a letter from him today, and she's just overwhelmed and shaking and happy and connected and yet sad and all of the emotions. So I just wanted to focus everybody on the actual human drama at hand, and this is why we care so much, right? This is why we care that Trump doesn't want to fund Ukraine. It's not because it's red team, blue team. It's because of the human element that's behind all of this decision making. So everyone send really good, positive vibes and energy to her. And let's just help keep furthering this end to reunite her son with her. It's just so poignant and so overwhelming. It makes my eyes tear. It's why we're here. It's not what team you're on, but we won't stop calling people out who do not make the proper decisions for Ukraine. I don't care what team you're on.
Indeed, 100%.
We can see who voted for Ukraine funding and who did not, right? So it's not, there's not you know, all these people who are on one side who did and one side did not is how it went down. So I'm not going to pretend that wasn't the case, right? We have to push this forward with the truth.
Without doubt, with the truth. And I'm glad, I think, to hear that it sounds like some good news is happening with your friend. But meanwhile, those of us who have not been to Ukraine, well, I have in a number of cases, but many of our listeners haven't. But many of them have been hosting or helping with displaced Ukrainians in other countries. And the emotional story that you mentioned is repeated millions of times all across the country, and within it and outside it. The idea that Ukrainians are happy to live under the boot of Russia is just a pure lie in every possible way. And there is a tendency that, you know, Elon Musk has once again been, you know, in the stupid recent interview, oh, this is like World War I, you know, they're just fighting for no reason, and it's just the poor men being killed for nothing, and you know, they're not unlike each other. That's bullshit. No, it is one nation invading and genociding and murdering inside another nation in order to annex it for imperialist and fascist reasons, and that is the end of the story. You know, his words really are sickening, and I would love him to come with me or with any other volunteer who goes there to say that anywhere within Ukraine, but particularly to go to eastern and southern areas and say it to the faces of the defenders themselves and of the villagers and the children whose schools have been targeted and destroyed, specifically in villages I have been to where there are literally all the other buildings are intact, although a few kilometers down the road, the next town is obliterated. A few kilometers back up the road, there are still many children living, trying to live, who haven't been to school in 2 years because the schools that they had were destroyed by the Russians in very specifically targeted strikes. And the same is true of libraries, of public administration buildings, and of course, lately, of all the power plants. And those children nightly spend many hours in complete darkness because of this evil attack. So anybody who attempts to two-sides this in any sense, or starts talking about brother populations, is utterly ignorant of the situation. And they should either shut up or go and attempt to verify their idiotic claims within the country and find out what the truth is, because it isn't that. Arya, please.
Genocide denial is one of the most vile things people can do. The only similar thing I can think of, equally bad, is claiming somebody is committing genocide when they are not. And civilians die in wars. Not every country, even the ones that there have been conflicts where there have been both sides, take proper precautions in every case. But there have been very few clear cases like this in modern history where there is one side that is 100% the aggressor and the other side is completely fighting a defensive war against the act of genocide. And again, I want to make it clear, it is not at the point of the Nazi genocide or the Houthis and the Tutsis, right, where everybody is being killed based on their blood. They are attempting to forcibly assimilate Ukrainians into Russians to make up for the population losses they have suffered both in the war and before the war due to population decline, and to forcibly assimilate them, meaning all aspects of culture, language, tradition, heritage to be stamped out, where they will be sent as slave labor to Siberia, which they've already done in the occupied areas.
This is true, but I must interject one thing. The one area which is on a scale as bad as that, in many ways, is the deportation and abduction of, as they claim, and we must credit it, 700,000 children, which is 8% of the total population of children of Ukraine prior to the beginning of the war, and 2% of its entire original population. So that is on as grand a scale as has ever existed. Now, are they murdering all of these children? Well, in a way, no. I mean, no, they're not killing them in the gas chambers like they did to the Jews. So no, it's not like that exactly. But they are raping them, perhaps literally, but certainly they have raped them of their family, of their cultures. They are forcing them to not speak their own language, forcing them to dress up in the military clothes of the people who abducted them, and in many cases murdered their families, and probably beating them, certainly coercing them, if they should ever try to make any statement whatsoever of regret for their lost heritage, culture, family, mummy and daddy. And in the cases of the older ones, they are impressing them into the military to go and kill their own people or be killed. So yeah, it's bad. Thanks, Arya.
You're 100% correct, Stephen. I'm sorry, my headset's about to die. I'll switch it as soon as I'm done speaking. You're 100% correct, right? And that is an act of genocide. You are not allowed to steal civilians from another population, forcibly move them. And then it is another act of genocide to take in other population civilians and induct them into military service. Neither of these things you are allowed to do, and the Russians are doing both. right? And I would actually argue that they're doing it on a far grander scale than the Nazis did it, right? The Nazis only believed a very small portion of certain populations could be Aryanized. They stole tens of thousands of children. They didn't steal 700,000 children and a few of their mothers, right? And that was just the ones from the initially occupied territories, Donetsk, Lugansk, and the Crimea. That wasn't even the area since the initial part of the second invasion. So, you know, it is a crime against humanity. And it is vile when you see people, especially people that are crying wolf on other areas or have selective criticism, to play this game where it you know, it's not genocide, it's just a war. There are two sides, and it's interesting because even the Russians had completely abandoned their initial narrative. And if you go back far enough, you'll remember a bunch of Russians in Lugansk, Donetsk, and Crimea. They all wanted to be Russians. The evil Ukrainians invaded them and tried and started doing crimes against humanity against them. And then the reasons the Russians initially went in was the Ukrainians were firing return rounds against their artillery fire, and they were hurting people, so they had to go in and save them. And then that magically transformed into all of Ukraine as Nazis, and they need to be denazified and returned to the motherland. It is clearly genocide by every term of the, you know, definition of it. And I just want to make a note that saying, right, that one genocide is worse than another, or in one that everybody was being killed, and in another, you know, there were mass murders or pogroms, but people were allowed to assimilate, assuming they, you know, completely did so. It doesn't mean one's worse or another, right? All of these are crimes against humanity. It's just important nuances when you are discussing these things for the sake of A, not minimizing the suffering of others, B, not turning people off, you know, to what you are saying, and it just the simple aspect of truth, right? And again, it doesn't make it less. The what the Ukrainian people are suffering through is genocide, and it is horrific. And anybody who denies that, in my mind, is as bad as a Holocaust denier or a Armenian genocide denier or any of the other genocides around the world. That there are significant amounts of people that, for various political or ideological or religious reasons, pretend do not exist or actually praise or downplay in some way, shape, or form. Back to you, Stephen.
Absolutely, 100% accurate. I just wanted to clarify for our listeners that what Arya was talking about in terms of the narrative about the Donetsk and Luhansk, the people rising up and then being aggressed against by the Ukrainian central government is a lie. It's a lie that has been admitted to be a lie by the individual who first began the fake insurrection. This is Igor Girkin, also known as Strelkov, but the Russian regular military in unmarked uniforms was involved from the very beginning. And this is proven beyond any shadow of a doubt by the independent analysis provided by, well, many different sources, but really the best one for a sort of one-stop shop that I've ever found was a website called Forensic Architecture, who are OSINT specialists. They compiled hundreds of, well, thousands of satellite images, videos, and photographs, which showed columns of regular forces crossing the border at the beginning of the conflict in 2014, and engaging Ukrainian local forces at the very beginning. This was not some kind of organic thing. We're talking about tanks. We're talking about IFVs. We're talking about whole BTGs, basically battalion tactical groups. And if you want to verify it for yourself, just go head on over to, I'll pop it in the nest in a minute, but Forensic Architecture, just as it sounds, and then type in that to Google and Battle of Ilovaisk. That is ILLOVISK. ILLOVISK. Sorry, OVAISK. Ilovaisk. ILLOVAISK. Battle of Ilovaisk. Forensic Architecture. I'll pop the link in the nest momentarily. Ben, you have your hand up.
Thanks, Stephen. Just a couple of things I want to pick up on. One is the idea of, well, I'll go backwards in my leave genocide for the moment about genocide denial, and I think is less of an issue, or it is an issue, but the real issue, the big issue, is that most of the people in the world don't realize what this war is all about. That, you know, many people believe that it's a territorial battle, and I think that is, you know, and that is really a problem, because then the terms of the victory, let's say, I know the peace conference, or the peace summit as they called it yesterday, talked about territorial integrity, but which is obviously important, but it makes the issue about territory rather than about what the ultimate goal of Russia is. Because you could say that what Zelensky says is that you could have all the territory, but Russia has to be defeated. There has to be victory, otherwise they'll just come at Ukraine again, you know, like they've been doing since the Holodomor or before. So I think that, you know, I'm less concerned about the Holocaust denier, or not the Holocaust denier, sorry about that, the genocide deniers, as I am about our lack of ability so far to frame what this war is about for people who would care. They just don't know. The second thing is, I think we can do a better job than about genocide and what's going on. I'll tout my brother's work, Daniel. He wrote a book called and made a film called Worse Than War, and he coined a phrase that's in the OED called eliminationism. And in lieu of the word genocide is a term people use in legalistic, but if you think of it in terms of eliminationism, which is the desire of a country or people to rid a land, eliminate the other people, the other nation entirely from a place, then that's really what's going on. And what it is that they're basically a lot of different methods to do it. And it's sort of like and that list that is part of the Genocide Convention is a list of methods, but collectively, and you don't need to check all the boxes. It's just basically, is the goal to eliminate the people from that area? And the Russians have said, there should be basically Ukraine without Ukrainians. So so I don't want to get too much into the definition of things. I just wish we could do a better job of getting the message out about the peril that the Ukrainian nation is in, which everybody in Ukraine knows. And finally on this is that I think when it's understood outside of Ukraine what it's about, they'll understand why the concept, like the people in Blinken and Sullivan and the European governments will realize the Ukrainian people are not going to give up. They're not going to come to some sort of negotiated agreement. So as you know, I heard Cormac Smith, who used to be a diplomat in these areas, yesterday, I guess, he said that basically we need to go all in. And just because Ukraine is going all in, and we just have to go all in and put an end to this thing and stop thinking that Zelensky is going to sit down and make some kind of deal, because it is this, the destruction of the nation that's at stake. That's my whole soapbox for the moment. And I appreciate the floor, Stephen and Aria. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Absolutely, Ben. And I completely agree with you. Look, people who think there can be a negotiated settlement based upon giving up this or that territory. Not long ago, very recently, I visited a small village near the front lines in Ukraine, where there were a lot of children who, as I said, had not been to school for the last 2 years because their schools were destroyed. I accepted a few little homemade gifts that they and the people in the districts had made. They're all Ukrainian symbols, and you know, nobody around there wants to surrender. To surrender to them would be annihilation. They know it, and these people have lived with the enemy just over the horizon for years, and their friends and their relatives just on the other side of those lines have lived in occupation. For them, it is unthinkable and impossible to accept anything other than Russia leaving Ukraine entirely. And if anybody thinks that giving up land for peace is anything other than a surrender to a genocidal, imperialist, fascist aggressor, which only would create further wars, not just in Ukraine, but all over the world, but which would simply temporarily freeze the conflict, then you're living in La La Land. You're a fool. Not only do you not understand the people of Ukraine and what they have been through and what they think, but you are ignoring the most obvious fact, and that is that you're freezing a battle line in an ongoing conflict that will not stop. It is not the end. There is only one way for this conflict to end, and that is for Russia to leave all of the territory of Ukraine, including Crimea. That's it. Otherwise, this war will never stop. Absolutely. Do you have a further comment on that, Ben?
No, I just agree. I just agree with you 100%. You know, I've spent a good deal of time in Ukraine myself during the war, and I work with Ukrainians and deal with Ukrainians every single day. And without exception, I mean, it's without exception, it's twofold. One is from the very start, they've known that it's been a genocidal war and that they can't let up because that would be suicide. And now that the war has gone on and the price has been so high, they see the price is so high and they still are not giving up, and people say, we just can't give up. There is no other choice. So at first it was an intellectual decision, and now after this terrible price is being paid, it's in their bones. They know the price. They paid the price. They keep paying the price, and they know there's no other way. And I know this, like you said, people who, on a personal basis, so do I. And I don't know anybody in Ukraine who's saying anything else. It's not like it's a 50-50 kind of thing. This is the way it is. I think even the people who have left Ukraine, the diaspora, and many of them are afraid of war, and understandable. They're still rooting for this end, and I know many people in diaspora at this point, or have come across many, and they know what's at stake. So the Ukrainian people clearly know, and clearly will keep going. It just isn't clear to the politicians that that waiting, trying to dribble arms out is going to and just hope that the Ukrainians will get bloody enough to think differently. They just don't realize that this is what it's about, and I don't know why they're so dumb. I really think at this point, after 2.5 years, they still, I'm talking about the European, less so now, and I will, less so now, but still, they need to go all in and not hold anything back, and that's, and still things are being, it's still the incremental issue. When, if it were full scale, it was a full scale invasion, so a full scale response is really what is called for.
Couldn't agree more. And if the so at the time of the brilliant recapturing of Kupiansk and Izium, and the recapturing of Kherson on the right side of the Dnipro, and so much other territory besides, before Sorokin had consolidated the battlefront as it presently is, there were months and months where there were no large-scale emplacements of mines and dragon's teeth and entrenchments and all of that. That took a long time to effect, and it was not part of their plan. And if all of the arms that have subsequently been given after the crossing of each incremental red line had been given there and then, this war would probably be over. And it probably would have been over by the end of last year. And instead, we have seen atrocity after atrocity, the destruction of the energy infrastructure, the immense suffering of the people, vast numbers of people not only displaced, but murdered in their beds, vast numbers of soldiers. And these are not, in many, I mean, they're very professional now, but most of the soldiers I've met were farmers, shopkeepers, IT guys, ordinary people just going about their business and their lives, who are fighting for the very land in which they grew up. Many of them literally are fighting within a mile or three of their home that they lived in all their lives with their friends. That's the AFU. Of course, some are not. Some are deployed to other areas, but nonetheless are fighting for their homes, their family, their livelihood, everything they know. And if you think these people, if anybody thinks these people, I know you don't, but anybody thinks these people are going to give up, they're idiots. They're fools. They haven't thought it through. They haven't thought at all. Arya, please.
Very well said, Stephen. I have to run. I appreciate everybody who's been with us for the last couple of hours. Stephen, thank you for an interesting conversation. Wasn't the normal types of topics we discussed, but it was a thought-provoking conversation nonetheless. And I do think there was importance to it, both domestically and for Ukraine. To all the people listening, thank you. And I hope everybody has a great rest of their day or night. I'm going to leave you. Now Tracy will come up for a few minutes to finish up, and then you should be getting some new hosts at the turn of the hour. So have a great day, everybody. All right.
Thank you indeed, Arya. Always a great pleasure. And I look forward to co-hosting with you again, and to Tracy coming up to refocus on the news, no doubt, and other similar things. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for the co-host swap, do please retweet the space. Do tell your friends about it. And do look at it is now actually the second tweet in the nest, which is our currently running appeal, which is to do with demining Ukraine, providing equipment for EOD specialists to help facilitate their job and make it easier. Their job, of course, is vital to freeing up, to releasing land back to civilian use that has been deoccupied, and which is unfortunately currently being done, at least in some areas, ad hoc by the people who have returned to their own land, which is covered with and littered in Russian munitions. These might be surface-placed mines. These might be buried mines. They might be booby traps. They might be cluster munitions that by design or default or fault have not yet gone off. Some of which, of course, are designed not to go off until they're tampered with or touched. This often happens by just ordinary civilians, children. Many of these mines are of the PFM1 butterfly mines type, which are a little palm-sized weapon, colored green, looks like a toy. You could buy it almost in a toy shop. So children are often attracted to these things. And they're designed with very light pressure to explode and blow the hand off or the foot off anybody who is handling them. Will kill or maim said child or person. And currently there are 180,000 square kilometers of Ukraine that is mined. And there are many, many brave people risking their lives. Some volunteers, some government employees, some in the AFU, many foreign volunteer teams, but many of whom are under-equipped and need our help. So we are offering help to protect and facilitate their practice, and anything that you can donate. There are many smaller items that are really vital. So even a small amount of money will suffice, but please do give generously as you can without damaging your own selves financially. And whatever you can give will undoubtedly assist in saving lives immediately, and also that is the lives of the EOD teams themselves. Make their job much more quickly, which will go much more quickly, which will save the lives of civilians who would otherwise be maimed and or killed by these munitions. And so if there's a coffee you could forego, or something that you were thinking about buying on Amazon that you don't necessarily need, then please do give to this appeal, because it really will have a profound effect in the real world. And it will be very, very good karma, I promise you. And if you cannot afford to do that at all, then don't worry. Your advocacy, your telling people about the problem, your reposting of the appeal, your discussion with friends, your posting in other social media about it will be just as helpful in many ways. So please do check out that tweet in the nest. It's the second one at the moment, and give generously. We are a 501c3 charity, so you can give without fear of well, with confidence that your donation will be correctly handled and with great probity. And that's all I have to say about that for the moment. But yes, please check out the tweet, reshare the space, consider donating. We will be very, very grateful for that. Now, I see Tracy is up as listener, but not yet as speaker or co-host, but that will happen very shortly. So now what to discuss? Well, I think Tracy will want to discuss the news. She's up. Hello, Tracy. How are you this fine day? Maybe hasn't quite got herself arranged yet. Are you there with us, Tracy?
I am here, Stephen. Hello, good evening. Hello, everyone.
Good evening. And what news? What news from the world, from Ukraine?
Well, goodness me, there's been lots of things happening. Have you not been talking about the news, Stephen? I've not been listening.
Oh, Tracy, we have had a wide-ranging discussion on genocide, on subjects that you might not necessarily want to have been party to, not going to mention them, and a little bit about news, but perhaps not as much. So, well, I'll go first. How about the retaking of substantial sections of Chansk and the encirclement of a significant group of Russian aggressors in the aggregate factory there, which is subsequent to, of course, the reversals on the Kharkiv axis that Russia has experienced recently are subsequent to the change of policy by various governments about whether or not their munitions can be used to destroy Russians staging in just on the other side of the border, and also firing at and killing Ukrainians, launching air-guided bombs, etc., from on the other side of that cracked black mirror that is the Russian-Ukrainian border. As soon as that policy changed, hey-ho, their offensive stalled, and indeed in several sectors is being reversed. What do you think of that, Tracy?
Well, I think that's fantastic, and well, it's kind of the way that I expected it to go. I don't want to oversimplify it, but you know, we've seen the armed forces of Ukraine do this many times, and I'm not trying to minimize, you know, what they've had to go through, how difficult it's been, especially when there were no weapons and they had to hold that line there. That must have been incredibly difficult. And those constant human waves every day, every single day, well, even whether you have the artillery or not, just the job of having to just deal with that and take that out. So yeah, I'm really fantastic. Glad they've done that. It kind of serves them right. I'm reminded of Azovstal, but of course they've got nothing to worry about anyway, because they will be treated fairly when they are captured and surrendered. I've only seen the one video, Stephen, of them surrendering, about 25, I think it was 24, something like that. I'm waiting to see more of that. I think we will get some more videos, because I do think that they will continue to trickle out, don't you?
I absolutely do. And there was an interesting video just, I think today, of the first turtle tank being, rather than destroyed, but captured with its crew on board. Certainly an interesting surrender, that one. But there have been quite a few different reports. I don't believe the holdouts in the aggregate factory have yet surrendered en masse, although given what happened to the aggregate factory recently under air-guided munitions from the Ukrainian side, I'm not sure how many of them are left to surrender, but I shed no tears for them, as they have destroyed yet another once beautiful and indeed for a long time touristed city or settlement of Ukraine, because it was indeed very beautiful, but is now essentially rubble and ruin because of the evil will of the Russian state. What if those aggressors wish to preserve themselves at all and not suffer that fate? They should just either turn around and go home, lay down arms, and surrender to the armed forces of Ukraine and live, and stop destroying the beautiful cities, villages, towns, houses of Ukraine to satisfy the will of an evil dictator. I see we have a hand. Shall we let Mark speak? He's had his hand up and down for quite a while, so I would suggest that we do.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead, Mark.
Great. Thank you, Stephen, and welcome, Tracy. Good to hear you come up, Stephen. You just done a wonderful job of hosting. I'm very impressed. So thanks both of you for the sacrifices you make to keep this space going. In regards to news, I understand that in the last week, maybe the last 2 weeks, there have been some important elections going on in Europe, and I'm not interested in really the politics of it all. I'm more interested in the how the outcomes of those elections may impact Ukraine. You know, as a common everyday American, I just don't have any inkling on what's going on in the European continent. So if yourselves or anybody else that may have been watching those elections can share with us what their thoughts are as far as the impact of the elections on Ukraine. are, I'd really appreciate hearing it. Thank you.
I do apologize, Mark. I heard the beginning and the end. It's not to do with you, but I was distracted momentarily. Which elections are we speaking of?
Well, the European elections. I know there were elections in some of the countries last week. It was discussed quite a bit beforehand. I can't even say which particular countries. I just know there were some, and the outcome of those elections, as it pertains to Ukraine support, was what my question was in regards to.
I'm going to thank you. I'm going to allow Tracy to answer this because I have been very much out of the loop of exact news in the last week for reasons entirely to do with Ukraine. Tracy, do you have a comment on that?
Thank you so much, Stephen. With respect, Mark, do you mind if we just put that to one side for the moment? The best person actually to answer that question would probably be David, who's coming up now. But there is a last-minute guest coming up, so I wonder if you would mind just popping that question to one side until afterwards. Would that be okay, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Mark, do stand by and re-ask the question. I think David is a listener and speaker at the present time, but he will be up in just a couple of minutes. I will be stepping down. And thank you indeed for your kind words. I love this space, of course, and I do my best. I hope it's good enough. Oh, look, Axel is here, it seems, as well. Yeah. Right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I will now be stepping down, and we are going to do the magical switcheroo thing. I will stay on as a speaker, or come back up as speaker shortly, because I'll be interested in hearing the guest and also the response to your question, Mark. Meantime, shall we go to Andrea? And I will step down. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for listening to the show. Please retweet the space. Please visit the and support the fundraiser for demining Ukraine. And meanwhile, Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini!
Hello, Slava. Thank you so much, everybody. Good evening, David. Good evening, Axel. They are bringing a fantastic guest from Germany's Green Party, so I will leave it at that. So thank you very much, everybody, and leave it in your hands. Good evening.
Good evening, Tracy. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Mark, to come to your question, we've got a guest coming up, Britta Jakob from the Germany's Green Party, and yeah, maybe I can answer a few questions about the situation. So basically, yes, there have been European parliamentary elections. It's the biggest directly democratic, well, it's the only directly elected democratic institution in the European Union, and it's an important part of the executive. But the votes are typically looked at by the voters as being something a little bit less important than a national election, so they're typically used a bit like a protest vote quite frequently. What I think we were expecting from the elections was a very strong right-wing showing, and that emerged to some extent, but to a much lesser extent than was expected. And in particular, in Hungary, a new centre party emerged, taking away about 30% of the seats, 30% of the vote altogether. So that's quite a strong showing for a new party.
Alrighty, and in the meantime, good evening, bonsoir, guten Abend to everyone. David will be elevating you to close in a second. I'll take it, and we can say hi and good evening to our wonderful guest, Britta Jakob. Not related, albeit that we are even spelled the same way. Britta, guten Abend, good evening, how are you? Britta, can you hear us? Bottom left corner, if you press the microphone button, you should be able to speak. Let's hope that this works. Britta? Uno, dos, tres. Alrighty, not quite sure whether she can hear us. David, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, Axel. So I think it's something with Britta's.
Okay, let me have a little chit chat with her separately.
Hi, sorry, I'm here. I think there was something wrong with technically.
Very well.
But I'm here now.
A very good evening to you. So, for our audience, Britta, you are currently in a role for what can only be described as a senior liaison for one of the largest German companies, but also one of the, well, not only the company which brought us aspirin, but also many other products worldwide, and that is Bayer AG, which has you as the senior manager geopolitics and global government affairs, albeit that obviously you don't get into that role if you're not, say, experienced in liaising with people, and you've been actually running the minister's office, State Minister for Europe and Climate, that is Mr. Robert Habeck, who currently plays a major role in the government. And prior to that, you were the senior policy advisor to both Ms. Baerbock and Robert Habeck, who were the Germans call Doppelspitze, or the party leaders of the German Green Party between 2018 and 2021. So there you go. You've played a good amount of role in order to shape the policy or give advice to people who need more of a geopolitical profile. And we've seen this during the, say, unwarranted aggression against Ukraine, that Robert Habeck, for example, was one of the early bird politicians in the run-up to the invasion, as well as then after the full-scale invasion, to actually visit Ukraine and take steps in that regard. And he and others, including, of course, Tony Hofreiter, who also originates in Bavaria, where you are supposedly running for office once again next year. They have been quite focused on this matter and have taken a role which not so many people believed that they would take up. How did it come to be that the Green Party embraced national security? And in that very second, we lost her.
Yeah, we lost her. I'm just trying to bring her back up now.
Let's try that again. So, Britta, if you can hear us, we'll try to get you back up again. So, whilst I was singing your praises, I don't know what you heard last.
Actually, not really much. I only heard something about Green Party and security policy, or embracing security policy. That was everything.
Well, that was the end of it, actually. So how did it happen that a party which not so many people had on their radar screen for making a difference in national security policy came to actually embrace that and support Ukraine? Can you please give people a little bit of a background? We obviously talked before, but I think it would be worthwhile listening as to how that shift came to be.
Yes, of course. Happy to. First of all, thanks and hi to everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this fascinating discussion. Well, yeah, it actually didn't come as much as a surprise, maybe as a lot of people would have. The Greens, what are you? And they are supporting weapons deliveries. What happened? But the truth is that actually we started preparing a shift, if you will, in our policy years ago. I would say like 4 to 5 years ago. It started already, the discussions within the party, because we saw that there were, let's say, several positions that didn't really fit well to what we saw, what is happening in the world. So that was the moment where we thought, okay, let's have a big process within the party, a big debate about our foreign and security policy, and see if we manage to get that shift that just fits better the reality that we are living in. So when we then started drafting a new party platform, that was the moment, and that was in 2019. It all started, and in 2020, we agreed on this new party platform, and that was the moment where many positions, be it deployment of troops abroad, be it also drones and armed drones especially, but also our position on NATO, and our position what happens when, you know, people are in danger or a country attacks another country, or I mean, we more thought about the possibility that maybe within a country we would see something like a genocide or something. And so there we were all we all agreed that this can't be the moment where you say, yeah, but you know, we are against weapons delivery, we are against deploying troops. So that doesn't fit your look at basically at people and at human security. That was the moment where we focused very much on that. So what happens to people, and what is the moment that you have to help people also by sending weapons or troops. So yes, it started already years ago, and then it was actually a consequence, I would say. So to me, it's not really a surprise, but I understand that, of course, not everyone is following inner party debates and so on. So of course, for a lot of people, it came by surprise, but it was well prepared.
No, the reason why I highlighted this, of course, that many people from the outside of Germany who didn't, as you quite rightly said, didn't follow the inner party debates which occurred since the invasion of Ukraine by the little green man in 2014, because the party platform as presented at that point in time said that in Ukraine, the application of military violence or military power or force, as we would normally call it actually, as a summary term, by the West is not an option at all. That was the party platform in 2014. And the shift over a decade until what we have now, or respectively until that full-scale invasion which occurred, that is a transition in culture within the party. And I was just highlighting that essentially this is a significant move which not every other party has taken. Obviously, the Christian Democrats do have a party position on this, and the CSU has a party position on this. And if you ask Markus Faber from the Free Democrats, he has a party position on it, which are pretty much in line with what you're projecting, what you and I discussed before. But it's significantly different in terms of how the Greens have detached themselves from the exclusion of military force to saying that defense requires force, it requires the application of violence, it requires the support of military. That is a significant cultural change for the German Green Party. You could say that they have matured in a fashion not everybody would have seen 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe back then in 2018, Robert Habeck, our now Vice Chancellor of Germany, and of course Annalena Baerbock, now Foreign Minister, they were the chairs of the party back then, and there we could also see that we gained the support of more and more people in the center, let's say, of the political spectrum. Not so much anymore. We were focusing on, you know, the left side of the political spectrum, but really try to also reach a broader center, let's say, of the population. And so this was basically embedded, the foreign and security policy debates and shifting of program. This was embedded in a bigger attempt to reach out and to make this shift to the center of the political landscape. And then I mean, of course, you have your debates with people, you see what they care about, and there you could clearly see that this position of, okay, no weapon, no soldier on any ground, no matter what position, is not really maybe what the majority of people would agree on. I'd say at least saying like, hey, you have to decide case by case. So what is at stake and what is happening on the ground? And then what are your measures that you have to take? And you have political measures, diplomatic measures. We all know that financial, humanitarian, and so on. But maybe also you have to use military force to get there, to get to a point where you can have whatever peace negotiations, or at least where you place lives, you know, at that moment. So that was part of this bigger attempt that we tried there. And well, we have to say for some time it was really successful. I mean, now with the EU election results, at least, yeah, it's a little frustrating to see that it's going back a little bit. Although I would say there are different reasons than our position on foreign and security policy.
Yeah,
I think
I would agree, and I think we both will easily. And I think the post game interviews and research by various polling institutions will have confirmed that already to you and people in the party, that essentially there are completely different reasons for that disenchantment, which may have led to the policies not being, as say, suitably reflected in what you would have hoped for different votes. Now, the reason why I stress the other part is because I find it very interesting that a party which in 2014 said, Waffenlieferung lehnen wir ab, we reject any delivery of weapons, then understood, and I think that this was something which was exceptional that Robert Habeck did during the pre-election period of the last general election, that he actually went there and he stood there and went to an area which was contested, which was at the front lines, and he let it impact him both rationally as well as emotionally. And it seemed he had a growing sense of the necessity that defense has to be steadfast. He's become significantly more conservative in that approach, if I may say so.
Tell like how I experienced this exactly what you said, that he went there and he saw what has happened. He talked to people and he was there and could experience, right, what it was. And I remember that we had a conversation. This reality, this is what is happening. We have to support with weapons, and better, you know, now and not later. And I agreed, and of course, but I said, well, you know what it means. You know that there will be a huge debate within the party for, you know, asking for this now as we are in this pre-election phase. And then as it wasn't in, like, let's say, in that center of attention of whole of Germany, right, of the whole society. Of course, a lot of people, and rightly so, followed it all the time, or since. I think it was still, I mean, experts and people who are really like dealing with this region professionally, that they were looking at this, but not the broader public, right? So of course it was a risk, and I told him, well, you know what will come? It will be tough debates. There will be attacks. There will be the media attacking you clearly, and they will say, well, but he's not the one in charge of foreign and security policy, and see what he's asking for. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And that was exactly what happened. But he knew that it would happen. And still, at that moment, he said, yeah, I know, and I think I'll take the shitstorm that is coming, but it really appreciate it very much. And I valued stance also that you can have as a politician, saying like, yeah, I know all the other challenges that will come, because you're never alone in taking the decisions. You're part of a party. You of course you also have your system, right, that you in a way or not you have to work with. But in that moment, then saying, no, I prioritize this, what I see and what I find the right thing to do, over all the other processes or positions that we've taken before. And I take this. I take on responsibility. I believe in what I said, that this is true, and I follow it through with it. So yeah, that in a way that was impressive, but of course it also came with some pain, I would say.
But it is essentially a form of, say, I would have called it northern pragmatism, but it's quite interesting to see that it has come at that stage to him, because he was looking to be one of the two leaders of the party. He was sort of, say, appearing as a potential chancellor if the Greens ever were to have, say, a significant pull in that regard on the polls. But the key thing is, in order to fulfill, say, a senior position in German government, you actually at some point in time have to lead. And compared to a chancellor who evidently likes to, how should we put this, by his own designs, in his own statements, likes to lead from the middle, as in not at all. That is quite something, isn't it? I don't want to sing the praise of Mr. Habeck. He and I have massive policy divisions, but that's fine. But there, I see a lot of hope in the pragmatism he employed when it came to existential fight. And I think that is the key aspect here, that the prioritization, which you just highlighted on his side, is something which can give hope for the future, because it's not unlikely that a few decisions will have to be made sooner rather than later.
That is true. But I mean, also, and like being my own devil's advocate here a little bit, you also have to acknowledge in a way that back then, of course, we were in opposition, right? I mean, he wasn't a minister, a federal minister. He wasn't a chancellor who has to lead a whole coalition and you know.
But he could read the tea leaves, and he could read the polls already, right?
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. But I still would argue that doing this from the perspective or the position out of opposition may be something different than while you're in a government. That is not arguing, really not, don't get me wrong here, not arguing for saying like, okay, once you're in government, then you don't stick to your principles or your convictions anymore. But I would say it's more complex, definitely, and more difficult, because you always risk like blowing up maybe a whole coalition, or risking that by having this position, then you have to make concessions in another area that might also be painful to you, or you know what I mean. This is all these all the system and how a coalition works, and now we're in a three-party coalition, so even more difficult. So that is the only aspect I just wanted to to highlight here as well, that it may have been still a little bit less complex to do this from a position of opposition. But I'm really convinced that he would also now stick to his principles, and if he would have had another position, maybe a really leading position within the government, then we might see a different policy also vis-a-vis Ukraine. That's true.
So there is hope for more pragmatism, albeit one could say, if destiny were a woman, you could have said in good old German fashion, halb zog sie ihn, halb sank er hin. Half she dragged him, half he sunk into her arms. Because it seems evident that it was also politically convenient to showcase leadership in that regard, because he continued what you just said. After having shown this prior to election, he continued this in office as a minister. And that's the interesting part. Whilst, as I said, we have multiple division and breaking points with him on various good reasons, but that doesn't matter. When it comes to supporting Ukraine out of party leadership, he has continued. You could say to an extent, Annalena Baerbock has done this as well in a different fashion. Toni Hofreiter, the third name in German politics of the Greens in terms of, say, public profile or elevated public profile, has done it just as well, if not even more ardently than anybody else. Mr. Hofreiter could probably be the one who could seem to be the most vociferous and most intensely critical of both his own party as well as the current chancellor. Where do you see, after the European elections, this heading? Obviously, the government has to conduct its business, and that's tough enough. But there's a whole summer ahead, and it seems that the coalition is veering towards waiting for other elections to make or break Europe, because both the Brits as well as the French have various elections. They all may have an impact on perception, and most recently your polls have not looked so good. So what do you think the Greens will do? Will they switch horses?
Well, now we're still
tea leaves. It's all tea leaves, Britta. It's all tea leaves.
It's really all tea leaves. That's true. I mean, we are still in a way recovering, if at all, if that's possible, from elections now and this huge decrease in votes, right? That we had to experience here, and then at the same, as of course, as so many other people, the rise of the extremist parties. So we have right-wing AfD, but also the left extremist with Bündnis Sarah Wagenknecht. Also reaching, an amount of votes that we would have hoped for would not happen. And then of course we are looking to other countries, and you said it already, to UK, but now to France, especially what this will bring. And I'm still figuring out if that is the more of a master strategy that I just don't get, or if it's very risky, or maybe it will be okay at the end of the day. But I'm still very worrying about the result there. But what is even more, I would say, well, at least on our minds now in that very moment, with these results that we just saw, is the upcoming elections that we have within Germany, in the eastern part of Germany, so in Brandenburg, Saxonia, and Thuringia. Because when you look at the results that we saw in these eastern states of Germany, that is really something. I mean, that is something to worry so much about. You have to maybe predict that there wouldn't be any, governing majority now without the right-wing AfD in the upcoming elections, and that would be really the first time that we see could happen. This extremist, right-wing extremist party being part of a government on the Länder level. That would clearly be a game changer. And so this is something that now the debate is happening. What is happening? Why do we have these results in the eastern part? What could be countermeasures? What is also the mistake of democratic parties? Where do we have to deliver, better results? Or is it about communication? Or what? Now that the whole analysis is starting, trying to figure out how you could counter that. And then having the surrounding that maybe in Europe there will be other elections also shaking up the whole environment and the crises going on. So yeah, I would say it's definitely not the best moment that we could be in. And still, I think there are aspects that we really should think about thoroughly, and maybe also change. For my party, speaking for my party, I think one reason is also that we this time didn't manage anymore to bring some positive vision of a future to the electorate, to the voters, saying like, okay, yeah, we're seeing, of course, there's so much going on, a war in front of us here in Europe. We have the climate crisis that isn't stopping just or going away overnight. It's there. Then all the things that people have to deal with, rising prices, their living standards, and what have you. And then still saying, okay, but we can do this. Actually, we have everything we need in this country. We can do this, and we have to take the right measures, and we will, and we can do this together. So basically a more of a positive future, not of less, but of more, even with the whole transition going on. And that is something that we, I think, didn't manage right. We also lost a lot to young people, which was especially concerning to me. saying like, how is this possible? But this is also when you look at 2 years back or 4 years back, Corona pandemic happening, then now the war, then climate crisis going on. Of course, from the point of view of young people, doesn't seem like a rosy future, right? And then they look at the Democratic parties and maybe this 3-party coalition, Ampel, in Germany, and saying like, yeah, everything I see is that they are having their debates or disputes, or maybe the whole thing will blow up tomorrow. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like like they're delivering, right? For me. So yeah.
It's always easier. It's always easier to project a glowing future if people have money in their pockets, because they have jobs and there's economic growth. Now, economic growth, one of the key functions to economic growth in, say, industrial capitalism, in service capitalism, in the Western world, in the free Western world, which we're now trying to defend jointly in one way or another in Ukraine against the Russians, typically requires, say, low primary energy cost. That is one of the topics of regulation where the Green Party has made, say, a specific case, and that case leads to more regulation, leads to higher cost. That is acknowledged even by the Green Party, and it's said that this is a necessary cost. Now, the projections for that may or may not be coming true, but is the pragmatism of the Green Party strong enough to compromise on primary energy costs in order to feed Mordor? Because you can't fight wars without growth. You can't fight wars without money. You can't fight wars without industry. Do you think that the pragmatism is strong enough that they could tie the knot with parties who feel a little bit more about deregulation and business? Do you think that is possible? Because evidently, you can't partner up in any future election with Ms. Zarenknecht. You can't partner up with the Socialist Party of Germany. You can't partner up with a hard right. So there is only 2 options in that regard. The question is whether there will be 2 options at a later stage. Do you think there's a possibility that Germany might actually find itself in a significantly more centrist state sooner rather than later, given the fact that centrist politically, given the fact that otherwise the fringes overtake, and the German saying is Angst fressen Seele auf, the fear eats the soul. And it seems to be, from what you express, that to an extent that is the case, even amongst policy makers and policy advisors to a large extent, that they're all surprised that the population actually simply wants to live a good life and have good jobs and have money and wants to see, money in their pockets after taxes rather than taxes.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean, but maybe to sort it out a little bit, I would say coming on point on deregulation and pragmatism, right? I think, yes, also the Green Party is seeing that we need a strong industrial and economic base, and we need economic power, also to have a political power to shape the international order according to our interests and values, right? I think there is a strong belief, so you don't have to convince the Green Party and its leaders that it's important to have a strong economic and industrial base here. The thing is, or the question, kind of prosperity are we talking about, and at what cost? So security and prosperity have to go hand in hand, because what we saw under the Grand Coalition, CDU and SPD, cheap energy prices is a prerequisite for good business and a good life, basically, is cheap energy prices. Well, we had that, but being completely dependent from Russian oil and gas. We had this with Nord Stream 2 after annexation of Crimea in 2014. And it was also back then the Green Party saying like, we think it's not a good idea to his gas. And every answer all the time was, well, it's because you don't understand much about business and the economy, and that is what they need. They need these cheap prices. Well, and here we are now. And then in 2022, what we had to do was getting rid of this dependency more time, which was a good thing to do. But what you have to acknowledge as well, there were debates like Germans will be freezing in their homes and everything will be apocalypse, and then everyone has to see where they get their electricity from, and how could we ever come through a winter. Nothing bad really happened. So we went through this, and now the prices are on pre-war level of our energy.
Yeah, because we're using more relatively highly sanctioned coal, and we've say imported some gas, and we rely on nuclear power given to us within the European system. So I'm not going to invent a price debate. We can talk about
no, and we don't have to have a price debate. No, but what also happened was that the renewable energy and the expansion of renewable energy. I mean, this is something that maybe not so many other countries are now having. I know it's not ideal. I know it's not where we have to be. And I would be someone, especially given such a crisis, with the full-scale invasion happening, and then all the consequences that we faced with the energy crisis and the prices. Someone saying like, okay, let's be pragmatic. I know that there are still, very strong positions, of course, also within our party when it comes to nuclear, for example. But there was a debate, right? And we tried to find a way. And maybe you, of course, as a minister as well, you have to take into account these debates in your own party as well. You may not just, take a completely different decision here. And the thing is, what is the outcome? Where are we? And that is where we are now, that we made it through this winter. But I agree with you that especially for industry, the prices are still higher, of course, than in other countries, or in like in the US, for example, especially. And that is where they are also, where they're right, saying like, hey, if you want to have a strong and prosperous industrial base here any longer, that is where we have to be better, right? We need these incentives and maybe tax reduction or whatever it could take to get this down. And then the prices is one thing, the energy prices is one thing, but then there are other areas like bureaucracy or digitalization, or also when it comes to the labor market, right? These are all these aspects that industry and economy need, and that needs to be addressed. But the awareness is there, I would say, the pragmatism as well. They try to do it, but also sometimes, I'm wondering if these expectations are there, that there's an economy minister, and now they are saying like, oh my God, all this, why are the prices so high, and so on. There were governments before the Green Party also in responsibility, and usually also we are close, we understand business. Well, if that is the case, how come that we came into such a situation, being hugely dependent on fossil fuels, and then not only from a climate and environment point of view, but from a political and economic point of view, so dependent that we are even under pressure. That started.
Britta, you're cutting out. I don't know whether you can hear me, but you were just Britta, you're cutting out. You were interrupted. I don't know. That may have been because you were probably sitting in a place where the reception was bad or the signal was cutting out. You said that there were also previous governments, absolutely, and then you were breaking up a little bit.
I'm sorry. Well, actually, I don't know what is happening, but now you can hear me well. Or
perfect, yeah. In between, it's absolutely crystal clear, and then from time to time, the signal just vanishes, and then we don't hear you for half a second or so.
See, maybe someone doesn't want me to talk about it too much here,
Oh,
or I don't
come
know.
on.
But
Isn't that typically reserved for those
okay.
people who come with the tinfoil hats?
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. But nevertheless, I tried it. No, but just what I wanted to say is, like, yes, there's pragmatism, and no, it's not only the fault of this economy minister and the Green Party that things for businesses are not the way they should be, or not the prerequisites. And yes, we're talking about energy, as I said, the whole dependence on fossil fuels, and also having this political dependency then from autocratic states, wasn't something that the Green Party invented, and also something like huge regulation, bureaucracy, and so on also happened these 12 or 16 years before that. So basically now only blaming them and saying like, well, now we don't have the best conditions. I think that is a little bit, well, it's not the whole truth, I would say.
No,
And
that's
plus,
fair.
if I'm,
It's absolutely fair. I think
if I
Britta, you just said.
Sorry, but if I
can you please, yes, sorry, no, carry on. I apologize.
No, it's just one last thing on pragmatism. Now that we saw also on the due diligence, for example, on EU level, that also this government now said, okay, maybe we should pause it to give businesses a little bit of a break on reporting on all of these, especially on this act. We were really fighting passionately for it because it was in our perspective the right thing to do, to have your supply chains clear, environmental and social standards really being met. So yeah, there's already a part of pragmatism that you could see, and I would acknowledge that.
Yeah, no, I'm all in favor of pragmatic action, but it should always be value-based, of course. And when you said that there were governments before, I completely agree with you. I still feel ashamed that Gerhard Schröder was our chancellor, and I feel absolutely completely depleted by the inactivity and leadership from the middle, which Ms. Merkel induced. But then again, there's a continuity with the current chancellor, albeit that he's probably not as smart as his two predecessors, otherwise he wouldn't be as stubborn. Having said this, at the same time, the first trip of the, say, Green ministers in the coalition in order to solve the gas supply routes and crisis was to Qatar. Sorry, now we just lost Britta. 1 second, let's try this again. It seems that we really have a little technical issue there, so people please bear with us for a second, and Britta will be rejoining us in just about a minute.
Here, sorry.
So
this is Germany, talking about digital progress in Germany. That is it.
Yeah, I was just.
There are a few jokes in the background.
You said it, I would have. Yeah, I would have turned to that later. Having said, when you said that, of course, we could deal with labor and digitization and regulation, of course, but these are so-called lagging long-term effects. Typically, they are hard in terms of attrition. Price signals drive economics, and price signals can be set quickly. But having said this, as to the price signals and what you just said about continuity of politics, the pragmatism of the Green Party also meant that the ministers went to Qatar very quickly. Now that, of course, is, as we all know, a completely, utterly, highly democratic, widely diverse and very Republican society with great levels of liberty for everyone, which is why they have only sponsored with very little amount a number of major European football clubs for soft power. And they condone, shall we say, Islamist societies, which you and I would probably not agree with naturally, and they have not necessarily been the most favorable partners. So there's a continuity, at least in terms of German decision makers, right? I'm just joking.
The way you put it, yeah. I know. I just try to find a good answer to that. But yes, I mean, I know what you mean, and that is basically what I thought the same moment that I saw this. I thought like, okay, now Qatar. But then actually, I mean, I think really this moment was so critical. And if you have the responsibility for, and as I said, the debate was about, oh my God, we will be freezing in our own homes. What do you do about it? And I think the reaction of trying to explore everything that there is that you can get your energy from to keep your people warm and everything up and running, maybe it's also what comes with your responsibility as a government, not to say like, well, okay, sorry that I don't find enough democratic, like-minded states who can supply me with the amount of energy that Germany needs for its economy and for its people. I don't know if you would really, if you were in his shoes, do that and say like, yeah, sorry, I asked Norway and the Netherlands and others, but it's still not enough. But I can't go there and try to do it. Of course, it's not what you would wish for as a value-based policy. And then at the same time, I'm really not quite sure. I think I heard, but I'm not an energy expert, so I have to add that. But I think the deal with Qatar wasn't then in the end as it was planned or as they thought it would be from the amount or what they then really committed to deliver. So I think now it's not. I mean, we didn't see this huge dependency there that it as it appeared when the whole thing started.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the LNG market obviously also has other suppliers and other players, and there's possibilities of supplying Germany in different ways. But then again, at least now we are more dependent on French nuclear power than we ever were before. It's always good if you have a nuclear power plant on the other side of the border, because evidently it's much less of a risk, right? But I'm not going to go there. Britta, thank you very much for this part. I would like to switch gears and come to what you've just recently attended, one of the largest conferences ever in regard to Ukraine. And it matters a great deal. That's the Ukraine Recovery Conference. A friend of ours, Alexander Commission, was also there, of course, from the Ministry of Strategic Industries. And he said that it was very impressive, extremely impressive how focused, how serious people were, and how positive actually the atmosphere was to generate solutions. And there seemingly was a lot of creativity. You've seen it from a corporate perspective, but liaising with a lot of politicians. Can you give people a better understanding as to how the conference actually unfolded and how it worked?
Yes, it was really impressive, I have to say. I have the same impression that you just described, and I was a little skeptical at the beginning, I have to say, because from what we heard and also experienced with our company last year in the London Ukraine Recovery Conference, that the problem there was a little bit that it wasn't coming together what you would need for a proper support. So politicians talking to businesses, talking to industries, especially defense industry, but also having civil society involved. So what we saw last year was first day politicians talking on their stage, giving nice speeches and then running off. And then next day you have businesses talking to businesses saying like, yeah, we have an idea of, or we would like to invest because we have these or these products or services or whatever. And the third day, basically then financial institutions sitting together and saying like, yeah, we have the money, but not quite the idea. So how do we all bring that together? And that was something that we were heavily engaged before this year's Ukraine Recovery Conference with both of the governments, the German and the Ukrainian government, saying like, hey, guys, this is something you really have to change, because if we want to have, as you said, tangible results, concrete results that can support and support Ukraine on its way to recovery, reconstruction, then you need to bring all of this together, right? You need the right events, panels, but then not only panels where you convey your messages or what you think about all this, but really concrete outcomes and decisions and signings and contracts and MOUs and all of that. And that is what happened this year. Indeed, we had more than 3,000 participants. It was a huge conference, but still so much, all of it together. That was what surprised me as well. I thought, well, maybe there would be an area, where all the corporates have their booths and everything, and you can inform yourself, and then you have different rooms maybe or stages where everything is. But actually it was all of this what was mixed, and you could go anywhere, so you could have this interaction also with political decision makers, but also with corporate peers or whatever you were interested in to have. And yes, we saw a lot of concrete outcomes, which was great, and I could also grasp the feeling of, okay, what is it that we can do? What do we offer? What do others offer? Where does it make sense to cooperate? Let's go for it. So maybe a little bit also like, no matter, if I will, no matter what the political speeches on stage were, but people were there to clearly identify what is our added value and where can we add even more value to it, because we cooperate with the right people that we're seeing. And so, for example, we as a company also had an event where we brought together businesses and financial institutions and also politicians. We also had representatives, high-level representatives from the German and the Ukrainian government, talking about the role of private capital, of private, the private sector in Ukraine's recovery, and where the challenges are, what needs to be changed, and then how we can go about it and just do it, basically. And this really was the spirit of get it done, do it. I mean, let's start. And we as a company, I'm working for the multinational company Bayer. We've been engaged in Ukraine more than 30 years, and we never stopped. Also after the full-scale invasion, we didn't stop, and we just made a new investment of 60 million last year in a new seed production site. And that was basically something that we showcased there to also show to other businesses, don't be afraid of investing, or don't think too much about possible risks. I mean, you always think about risk as a business, but still there is a lot of potential, and it's the right thing to do. And we believe in Ukraine's a strong and a strong recovery, and Ukraine as a strong economic player. And then, of course, for our business in the agricultural sector, even more so. So yeah, that is what our stance on this was, to basically also encourage other businesses to follow. And we could feel that there was this spirit in the room of saying like, hey, okay, if you do this, then we can also do it. But I would argue, of course, you cannot do this as a business without the proper political support, and I mean, really having a goal of what we want to achieve there in security and defense, because then it becomes a little difficult, that for example, the chancellor says, well, please, German businesses, invest, and you say, yeah, we do already, but at the same time, really having this risk of maybe getting your production site or whatever it is, maybe bombed away, not so cool. So it would be good also to have this political support, and seeing like, yeah, we are fully behind this goal of making Ukraine win this war. And this is something, unfortunately, that we still don't see from the German political side.
That's the interesting thing. Even President Biden now recently started talking about supporting Ukraine until it wins the war, which was the first time he said it in that fashion. We haven't heard this from the current German chancellor. He may still end up not surviving the summer. We will see, or whatever election say conundrum happens in autumn. I'm not going to project or read the tea leaves there, but it's evident that it's not working, because no German chancellor has ever survived for more than a year with less than 15% of the polls in favor of him, even in the Weimar Republic. I doubt that he can tolerate this, because there's a significant loss of legitimacy. And what you just highlighted, the commitment of Germany as a nation, as a European partner, and as the most substantial integrative in terms of economics, integrative economic power in Europe. Germany has more foreign direct investment relations and has more and deeper supply chains than any other nation in Europe amongst its European partners. That's the interesting part. For a long time, the Italians in northern Italy held that record, but Germany has supplanted them because the Italians sold out of the Chinese. Now, having said this has happened now. Germany is in that position, and Germany has that capability to support Ukraine. But for that, it would require what you just said, the statement, we are there until Ukraine wins the war and Russia is defeated. Nobody has said this in this current government. Also, this would have to go hand in hand with what you just implied, that political risk insurance has to be defined not like the typical ECA coverages, which we've always seen in the past. Germany provides export assurance or insurance in whatever way. But we definitely need something like a 100% guarantee if somebody goes and rebuilds a business, participates in a business, and the Russians in a year from now still find a way to get an Iskander missile through. If people have criticized Knauf, and I'll give that as a last example, Knauf, because Knauf has had more investment, of course, over the past 30 years in Russia than it had in Ukraine. But Knauf had a very substantial holding in Ukraine because of the Soviet Union dissolution and Ukrainian independence movement to construction. Knauf had a large factory, well invested in Solidar. Friends of ours, Guillaume Pedac and Bryce Wilson, as journalists, were there a day after the missile hit, and everybody saw it, I presume also on German television, that the factory went up in flames and had these big holes. They were there and they were followed by Russian aviation. No company can easily escape from this. They can survive it, but reinvesting and going back to the country, which is vital, will not happen without those assurances. When you were at the conference, were these assurances, which we discussed last year in London already? We had many friends of mine, the guys without ideas, bankers, who were there at the time. And they said, yeah, this was the key topic under discussion at that point in time. Has it changed? Was there any kind of perception that this would be forthcoming, or has this topic just been mute?
Well, of course, those who were present representing these these insurance companies argued that they would have, there would have been a big step forward and that things got better and so on. But still, what we heard very much, and it's in our own case as a company as well, that so far we haven't received any war insurances, and sometimes also with this typical, a little bit ridiculous arguments, very technically argumented, I would say, like, for example, that they argue, well, your production site in Ukraine, this is technically speaking an entity that is based in the Netherlands. So actually for us, you are a Dutch company, and that is why you don't receive German war insurances. Then you go to the Dutch and say like, yeah, this is what is happening. But we have our production site there, and they say, yeah, no, but Bayer AG, sorry, you're headquartered in Germany. You are a German company, so that's why you don't get war insurance from us. So, and then you're standing there, it's like, wow, okay, everyone is saying like, this is what should be done or what we need politically. And then again, everyone has an excuse or maybe even real legal reason, I don't know, but the problem remains that we cannot overcome this. Because of these problems. And then again, what are we prioritizing here? All of these processes and all of these following your regulations and your technical way of looking at things, or do we want to get to the outcome we all want to have? Having businesses with the right insurances to invest in Ukraine and contribute to its recovery. And then at the same time, it's also good for our businesses, of course. It's a good business case to invest in Ukraine. But still, I think there's a lot to be done. And even if the speeches on stage sometimes are like, yeah, we heard you, we got it, and we've done a huge step forward, then in your talks on concrete examples and cases, you still see that we are not there yet. So there's still pragmatism lacking a little bit.
So, but for example, if Bayer has a huge crop science division, this is one of the key business aspects. This is where, of course, Ukraine as an agricultural production giant, quite literally, will have to work with. Ukraine has been working towards more export. They still have a land reform issue. There's a possibility still that Ukraine could actually create an association type of setup for its agriculture with the Chromadis, the derogation of, say, devolvement and devolution of power to local levels going hand in hand. Those who once received the 5 hectares actually now also have a participation in whatever kind of agricultural association. Those are the kind of movements which need support in Ukraine, because otherwise we end up with monocultures and massive amount of subsidies, which then of course lead to what? Price competition only, and therefore resistance in Europe. We can see it now. Yesterday, the president of the German Farmers Association highlighted, not complained, but highlighted that there is a significant fear amongst farmers in Germany, but even as much in Italy as well as in, of course, in France for that matter, albeit that they're very well protected otherwise, or in Denmark, that price competition will eradicate what we would call bäuerliche Landwirtschaft, the typical farmers setup and say agriculture as we see it in continental Europe, which is part and parcel of our European cultures, different as they are. Now, Ukraine doesn't have that because it escaped Soviet economy, but Ukraine has this wonderful soil. Evidently, a company of the size and quality of Bayer can play a major role, both in terms of investment and, in that regard, supporting what becomes a different setup within the agriculture without these consolidation necessities. There's a huge impact which you can have together with the grain traders. Is that something which Bayer is aware of and focusing on when looking at Ukraine?
Yes, of course. I would argue that that we are really in very close contact with political decision makers and shapers on both sides. So it's here in Germany, but then also in Ukraine, of course, via our team that we are that we have there, that they also try to make this case of, okay, if we are now working on the recovery and on reconstruction, then maybe let's do it in a more, let's say, more efficient, but also more sustainable way, right? And this is true for agriculture, but this is also true for other areas. I mean, now, as you said, that our company, of course, is focusing on on this area, on agriculture and food security, especially. So we are also always making the case of, okay, what is the best way that we can ensure global food security, because this has a direct effect. If that doesn't work well with Ukrainian agricultural production here and all of the processes and the whole system not really working well, then it has a direct effect also on the world, the world's food security. So yes, but this is also true for other areas, and we see this for example also in construction and in housing, right? Saying like, okay, now we get it that maybe there's the wish to quickly reconstruct buildings, but maybe it would also be better to have a close look on how could you do this. Given the climate and energy challenges that we are in, and maybe there's a more intelligent way of reconstruct things in a more sustainable way and better isolated for not having a huge amount of energy just being lost there. So yes, all of these things are always part and subject of our talks that we're having there when we are engaged with political decision makers, because of course your farmers, your customers, this is one thing, but that is the whole thing also about being engaged in governmental affairs, if you will, to also address these things of, hey, how can we cooperate better, learn from each other, and maybe maybe make some things a little bit better than they were before, and then that they work for the whole also of Europe. But that is something I would say that I also see from the Ukrainian side, very huge will, and they take it very serious, of course, the process that they are in of EU accession. And then, of course, that's a part of it already, right? Saying like, okay, how can we best make this EU accession and meeting all of these requirements that we're having, and find a smooth way of then we can all benefit then from Ukraine being in our EU family, with being a huge agricultural player there.
That's an interesting piece in that regard, that of course, technically with proper deregulation and relatively low taxation for European farmers, there's a possibility that Europe, when it includes Ukraine, could become one of the biggest exporters of certain grains and components. And at the same time, Ukraine has had traditionally, for example, Ukraine grew a lot of hemp for, say, building materials and for ropes at an early stage in the 19th century, something which has gone completely out of fashion for other cash crops. We can now see that in construction materials in Europe, sustainability has become a major issue. So people are using sheep wool for insulation, they're using hempcrete for insulating lining, all things which are produced out of the seeds which companies such as Bayer then actually work on. So there is an integrative effort, and I completely appreciate this. I think it's very important that the large companies of Europe can, in this regard, play a major role in helping Ukraine shape that strategy. And this is something which one would expect from, be it Bayer or be it other large companies in that regard, whether it's Saint-Gobain in France or the likes, I don't really care. But did you see that there was this level, that there was sufficient enthusiasm amongst the corporates visiting the conference in that regard?
Yes, I did. Actually, I mean, before the conference, there was a huge debate on who is invited, right? And how could you get an invitation? So that is something that I observed in many cases, also with other companies and corporates, even saying like, "Hey, how did you get an invitation? How do we do this?" Basically, there was a lot of uncertainty and not really knowing what are the criteria, or could you apply for attending, or how is this even working. So I would say the interest was much higher even than those who then at the end of the day could be there. So yes, I think there's a lot of enthusiasm, and only maybe also being it for the reasons that I said before, that some companies joined just to see how others are doing it. So we in our event, for example, we gathered these three different types, I would say, of companies. So those like us who are already investing in Ukraine, then you have some who are shortly before doing this or making this step, who already decided like, yeah, we plan to invest. And then others saying like, oh, it's still, for us, it's still too big of a risk. We are not entirely sure, but we are very interested to see how you do it. And I think that is the important thing to do there, right? To making the case, not only gathering those who are already committed and investing. I mean, that is also good to exchange and to see, okay, where do you have your challenges, or what is your problem, or what are your best practices maybe that we can learn from, but also encouraging others and showcasing it's possible, and gathering all of those there. So yes, I really I felt that there was a huge interest and will also to do this, to invest, but as I said, also a certain amount of uncertainty still when it comes to government's assurances how they could do this best.
Still the same thing. Lots of corporate will, lots of support in the population, but still a lack of political will. I think my friend and colleague David had a question. David, is it for this or for?
Yes, it's about the hit on. I mean, I'm not expecting a detailed answer, but in kind of broad terms, what's the kind of hit on Bayer's business in Ukraine and in Russia? I expect as well, right? From the war.
So sorry, what I didn't quite
The
get
impact.
the
Impact.
What's the impact
of the war?
Yeah, the commercial impact. So.
Okay. Yes. Well,
I mean,
in our case, yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Well, in our case, of course, the impact, first of all, for an agricultural big player as Bayer, it was huge, of course, because then when we had the whole grain export, like stopping the grain exports, and then having to find this compromise, how do we go about it, and how can we still having the grains exported to the EU and then from there to other parts. That was a huge disruption, of course, at the beginning. And that was also the moment where we try to keep up the business in a way, like we donated, for example, a lot of seeds to our farmers, because of course they are dependent on the cycles, right, and on the crop cycles. So you have to keep up with that to keep this cycle going. So that was the moment where we then just decided to, okay, now we donate, of course, because we want to help there, and if they get disrupted, then it's even a bigger problem. So yes, the impact was high, but then we managed somehow, and especially also the resilience, of course, of Ukrainian farmers, and also keeping up their work, even it became so clearly more difficult with the mines, for example, as well. That was also the moment where we decided to donate a demining machine that can demine huge agricultural land. So we did this together with a Swiss NGO who's focusing on these demining activities. So yes, then you find a way to, how can you be engaged, how can you help, how can you help having the least of an impact that is possible on your farmers and customers, but also on you as a business. And when it comes to Russia, well, of course, there then we also had business there, and we reduced it to the lowest activity whatsoever possible. And yeah, I mean, of course, that's an impact, but that is, the war had an impact on so many companies and so many people and lives for especially, right? So I would say this is.
Sure.
But your operations kept going in 2020, and you still have consumer healthcare and pharmaceuticals, and even essential agricultural products were supplied. So what's it about? At that point in time, about $190 million was still made as net profit in 2022, and still there's no real resolution as to whether to deprive the Russians of medicine against their headaches, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but that is always the difficulty that you then have to deal with in that moment. But we are very proud. In a way, I don't know if it's the right word when we're talking about that, but we were very, very committed not to have a decision like, let's say, okay, let's leave, or maybe let's pause with our activities there. But one thing, of course, for the business, yes, that is the business interest that you follow, and I think that's also something quite normal. But also because we wanted to show, hey, we are committed and we are standing here on the side of Ukraine, because it's the right thing to do, and because our Ukrainian farmers do an incredible job, and also we have patients there, and as you said, consumers as well, because we are active with all the three divisions. And for us, that was the right thing to do, to show, okay, if they can do it and keep going in such a situation, then of course we can do this as well as a multinational company, and see what we can support. And even if you have your decreases a little bit in your revenues and everything that comes with it, but it's the right thing. And I think it will be also good for business at the end of the day, never having stopped it or interrupted it, but always kept going. And then this will be not only, as I said, the right thing to do, but you will also have your business case that will be then valuable at a later stage for us, but maybe also or hopefully also for Ukraine.
No,
Do you
on the
have any?
Ukrainian side, that's clear. Sorry, hold on one second, David. On the Ukrainian side, we understand this, but the key aspect being is that Bayer continued to deliver seed, for example, in 2023, also to Russian farmers. How do you deal with that?
From what I know, we reduced the business to all non-essential goods to Russia when it comes to Russia. So when you talk about nutrition and food security, as I did before, and then also on health, then yeah, it gets difficult maybe for a company to decide, okay, what do we do with, let's say, our cancer patients that are undergoing clinical trials and are right in the middle of it? Would you stop it from now just overnight and saying like, yeah, that is the decision we made, we're sorry? Yeah, I mean, you could take such a decision. The business decided not to do it and just got rid of everything that is really non-essential for our business. But when it comes to the mission that Bayer has, and this is health for all, hunger for none, then and if you take this seriously, then you might come to this decision saying like, okay, providing seeds, which is essential for the world population, for food security, and delivering
and feeding the families of Russian soldiers,
and maybe then also, you know, keeping up with patients who are really dependent on our therapies and the most important treatments that they could get. Then you can also decide to keep this going. I'm not saying that
it's difficult, is it not, Britta?
It is very difficult, and I'm not saying that there are no voices within the company who would argue against this or who would question this and saying like, maybe there you got it wrong, and maybe it's not the right thing to do, and you realize that I'm already speaking in a very cautious way here, but I understand that there are these voices who are questioning these decisions, but the only thing I can say that this is how the top management decided to do it, and these are the arguments that there are, and yeah, and then it's for others to judge.
So it is ultimately a political decision which is required for the companies to actually do certain things, because by themselves and in themselves, they will not find sufficient argument for the necessary moral case. I remind everybody that the United States did not send any kind of additional help for the Germans to plant seeds in the 1940s. They also did deprive Japan of any kind of oil and supplies, and therefore nearly starved part of the metropolitan populations of Osaka, Nagasaki, Kyoto, and Tokyo, because they knew that otherwise they would have to fight even more. And there you go. So it's war, but we haven't declared war yet. So therefore, Bayer is exempted from any kind of heavy-duty embargoes, because currently we don't have any sanctions which grip. So nobody can really complain about the company, albeit that we would like to, right?
Yeah,
not you. We. It's fine. I'm not trying to argue. I was just trying to sharpen the pencil a little bit to get to the point that this is there is a fine line between what is right in order to win a war, which means depriving those who conduct genocide, and the Russian army conducts genocide on behalf of its government, condoned by a vast majority of the Russian population, which, from my point of view, therefore should be deprived of food, medical supplies, and anything else. We should embargo them to the hilt. We should not let anything into the country. If they have problems with diabetes, their problem, because then they should stop genociding Ukrainians and raping children, elderly women, and the likes, and killing them. If they have problems with heart medicine in any shape or form, they should have thought about it before, or they should stop invading. If they have problems feeding the families of the Russian soldiers, well, tough luck. Stop invading.
Yeah, I understand this point.
Okay, no,
And,
I was just highlighting for the purpose of the discussion with the audience. I was just highlighting this point because I know that it will come up from the people who may ask questions.
Just a further question on the Ukraine side. Do you have any, because there's what 20% of Ukraine now currently potentially mined. Do you have any activities in demining area? I mean, you said you bought a demining machine, but is there anything further?
Yeah, so I mean that was already a huge demining machine for 1 million euros that we donated there, and we just signed another MOU at the URC here in Berlin with our development institutions from the German government. So together with the Ministry, if you will, of Economic Cooperation and Development, to have another 1 million demining project there. So we keep engaged in this topic because this is, of course, very, very important, and then also related to our customers, to our farmers, especially for their agricultural land. So what we are focusing more is these huge agricultural lands, right? I mean, I know that there are humanitarian demining activities also that the German Foreign Office, for example, is working on. But we as a company, because then you always have to make the case, once you cooperate, you make a public-private partnership with the ministry, for example, you need to make your case why this is now for you, the best angle that you want to come in. And so in our case, it's the agricultural lands. But still, I mean, it's a huge challenge for farmers, and also, of course, it's a huge security risk for them to do their everyday work while they are having the risk that there are mines in their fields and they might not survive the day. So that is really something that we are still engaged, and I'm sure it won't be the last project that we are trying to get up and running here.
All righty. If you don't mind, Britta, we have a couple of people from our audience, and there will be more coming with questions. I would like to hand it to a friend and colleague of ours who's also a regular co-host with us. It's been, sitting around in Hamburg, reconvalescing at the moment. Massilias, good evening.
Good evening. Hello, panel. Hello, Axel, David, Ghost. Hello, Britta. Nice to meet you here. I have one short question because, and I think I speak for a lot of fellas in this regard, and I'm sure you know who the fellas are. If you have also considered one reason for getting dramatically less votes in the election for EU Parliament, compared especially to the FDP party, who had obviously made their campaign around Strack-Zimmermann. Have you thought about it? Did it occur that those people actually might have been scared away by the fact that some figures who has been so vocal about sending Taurus, like Tony Hofreiter, for example, didn't join the debate about Taurus and didn't break with, with this regime of everyone voting for the same thing, like Strack-Zimmermann did at the end, finally.
Yeah, it's a very, very good question, but also very difficult to answer, because I was thinking about this as well. I was wondering, okay, could this also maybe one reason to how credible, right, are you as a politician when you're supporting such a decision as Taurus, and then you have this whole circus that we all had to follow in the German parliament about this decision. And then at the end of the day, the chancellor just keeps going with his no, and then, end of story, that this could also affect, of course, the way that voters are looking at us. In that special case, I really think it's more aspects than maybe this one. Of course, I would argue that yes, now, because you always said that, or it was always true, right, that foreign and security policy is not so much a topic that people care about when they are going to the national elections. I would argue maybe now this is a little different, because we could see that security and just the feeling of security has played a huge role, and how could it not, right? But still, I think for this result there, we have a lot more complex aspects. That is, I mean, first of all, the extremist parties winning. Well, why? Because of course this wish for simple answers in a time that is so complex and so difficult and full of crises, and that there are obviously no simple answers, but nevertheless, that is what people want to hear and want to get. So then you could, and also in social media and pushed by TikTok and all of these platforms that we know, that it's just so easy to pretend to offer your simple recipes here that won't work, of course, at the end of the day. But for some people, still, it's appealing to then vote for these companies, and we don't have quite a fun countermeasure there, right? How could you counter this policy of just throwing out their simple answers and paroles, even if nothing of it is true or would be doable by these parties? Well, that is one thing. And then, as I said, young voters, especially. And I'm not so sure if something like the Torres decision, and did they follow what they were really believing it or not, and so on. Is that really anything that especially the young generation then opposed and said, yeah, that's why we vote for another party? In that numbers that we saw, I think that is something different, and that is just this negative outlook from their perspective of their own future. I mean, they had to experience these 2 days locked up at home during Corona, and then now there's this war, and of course it affects young people, saying like, oh God, okay, now there's a war on my own continent, and how is this gonna all end? Then of course there are the individual challenges of, will I be able to pay for my own apartment? Can I study somewhere else and abroad and afford it? Whatever other reasons is, but all of this cumulates in maybe a feeling of, I think my generation, like speaking from a young person's perspective, right, is really the generation that will have a worse life than my parents or my grandparents before. And no party, including mine, was able to give this more positive vision of the future, despite all of the really complex, difficult challenges. So sorry for being a little long about this, but I think it is really much more and more aspects and a complexity to this than maybe the argument you raised, although I was also wondering if that could be one aspect of it all also.
You can always focus on growth, generating more growth, deregulating, giving people more freedoms, and you will find out, funny enough, that it's more sustainable, because it manages to get them more take-home pay, that they have a more positive outlook. You wouldn't believe, but that's true. The Americans have done this many times over. Reinventing yourself by creating more freedoms works. But if you do it from a moral position, you actually win the game. That's the whole thing. If you don't mind me, Britta, I would like to go to Ralph, a friend and colleague of ours from Baku in Azerbaijan. He always has a valuable question. Ralph, can you hear us? Ralph? Let's try this. Ralph?
Ralph shows as a listener for me, Axel.
As a listener? He dropped off. Yeah, I can't. Okay, I still see him as a speaker. That's a pity. Alrighty, well, we'll come back to that.
Muted.
We'll come back to him when he comes back up.
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Welcome. So, from the cradle of fossil fuels for the Industrial Revolution, from Baku, the country where oil was first taken out before Standard Oil actually made it a business? Ralph, please.
Yes, in the 19th century, first of all, good evening. And in the 19th century, in the middle or end of 19th century, and early of 20th century, is Baku is number one place in the oil gas sectors, and so many things is a major center of the world in the time. And the Siemens brothers and the Nobel brothers make huge business in the Azerbaijan. I have a question of dear guest that actually it's a two question. First question is that it's a look at the German politics. I never understand that what is happening. Germany is the first country in the Europe, and according to this year, in the third economy, according to the IMF, is the third economy in the world now. And Germany have a huge country for a very important country for the world. I mean, Munich Security Conference. It's very important for every people around the world attending that, and discussion of world security. For example, Deutsche Welle, Germany news media, one of the important mainstream media in the world. And I don't understand that how Germany is a, for example, Gerhard Schroeder and Angela Merkel failure policy is that in the close nuclear power plant and coal mining, and so much depends on Russian energy. I don't understand what's happening. And now in the Gerhard Schroeder still in the living in the Russia and working, and he's a member of port staff of in the Gazprom Rosneft. And the second, my question is, what do you think that what's a European Parliament election very important for NATO security and the Russia war against Ukraine? And the third question is how Germany support Ukraine, because we know that a lot of million Ukrainian refugees are living in the Germany. Thank you. Dankeschön.
Thank you so much for the questions. Well, first question, I would love to have the answer why and how this is possible that the conservatives and the SPD and Gerhard Schröder as a person, why they made this decision to get so incredibly dependent from Russia energy-wise. It has always been a mistake. And there was also a debate. I mean, it's not as if this wouldn't have been also a aspect that Germany debated. But as I said, like back then, the Green Party was actually the only one being really arguing really heavily against this and saying like, hey, this is a huge mistake that you're making. But as I said before, then we just heard, well, it's because you don't understand the business, it's because you don't have real knowledge and expertise in energy policy and in economic policy, and you're just exaggerating and being hysterical about what could happen. You just have to talk to Putin and you just have to keep up your good dialogue with him, and then you'll see diplomacy will solve everything. Like that, the old Wandel durch Handel thing that is just went down so well. So yeah, why? The reason? Well, I just know that it also goes beyond Gerhard Schröder, and it also goes way back to party relations, also from the Social Democrats back to Niedersachsen, to the western part of Germany. So there's a really excellent book written by two German journalists about this. So, but unfortunately, I think it's only in German. But I'm waiting for it to come out in English, and then I can recommend it to you. Again, it's really revealing what you can read there. So it's not only Gerhard Schröder; it goes deeper, definitely, and that's why we are also arguing for a proper, how to say, like a proper. Committee or how do you say, like investigation, or some kind of commission or anything that is investigating this policy, and especially the relations that are there, because I think, and many colleagues of mine as well, that this is worth taking a closer look what is going on there, and how Germany became that dependent from Russia, not only economically, but then also politically, that you can see now. The second question.
But you do know this, Britta. But you do know this. Just you know why it happened, how it happened, right? We'll come to this in a second, because you know exactly when it started in the end of the 1960s and how it continued and the likes. We all know this. The committee would have to go back into late 1960s policy of the Social Democrats, and we would have to look into many, many deep things in order to get this, because it would be unfortunate if we would then find people who at that point in time were, say, advocating for policies which probably were very socialist. But we'll come to that. Carry on with the second question, please.
The second question, just remind me quickly, that was
how European Parliament election influenced NATO security.
So when you mean when I was still working in Parliament, or do you mean the upcoming parliamentary
how
elections?
The European Parliament election, how the recent elections impact security vis-a-vis NATO in Europe?
Okay, yeah. Well, definitely a lot, I would say, because these elections are also then always a question of how will European security be guaranteed or not, maybe. I mean, it's the EU elections, is, as I said, our inner German elections that are still coming up, and that could have a major shift also when we look at the next federal election in next year. So saying, like, for example, when the rise of the extremist parties, and especially right wing, but also the very left extremist party, if that rise continues, then I feel that we have really a major problem, because I mean, in the German case, the AfD, for example, now openly financed by Russia and China. I mean, what else do you need? What else of a proof do you need that they are not the fiercest defenders or supporters of Ukraine or of any democratic camp that we are in? So this will be more than difficult. And then having a look at the upcoming election in the US, and we'll see how that goes. But from what we hear there, yes, I mean, of course, it's about European security. It's about our relationship within NATO and how all of that will then end up. So that's why I always argue, like, now is really a decisive moment for our own security, and you cannot stress this enough also to people, to individuals that you're talking with on election campaigns or whatever it is, and in every little village. I also try to do this, to say, like, hey, this is nothing abstract or very far away, or these are no abstract discussions that you're seeing in the parliament, like, for example, about Taurus or other weapon systems, because that is what I keep hearing, that people are like saying, like, yeah, but this is not really useful, that we always discuss every single weapon system. Yeah, maybe they are right on that point, but the bigger argument is, why do we even do this, and why is it important? Because there's so much at stake here. It's our own security. Of course, it's now Ukraine is fighting for us, fortunately, and very bravely. But if we not if we do not support them now, if we don't decide now, if we don't defeat Russia in Ukraine, then it will be worse and worse and coming closer and closer also to us and to everyday people here living in Germany, and plus then having migration challenges and so on. So yes, I think it impacts it a lot. And then at the same time, sometimes you have the feeling that some people still here are not connecting this well enough. And that is what I think is the task of political decision makers, of politicians, to explain this. Why? What does this have to do with you, that you are here now living in your little German village? How is this affecting you, and why is this important? And the third question was about Germany's support.
About Ukraine. And
yeah,
just briefly that I remember that Volodymyr Zelensky's speech in the last week in the German Bundestag, and he said important thing about that is a Berlin Wall, and he said that is a Germany better than understand us and our feeling. It's very important. I think so.
Yes, I think this speech was so important. It was such an important sign to have him there. And I mean, the reaction of far right and far left groups in the German parliament, I mean, yeah, speaks for itself, I think, and reveals a lot about them. But it was very important that he was there. And still, to me, it's every time, I feel like then we always hear, of course, from the Ukrainian side, this deep gratitude that they express and say, like, we are so grateful that Germany supports and so on. And yes, Germany does a lot. Germany supports, and then they come with their numbers, that Germany being the second largest supporter in Europe, and on financial terms and so on. But it's not related, first of all, to the GDP, so what Germany could do as an economic power as it is, and also what you count, basically what you all count as a support. But then some people just stop there. They are saying, like, well, these are the numbers. Germany is doing a lot. End of story, right? We can praise ourselves that we are doing so much. Great. But if we look at what is happening on the ground, so what is the status that we're seeing there, then is it enough? I mean, is it the right course? Is it the right things that we're supporting with or not? And what is the goal? And then that comes back to the point that we had in the discussion. If you don't define the goal, then you won't have the proper means and the strategy to get there. And until today, the chancellor hasn't said that Ukraine should win this war. And that is a real problem, because he keeps on with his self-praising of, we are doing so much and all of this pressure is unjustified, and it's not right to blame Germany, and it's all the others. He keeps then going on with the finger pointing on others. And I think that is really fatal to do this. Germany should be.
Is it fair to say that he's an adult? Britta, the chancellor is an adult. He's an adult. He's a erwachsen. He has a career. Right? So he has chosen. Yes. You made the point. He has chosen, since the full-scale invasion, never to say that Ukraine must win and Russia must be defeated. It is his choice. There's your political will. Richtlinienkompetenz.
Yeah.
He exerts power. He leads in one specific direction, and not because he is forced to, not because that is very pragmatic, because he elects to. It's his party politic. It is his own conviction that there must never be, seemingly, because that's the only consequence, a victory, a military victory against Russia. Because otherwise he would elect to say so. What do you think?
Yes, I'm with you on that. I think it is his own decision, as you said, and that is the political will or the political won't, as someone said recently. Yeah, and that is the frustrating point of it all. It's not that, you know, everything that he keeps saying about that he's so that he's just so deliberate on things, and you just have to weigh all the complex and difficult arguments, and then you might end up someday with a decision. That is not what is happening, even if he's trying to tell this to people. And that was also basically the whole campaign that we saw from the SPD in EU election, being about he's the reasonable one, right? All the others are the hysterical warmongers and so on. So that is really what keeps frustrating me deeply, that I see, as you put it, it's his decision. It's nothing that you would see, oh, maybe he's not well informed, or maybe there are so many other things you have to weigh against that it makes it difficult. No, it's the will not to have this as a goal, and then also, of course, it's the will not to support whatever victory takes for Ukraine. And that makes it extremely difficult. And we can say that it is clearly the chancellor. It is the chancellor and his party. So there's a very different stance within the Green Party, within the FDP, and then, of course, in the opposition, CDU, CSU as well. So, yes, this makes it extremely difficult. And then also, you know, towards your Ukrainian friends, that you always have to explain, yeah, you know, we would like to see it any other way, but there's a chancellor with his Richtlinie competence, as you said. So yeah,
I would have said Mr. Scholz's assistance to Ukraine is like a doctor who just says, oh, you know what, this patient is going to die anyway, and extends what we would call palliative care, nothing else.
Yeah.
This is but Ukraine is a nation which does not live in a hospice. Ukraine is a very vibrant culture. Ukraine is essentially Europe. And this chancellor has not seen the arc of history. Don't forget, in 1984, he was happy as a very young man to start his travels into Soviet-occupied Germany, mistakenly called the German Democratic Republic, nothing democratic about it. And he had 9 meetings over the years there. He was still very much in favor in 1986 of policies of the Sozialistische Einheitspartei Deutschlands in order to foster a reaction towards the American policies of stationing weapons, which ultimately convinced the Soviet Empire and managed to get the Soviet Empire onto its knees, together with a number of economic policies. And of course, our success in that regard begets what in 1984 Willy Brandt still called the lie of life, die Lebenslüge der deutschen Politik, Wiedervereinigung. And later on, Mr. Brandt then reverts back to his, earlier days of being a mayor of West Berlin, where he then said, oh no, Berlin is unified and the likes. It's very interesting that the policies of that party, which went after and supported the investment in the Urengoy gas fields at the end of the 1960s, and where even Mr. Chancellor Schmidt, whilst advised by Zbigniew Brzezinski and the Carter administration, went against that, opposed that, and led to that dependence which you decried earlier so rightly, because the energy dependence from Russian gas starts with German and Austrian engineers being sent by socialists and continues by socialists making a contract which makes Germany energy dependent for 10%, at a point in time when people who founded your party were demonstrating in Wackersdorf and against the Stadtbahn West. So you could see a historic arc, Britta, if you like.
Oh, it's getting late.
I'm old. I'm old. What I'm saying is, the good thing is what you highlighted, what we started with today, and that is the pragmatism. That is the pragmatism of those who are cast into a situation where they have to act and decide. And there is hope that the Green Party with Mr. Habeck and Toni Hofreiter can actually be pragmatic in the future. This is what I would take from what we're discussing today.
Yes, yes, and to end on this more positive note, I would also agree to this. But yeah, and then there again, there's still work ahead of us, because in order to be able to be pragmatic in the next government, you have to do better as a party still to have the chance even to form a coalition. So I think that that is something that we should work on, and we try to do this. And I also have hope. I really have to say, when I look at other younger talents now, maybe wanting to or thinking about entering the race or taking responsibility, maybe for a political mandate or whatever, that we are maybe getting there slowly, having more people in there, hopefully, who have more of this pragmatic stance on things, and really deciding on, okay, what is it that I see, what are my information, and based on that, what then is the right thing to do to have our liberal democracy survive and also thrive. What do I have to do, and not what is written in some policy platform 20 years ago, or why would I follow a policy that I've always followed and that leads me back to, as you said, the 60s. So no, right? Having people with a reasonable mind, well informed, based on science and those things you should believe in and nothing else, and then make your right decision. What is the right thing for the majority of our people and for our own survival as free societies?
Very wise words. Thank you very much for that. There's one last question from my friend Basilius, if you allow, and then we'll end on that. Basilius, please.
Thank you. Britta, you spoke about the elections, and with this, there was one particular thing that struck me personally as most, and I don't want to make any arguments per CDU, because they have their own problems, but especially SPD put it with Katharina Barley as their main candidate. And I mean, it must have been also striking to you, I suppose, that she has been pictured in a connotation to Katharina di Grosse, so Katharina Velat. I mean, how awful is this move in this current situation? Then she also used Matroshka dolls, and she has openly stated that for her the best SPD politician is Manuela Schwesig, who's like the main figure behind Nord Stream 2, where she is actually one of the main figures behind Nord Stream 1. So what kind of communication is this? I mean, actually it's clear. We want to stay like we've been. We keep with Russia. Vote for us, you vote for Russia.
Yes. Well, I have to agree. There's nothing else that would come to my mind, because I was wondering what this campaign, like, if they are really serious about it, or if there could be, you know, if you would have goodwill in looking at all of this. I thought, like, okay, was there someone in the marketing or communications and campaigning team that didn't quite I don't know, read the news or have you know, the take attention, and maybe made a mistake out of whatever? But no, I mean, just no. After one of these campaigning posters that I saw, and then the next one, then, as you put it, to me as well, it made this, unfortunately, right, this sense in a way for the SPD. I think it's a coherent thing and way of communicating. It says, we, once this war is over, that is also what you sometimes hear. And then you're wondering, okay, how will it be over if you refuse to get the support that we need there? So once this war is over, then we'll get back to our business as usual with Russia. That is what we in SPD as a political party want. That is what many businesses might want. So yeah, and nothing else to care about here, right? So I found this campaign horrible, devastating, really. And I mean, okay, the SPD didn't do as well now in the elections.
That is an understatement.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine that they did with that campaigning. Then I would have lost my faith in, I don't know, so many people in this country. So it's enough that the extremist parties had such a rise, but that if that would have attracted voters, even this campaigning, then I don't know what I would have done. But yes, I'm with you there. For me, it was clear that they don't even hide this anymore as something that they're wrong about. No, they are even expressing it openly, that this is how they look at it. And maybe there's also always this fine how would I say, like this fine tendency of anti-Americanism still in this whole thing. That is also what we've always seen with the pro-Russian approach. That at the same time you could see a clear anti-US approach there as well. So this is everything that I see in this party, and that's why I said before, it goes way beyond Gerhard Schröder, and that is really a problem. And as you said, Manuela Schwesig, she's still the minister president of a Bundesland in Germany, still after everything. So yeah, it's not right, and this has to change, and this is what we have to fight for here, really, to get rid of those people.
Okay, one last question for me then. Britta, what do you think is the name, or which name comes to mind when the SPD has less than 14%? And who was a chancellor in Germany when the SPD had less than 14%? Who was the last one? What do you think?
That is mean. I would say Olaf Scholz, but maybe now you're leading me here, misleading me somewhere.
I would never do that. I would never do that. It's more like a humorous question about history, because the last chancellor where the SPD had such bad results on a large national level was Otto von Bismarck.
Oh. Okay, I see. Yeah, well, quite a track record then here for our leading chancellor.
Yeah, exactly. Because after the war, the lowest result the Social Democrats had was evidently in 2017 at 20.5. And but there you go.
Yeah.
What shall you say? Here we are.
Well,
Britta,
we hope
very
for
much.
Different results. Thank you so much. Thank you
Seriously,
for
this has been
inviting
tremendous.
me. It was great. It was great to be on your show today. And yeah, best of luck. And I hope it was also interesting to your listeners. And yeah, hope to read and see all of you on X and following your activities. And thank you so much for everything you're doing. That is really can't be appreciated enough.
Thank you so much, and thank you. Hopefully, we'll see you again sometime soon.
Yes, I would love that. Okay.
Great, fantastic.
We will probably have a panel also in the near future, together with friends of ours such as Benjamin Tallis and the likes, and a few people to discuss various topics. So if that is the case, then we will be delighted to have you back here, and then let's have a little word about national security challenges and what we're going to do about it, because I think this will be a very, very challenging but also very interesting year. Thank you for that.
That is very true. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of the evening. Bye-bye.
And to the rest of the audience, no, Britta and I are not related, but she is tremendous because she is a Jakob.
I can agree.
All righty, thank you. Much appreciated.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All righty, there you go. That was delightful.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Very good. We need more politicians like that in the world, right?
All righty. Masilius, so did you get your questions answered?
Yes, I did indeed, and they've been answered very to my satisfaction. By the way, Axel, speaking of relations, you know, there was the summit in Swiss, and at this date, actually, two famous politicians had birthday together. Do you know who that was?
Birthday? You lost me there. I apologize.
The summit has been a few days ago in Switzerland.
Yes.
And on this date, actually, I forgot the exact date, two politicians had birthday.
I really don't follow birthdays of politicians. I'm so sorry.
You don't need to. But they're also really not twins, although they are quite often mentioned here because it was Olaf Scholz and Donald Trump.
Well, what shall I say? They can't be helped.
No grounds for celebration.
In each case, I would not send a present.
Me neither.
Exactly. James, you got your hand up.
By the way, before hold 1 second. Apologies, James. 1 second. Just addressing one question. The audience came through. The audience has asked how it is possible that the SPD did have no such low results in the 1920s. No, it did not. Their lowest result was in the most contested and worst election ever in 1933, and that was 1825. 18.25%. Previously, during the Weimar Republic, their results were always slightly higher than that. And there you go. That tells you everything you need to know. Olaf Scholz is definitely worse with his party's result than the SPD was way back until Otto von Bismarck. But James, please, sorry, apologies. I just want to get this off my chest.
No problem. I was just also demonstrating what I wanted to talk about, and that was Britta's mastery of the sub-vocalization.
Someone wanted to speak? Oh, you mentioned me. I'm kind of puzzled now. Oh, someone speaking.
I am speaking, Masilius. I'm sorry you can't hear me. I'll just repeat it quickly.
David? Can you hear
James is speaking, Masilius.
Everybody can hear James. It's just you who can't hear James again.
Okay. Reschedule. Shuffling. Bye.
I can talk about Masilius. No, I wanted to talk about how good Britta was at using the kind of sub-vocalizations. She was masterful at that, Axel. It really helped move the conversation along, I thought, because it was letting us know in real time kind of where her head was about some of the questions you asked. So it was just fascinating, and that's the least of the credit I'll give her. All around great interview, knowledgeable, smart, funny, etc. So a great interview. Thank you.
Much appreciated. And the funny thing is that Britta and I have had a long conversation, not only with David, but also beforehand about this. And you wouldn't believe how many overlaps there are, despite the fact that there are divisions too. But no, she's of course also in a difficult position as she's now in government liaison for a large corporate and not just advising party politics. So it's a delicate situation, let's put it this way.
Well, she did great. The conference sounds like it went well. I think MriyaReport nailed it with the photovoltaic and battery equipment that we got. This is the kind of investment that Ukraine needs, probably stuff like that for the household, for the business, and for the larger building, I think, are what they ought to be thinking about right now today for rolling out. And Germany is certainly in a position in the photovoltaic market. They've got a lot of capacity there. And so other countries, I hope, are also getting into that great business, because this is really sustainable, and it's taking up.
So did we just lose James, or is it me?
No, James is talking, David. It's probably you. I mean, I can hear James, and James was just highlighting from his perspective, Germany has a lot of capacity. Unfortunately, James, the photovoltaic industry in Germany has literally died away because the Germans lost the price competition with the Chinese. So there's literally nothing left. They can install, they've done the R&D at an early stage, but they completely failed making it a viable industrial proposition worldwide.
Because
they
we
did
did.
have,
We tariffed
sorry.
them. We tariffed the Chinese, and our industry has made a comeback only because of that reason. Only because we put tariffs on it and specifically protected companies from China. So yeah, it's ugly. Not fair trade, but fair trade.
I was interested in your take on the European elections, Axel. You were mentioning that you thought that there's something of a central consolidation going on, as far as I
I think it's quite evident that I mean the EVP, the European how should we say, center right in Europe, as parties go, it's a loose association, but everything which is center right in Europe is organized in the so-called EVP, European People's Party. They have gained more seats. They are the strongest party association across, followed by the Social Democrats, albeit that they've lost a lot of votes, and the Liberals, who still have who've been challenged, but they've held their game because some of the Liberals actually are more what is center right in Germany, for example, and those three together have an absolute majority in the European Parliament. So the centre has held, absolutely, it's no question. But
yeah, it's exactly my reading of it as well. But I've not seen too much reporting along those lines. Also, you've got Giorgia Meloni's bloc. Can't remember what they're called now, but
yeah, but that's the thing. Her party association is actually not really right wing. There is an element of populism in it, but it's certainly more conservative. So if you were to put Miss Meloni on the party spectrum, you could compare the EVP to what is the Christian Democratic Union in Germany. I mean, this is not completely perfect, but you know what I mean. And Miss Meloni, because her policies are very much the same structure with the German CSU, which is the conservative party in the state of Bavaria, which is associated with the CDU. It's not much. There's not much differentiation between certain parts of the more pragmatic part of the Fratelli d'Italia. The issue is that she has in her own coalition government, she has the nuts, the absolute complete nutters still in there, but she pushed them all to the side. Literally, her polling at the moment, if Italy were to go through another vote, she would probably take, I mean, the Lega Nord would always get their votes, and they'd probably even get back into government, but they'd be a minority in the government more than they are at the moment. And Berlusconi's party is literally disassembling itself. So that populist, hard right, Berlusconi, whatever kind of movement you want to call it at that time, and not only with the demise of Berlusconi himself, but the successors, all of this, that's completely gone. That they're not even working. And if you compare this to all the other Italian parties, you will probably see a significantly strengthened Meloni if she can get the economics right this year. And she's massively challenged locally because Italy is going through a very difficult economic phase. So if you therefore think her bloc, or which is not even a bloc, a loose association, she has thrown out the far-right German party from her association, but she still has, unfortunately, an association with other far-right parties, which is not so, how should we say, which the Germans would call in French, dégoûtant. And that's the problem.
Yeah, so peace are still in there, aren't they?
Well, I wouldn't be, not, see, this is I think that's a Central European thing. Peace has a wide spectrum of the Polish vote, and a large part of Polish society is very conservative. The Polish society is highly polarized. The parties associated with Donald Tusk and his government, not all of them are as acceptable necessarily to a centrist mindset as you would think. I dispense with peace for that matter. It's not good necessarily that they have the politicians which they send to Europe are not necessarily the most attractive ones. I agree with that. But denying a party which has been in government in Poland, that has been running the government for a long time and also has done pragmatic policies. And by the way, actually, most of these policies, if you look at what Mr. Tusk supposedly stands for economically and what peace stands for, there is little difference actually in that regard. It's extremely funny that on the economic policies, the two are relatively similar, but they have different elites in their parties and they want to allocate power differently. And they hate each other to an extent which you haven't seen in politics in Europe otherwise. It just doesn't exist, but it's a different thing. So, but what I was leading at is Meloni essentially with her own Fratelli d'Italia, if she were to vote alongside what the EVP does on a regular basis, then no matter who of the individual mandated elected officials from various countries, and there is no such thing as cohesion in the European Parliament. Often 10, 15, 20% of a party do not vote with their affiliation, with their association. That's a very important thing. It's not that everybody votes in the same way as structured. They really go by individual and country party mandates more than anything else. So that's the difficulty of that European Parliament. And so you would probably see a lot of votes where Ms. Meloni will go hand in hand with what the EVP does, and therefore will secure a majority. And therefore the center has become, in a strange way, stronger than it was before. That's the long and short of it.
Yeah, which is a strange fact. It's not been reported that way for some reason.
I'm not so sure. I think that there's a couple of people amongst the colleagues from Konrad Schuller and Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung have been reviewing it this way. Some of the Swedish newspapers have looked at it in the same way. I think that there is, if you read Italian, you will probably find the same thing there too. I think I would have to look it up. I thought I had heard it from one of the authors who writes for the NZZ, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, who's come to the same kind of conclusion from the outside looking in. In any event, people, it was delightful, and I shall say, bid you good night and good luck, because I shall retire.
Good night, Axel. Been a pleasure co-hosting with you. It was a good session.
Well,
Vasilius.
Britta is a Jakob, so what did you expect?
A coffee.
Jakob, Vasilius.
But Jakobs.
No,
it's from Jakob.
No. Jakobs is a different name, completely different name, completely different things. It is just the plural. Two individual Jakobs are Jakobs, but that's it. So thank you very much. Good night. Good luck.
Thank you very much. No, nice to hear you again after a long period actually where I had a cold. And yes, been glad being able to talk again. David, because we've been speaking about Polish and the European politics, I wonder if it might interest you as to hear also my opinion on this, because I'm actually from Poland and following these topics very, very close. And this EKR and EPP parties are both center-right, but as Axel has put it, the one is you could say is a little more, at least when it comes to those positions of Tusk and Peace. On the other hand, you can clearly draw a line between future thinking of Europe as a EU, and because the one ideology goes towards making EU more or less a state, where the other one is keeping it as a union and also having strong ties to partners like America and so on and so forth. While on the other hand, the proposal, for example, from Macron when he was in China was going into the direction we want to make EU more or less a state, and therefore become less dependent or interact with the USA, and that's why it has been so favored by the XI. While the other sides thinks that actually EU should stay like it is, a union, and focus on the Atlantic partnership with other countries which have like a similar mentality, and therefore you can draw actually quite a precise line between those two, and why they also hate each other, although they are both center right so much, because yeah, Poland had which history it had. It has been constantly thrown teared apart and ruled by foreign nations for a long period of times, and what a lot of Poles struggle actually for to finally make a good economy, invest this all struggle, and be a normal country for at least a few hundred years without someone from foreign side dictating everything. And the plans to convert EU into some kind of states where everything is centralized and big portions of sovereignty are given away is again going into similar direction. While on the other hand, you see that we've been talking here to Ms. Britta Jakob, and she also said that those parties who are actually leading the right now in the EU, like the socialists, and also as you see Macron and so on, are very not that much friendly towards USA, as for example, as some other European parties would like to see it. So I think this is one of this basis of this division. So I would be glad to hear Axel's take on that as well. But I think in case there is no one else to add to it, we might maybe shift the topic. And I would love to talk about the Peace Summit and all the great quotes that has been made and moves actually. What do you think?
That's a good idea. I'm going to jump down now because I think you're coming up, Vasilius. Is that right?
Yes, I'm here.
So thank you very much, everybody. I'll join as a speaker again in a second. I think it's been a good session. Look forward to joining us again tomorrow. We've got Mark Toth and John Sweet on again tomorrow afternoon. Thanks very much. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. Thank you, David, for co-hosting as always. It's it's good to see you. You and Axel did a great job with this interview. A little heavy on the Axel side, but he's good at this. So, anyways, Vasilius, good to be with you. And Ghost, I see you. And David Bailey looks like he'll stick around and talk to us for a bit. So that's good. So. And Fancy, Fancy's a listener. Okay, well, I don't think I have any ghosts at the moment, except for the ghost who's meant to be here, Vasilius, and that's a good thing for us. So Ghost, yes, we actually see movement from Ghost too, so we know he's not a ghost. Well, I get confused here, Vasilius. Save me.
He's spooking. You know, ghosts can spook, so there's still an interaction allowed. And Fancy is coming up. Totally perfect.
That was spooky, isn't it?
Okay, great people. Let's get serious. Have you seen all those all those comments? Actually, there have been a few really nice moves there. So it would be a shame if we won't discuss them. So I made a list especially for those because I thought it would be a great topic to handle here. So let's start. So there was, I think the first one which came to my attention was actually before the meeting, has started, and it was, I think, the most, if you would like to call it, based one. And it came actually from our Polish president, who had said the following: since Putin wants Russian soldiers to die in Ukraine in huge numbers, then we must do everything possible to ensure that Mr. Putin's expectations are met. And yes, this is badass as it only gets, I think. So I put it into the nest. Then Mr. Rute had made also a great comment. In effect, that Putin's yesterday came out with his silly proposal shows you that he is panicking. So that's good news. So this was the comment from Mr. Rute. I would put it into the nest as well. We can later on remove them, of course. And then Mr. Macron made also a very interesting move because, and you actually that one you need to see because it's less vocal, more show off. He came with a guy carrying the suitcase with the atomic suitcase. So it was like a clear sign to Putin. Look, we also get those things. Yes, and then there have been more actually quotes. One from Mr. Zelensky. No, there is no Russia here. Why? Because if Russia was interested in peace, there would be no war. Also a very good one. And again, Andrzej Duda, in Ukraine today, Russia remains the largest colonial empire in the world. That, unlike European powers, has never undergone the process of decolonization and has never been able to deal with the demons of its past, which is a very, very important thing, because they think they are the best thing on the world, but because they process should have been required before one starts to deal with them in any shape or form. Then the dragon needs to be decapitated, and it needs to happen thanks to the tough stance of a free word. So, I think, although some might argue that those are not very, very peaceful in the terms of we sit together and smoke a joint sentences, and although I like sitting together and smoking a joint, this is not a time for sitting together and smoking a joint, but to actually make a clear statement. You went too far. We will smoke our joints with our here, but not anymore with you. Either you fall or you move away, because this aggression does not stand. And I think this is actually a quote from a very pot-smoking film, Big Lebowski, and not, of course, for the film, but it's a quote that Big Lebowski is using after watching the senior Bush on television. So, James, did you like the quotes that I brought here to our panel from the peace conference?
That is a beautiful bouquet of quotes. I'll tell you that. That was a very nice selection of what was out there. And it just goes to show how far Putin is off base in this. And it's ridiculous. His ask is ridiculous. Who can say no to nuclear security, folks? And if you are saying no, if you're not signing up for this, then should you not expect that perhaps later from Russia, especially you guys who are maybe gonna say, "Oh yeah, we'll get a nuclear plant. It's half off. Great, Russia, we'll buy one," and then you realize later it's also going to be perhaps used by them as some political and military leverage. You know what I'm saying? So there must be political security, and people who do not join become, well, trouble maybe. But I allow for people to come to these things in time. I think we have to wait for effects to come in, and the people most compromised will be the last to sign up. But eventually, I think the planning that has gone into this peace initiative is superb. This session started with three really powerful things: the nuclear question, the question about holding hostages, which is, in my mind, the very worst, and it contains within it genocide. So there is that, and there is a recognition by these 100, groups, nations that are saying, we see these actions. Now, we're not saying genocide yet, but we see these actions that are in the Genocide Convention. And then the third, the food security, it being there as an accomplished goal is, I think, a foundational step in this process, because there is a core set of nations who benefit directly from Ukraine's ability to produce food so abundantly. It is key to their financial success as a nation, although what we're seeing is a rapid diversification in the kind of industries that Ukraine is participating at large scale in, and I think we'll continue to see that happen. So and now there's a communique that's gone to Russia, right? And Russia's getting much of the front page space. It's like Donald Trump gets a lot of press because it makes for good theater. But similarly, Putin's stuff, it sounds batshit crazy, and it is. So I am very pleased with all of what I've seen, and I think that it's tremendous that it is so far along, and that they're already probably planning the next. And I think that's enough from me.
Okay, so let's go to Fancy. For at least to my eyes, is still somewhere in Nirvana between the states and trying to connect. So let's see if he can speak, because he obviously raised his hand, so I believe so. And then we go to Pickle. Fancy, please.
Yes, let's see if you can hear me. Great. I wanted to ask something related to what James was just talking about. So we have Putin saying batshit crazy stuff that really no one takes seriously except the hardcore tanky Sovatniks. I have a hypothesis that this is all not so bad, in fact, because there is no such publicity as bad publicity, right? So Putin, with his batshit crazy stuff, keeps Ukraine kind of on top of the topics in the news, something which he and Russia tried to turn around with the Gaza and Israel war. He kind of like countered now with his own batshit crazy stuff. So I think it's cool. Maybe it's because they really desperately looking for some propaganda win now, that they are making mistakes. But in my opinion, whatever Russia does now to kind of like escalate the language, and I'm not saying climbing up the escalation ladder, because nuclear obviously barely anyone takes serious. So I think that whatever they escalate with, they're doing Ukraine a favor by keeping it in the news and keeping this war as one of the number one problems for at least Europe, right? So by Putin talking about, if you arm Ukraine and if you give them F-16, this is an escalation. If you allow them to strike inside Russia, this is an escalation, and we're gonna retaliate against your army bases, or we're gonna strike Germany, France, or whatever they mention, right? It then has in turn as a consequence that the people from this nation wake up and say, oh shit, these threats, they're lobbed at us, so we better pay attention. So I think what Russia is currently doing, and usually I'm not, seeing things from this rosy perspective, but now I'm seeing this exactly from a very positive perspective, just because I think it is that Russia keeps Ukraine the number one topic in the news. Thank you, Bunker Dwarf.
Thank you, Fancy. I have no idea what you ended that with. If you'd like to tell me, I'd be interested, but no worries. Good question. I'll answer it.
I call Putin the Bunker Dwarf.
Oh, the Bunker Dwarf. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, very good. Yes, indeed. Will he do as another famous Bunker Dwarf did? I'm just saying. Well, anyways, wouldn't be the end of our problems. But anyway, it's a good question. It's good to be in the news because then you are near the front page. People are getting eyeballs on your story, your issue, your concerns. That's all to the good. The way that they are getting so often played as, it is played as like, what I'm hearing anyways and seeing is like the peace process isn't catching on with major players in the world. Of course, we know that's partly true, right? It's partly true in the sense there are some that aren't, but there's others that are. And how much that kind of correction is made, then I think it does help to have any kind of attention given to a topic if there's enough spin back against the spin that's on the stories. But I think the mode here is to have people feel a sense of powerlessness and that forever war and etc. And we do not want that. We don't want people to think that that's true because, in fact, if we look at the tank graph, that's a beautiful thing, diminishing tanks over the next couple of years, etc. Same with artillery. Then we realize it's not a forever war, and the ammunition trough is almost gone. So there is a real strong sense that victory is closer every day. So, but degrading that sense is what I think the negative publicity is doing, and there's a lot of it out there. So it just depends on how well NAFO is a good example of an actor who reacts against things like that. How well do we spin it back? And I think the narrative is catching on more and more that Ukraine is being successful, and I think our efforts collectively, nations and everybody else, making sure the spin is defeated. That then yes, in that sense, absolutely, Fancy. I agree. Fancy, if you'd like to come back on that, that'd be welcome.
Yeah, I can. I see your point with regards to the peace process, but I think to be honest, Russia still got too much of a spin on it because I don't see the necessity, for instance, of China to join this peace process because China is effectively arming the aggressor. So what purpose does have a nation in a peace conference which is giving arms to the aggressor? Like zero. And then I think the most important nations in the peace process are the European nations who are neighboring. So I think the voice of China matters way less. It's like unimportant because they're arming the aggressor and contributing to the genocide. They're actually part of the problem. So peace process should list them as part of a problem to solve. What to do with China? I think Brazil is not actively arming the aggressor, but not contributing to solution. So I don't care if they care to join the process or not. South Africa, I mean, they turned their country into a shithole the last recent years. I think they have different problems than to meddle in European matters. So I think Zelensky's peace summit was successful. It had the relevant people there, and
kind of move from that conceptual, or theoretical kind of area into like, economic, and say this is how much it costs, right? And this is the amount of damage that was done, and we estimate that this is what Russia's going to have to repay, at the end of the war, and it has to be another point of pressure essentially on Russia, right? Especially if Russia ever becomes serious in either negotiating or, either negotiating on the terms of Ukraine just peace, or negotiating its surrender later down the road. Either or, they're going to have to really consider that figure too. So thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, and just to add, this one figure could have been considered actually way earlier, because it was clear that Russia was already stating that they are building the pipelines to actually be able to invade Ukraine. They've been saying it, and still those pipelines have been built. So they have been arguing that gas is something green, although they could have actually attached all this debts and all this pollution you've been talking about already on top of it, because Putin has been saying at some meetings, then once those pipelines are done, we can finally deal with the Ukraine matter. And so I forgot the full sentence, but you just needed to listen. It was clear. Unto, please.
2 points, even on top of that. Right now, there is the fact on the ground that Russia blew a dam, destroyed massive amounts of land, affected a whole ton of people. And on top of that, we have another location where there's a nuclear power plant that's been held hostage by them to be able to be exploited in a military manner. It's a storage site. It's a base center. They know they are not going to get hit there. The Ukrainians are smart enough to know that this is a special place that deserves a special sort of treatment. The Ukrainian military knows exactly what's going on, and they're not dumb. They see Russia utilizing ecocide over the lives of any Ukrainian they could possibly come across, and that it's another instrument for them to commit and carry out their genocide. They use whatever method, whether it afflicts men or animal or land or body of water, entire populations being displaced on purpose. That is the point, that these points are strategic and they are sensitive. Ukraine is smart enough not to, shell this place. Russia knows that Ukraine knows. Russia does not play by the rules. They will take advantage and will push any button. They will set any fire because no one has stopped them until now. And it's a hard reality to adjust all these policies of that have kept sort of the balance for such a long time to the reality of, okay, this is what is actually going on, right? So this genocide is accompanied in many fronts, and it becomes just another realm that Russia can spread its hate and its damage and its will. So we're finally waking up to that reality. And power plants should be treated. If Germany doesn't want to build one in their territory, that's absolutely fine. We can build a network. We have the technology, right? Great, France has them. Macron has been the only one sort of wielding the sable, putting the finger with actions, with weight on his word. I understand it's politics too, right? So take it with a grain of salt, but keep an eye out on all these things that Russia does. This using of energy to blackmail us and scare us. Their disruptive nature in everything they do. There's bad faith in it. So yeah, I hope today was very informative for sure, and I'll be looking forward to the Spotify podcast that remember everybody can get here for MriyaReport.org. And I'm just gonna close out to do a little shout out and a little remember that I'm always asking everybody for your coffee money. I want your coffee money. I want your beer money. I want your tea money. I want
Who
it.
do you want it for? Who do you want
Maria
it
Report. I want it for Maria
Ukraine.
Report.
For
That's right.
Ukraine.
For Ukraine, we're trying to do a good labor here, demining equipment. One of the most noble things you could do in a war situation. If you want to help out, and maybe you don't have a lot of knowledge about medicine, or you don't like blood, well, there's other stuff you can do. You can cook for people. You can demine. Very dangerous. Very brave young soldiers were trying to help out with their ear equipment, ear protection that gives them comms at the same time. And these multi-tools that are very useful. They specifically have been asked for Ukraine. To Maria Report, gladly rallying up everybody. I want your coffee money.
Oh, good. Thank you, Unter.
Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. Listen, thank you for saying all that. And you know how to get there is through one of the links from our host, or going to the internet. You know it still. You're there. That's right. And finding MriyaReport.org. Spell it right. MRIYA report.org, and there is a donate button there on the front page. Usually, it seems like it jumps around on me, but no, in fact, it doesn't. It's probably my vision. So thank you, Untel, for that, and good job. Okay, Vasilis, you know what that means? We can check that off the list. Our scalps will be safe now. They will not scalp us for not doing this, or they may scalp us for not doing it, but Untel may have saved us. I don't know. It's a technical issue. I leave it to the referees to settle.
It still counts if someone does it, as long as gets checking off the list. It doesn't matter if the captain does it or if it's the private, as long as it gets done.
I'm sorry, you're actually issue here. So you cannot ref yourself. Just FYI. Just FYI. Anyways, no, all silliness aside, thank you to everybody who does donate through Maria Report to Ukraine. And we crowdfund because the war is so hungry for everything. And we are asked to handle some smaller issues that they have. We're not going to get 20,000 155 shells. Well, it couldn't go through our 501c3, could it? No, it could not. So that's what we're here about, is for the things that we can spend on. Those can be very much involved in the war. And I would say fighting, mining, the Russian mining, that is both for war and also humanitarian activity. So this really does kind of blend where we're at. We're usually one or the other, like when we did our batteries and photovoltaic panels, that was pretty much humanitarian. And other times it's more clearly military. This time it really does split the difference. And we're glad to be here to help raise that money for Ukraine, because they need it sooner the better, like everything else. And that's what we're here for. Well, one of the things, that advocacy, telling the truth about Ukraine, defeating the disinformation about Ukraine, and providing anybody here an opportunity to come and talk to us and join the discussion about how we can move Ukraine to a safe place, which is Europe.
And I would also gladly add one thing, because Untal has been mentioning the Spotify channel, which has actually a selection of particular.
I think I stunned everyone. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I think it's not the other way around. Can anyone hear me and tell
Well,
James
Vasilius, it's my turn. I'm going to come back as speaker because I can't hear you now. So Twitter's got it in for us anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it's not only Spotify, but we have also a YouTube channel where you can actually listen live to what we are saying. And the good thing on YouTube is that you can always go back a few minutes. So in case you've missed some conversation which has been going just a few minutes ago or an hour, it depends, because those streams have not the same length. It depends on when the space crashes and other things. But you can always go back in time, and you will find a lot of more content over there, because nearly everything goes through through this YouTube channel. So if you want to really listen to a collection of curated and selected panels with which are for good reason being made a Spotify podcast, more or less, then you can go there. But on the other side, if you would like just to listen in a car, for example, and your Twitter does not connect well to the car audio, which is the case in my case, for example. It's always wants to play music instead of spaces. But it's easier actually to start the YouTube app and listen then to MriyaReport on the drive, and then I cannot participate, but at least I can listen. So little life hack over there. But yes, now I think we have covered all the good stuff. And it's time to for our Linda sneaked in James' place. So it's time to welcome Linda. Hi.
I successfully snuck up behind you.
You managed to do it totally unnoticed.
I know.
Yet
I know. That was the plan.
Well
Threaten
done.
me with some time off. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, guys. At Basilius, am I co-hosting with you, or am I co-hosting? Who am I co-hosting with? I forget.
I don't know with me, because I think my shift is actually over right now.
Okay.
It might be Tracy. I don't know.
Tracy, yeah. I don't remember. I should remember, but I don't. I'm old, and that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. So now's my time to be poking you while you're still up here. So what else can I do to you other than sneak up behind?
How about what you are doing? Bring some laughter and topics. So we have some new stuff to talk about.
Yeah, do you want to start? Other than that, I have an idea, but you might consider it off topic. But if you have something important, go ahead.
I have something, actually. I know now who is your co-host. And it's gonna be James. So I think it would be better if it was nice to co-host, even for a short time here with you, Linda. And I'm sure we will learn each other better with the time. But I'm just using up James' seat, so I think the little dog might get angry there. So he still looks very, very, very cute, but we don't want to see that. Okay, so guys, have a nice evening. It was a pleasure as always. See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Miss Silius. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Pleasure to host with you, co-host with you. Very interesting discussion, important discussion about energy, Germany, and the place of nuclear power in the world in light of the state of the world. It's a very important discussion we're having about geopolitics. Anyways, I don't know which accent I just did, but all right, that doesn't count as a second language, does it? Using another accent. No, it does not, Linda. So where would you like to take it? You said you had a topic. The topic has been kind of the follow-on to the, the peace process for sure, but also our discussion with Britta Jacobs, who was an incredible guest, very, very talented at speaking and very knowledgeable about which way the wind is blowing and where. And so it was a delight to listen to Alex and her talk back and forth, occasionally yielding the floor to good questions. So anyways, Linda, here we are. We do have all kinds of topics in the peace process and the development conference and Putin's reaction and the military updates, etc. But over to you.
Yeah, I think the peace process is probably arguably front and center. Also, booms. My understanding is that tonight might be lit on Crimea, and but I do have a thought. I had a thought. I had a thought for like the next fundraiser for MriyaReport. So MriyaReport can't do,
kibble for the dogs. No, never mind. Sorry.
Yes, kibble for the dogs is good. Yes, yeah, or sardines for the cats. Yes. But so MriyaReport can't fund anything that would be considered like a lethal weapon, right? So we can't be funding bombs or anything like that, correct? But what about stink bombs? I mean, that's not lethal. And that might like help to drive the Russians out. I don't know, just a thought.
Well, we would, of course, have to clarify that it is not lethal and that it is not a chemical weapon under the conventions, because what we know about our sensory organ, the nose, is that it is actually a contact sport. Awful. Anyways, it's one of those things. It's not just reflected. Yes. Anyways, photons. No, it's not photons. It's the real thing. Anyway, so I hope you'll reconsider and look into it long before you start pitching this to the board. No, they stink already. I don't think they need help. They may need some, what do they call that? Deodorizer. But that's not our job. The first job is there's other chemicals that the Army can deliver, and they're in complex organization, shaped a certain way to go a certain place and do stuff. And I hope those are the stink bombs they get, are the ones that actually go boom. They may stink, but mainly they go boom. That's my hope, Linda, is that's what we do. Anyways, I've taken away from a bit of your boom there, but no stink bombs. They have a place.
No stink. I will offer it to the powers that be and see whether or not it might pass muster. But here's another idea if that fails, because I've become aware that because I'm currently in battle with pigeons who are insistent on taking over my balcony. I mean, I am equivalent to Ukraine, because pigeons have decided to move onto my balcony and take over that space. So I don't want to hurt them, but I did find out something that pigeons don't like, and that's peppermint spray. So if not stink bombs, then maybe peppermint spray might work. I don't know, just another thought.
That actually, that might be a thing that works. Maybe ultrasonics is another thing that might work. Yeah,
Yep.
it sounds shitty. It doesn't smell shitty though. And maybe some air defense in terms of those little spikes that sit there for the birds to sit on if they're
Oh,
so incautious as to sit upon them. You know what I'm talking about? You've seen those?
I
They're little,
have.
yeah, little
They're
plastic pointy things.
they are in my Amazon cart, and I have not bought them. But you know what I also bought, because they also don't like this, is
Steak bombs.
steak bombs. Well, yeah, probably that. But they don't like Irish Spring soap. So I know. I know. So I bought some Irish Spring soap, and I don't know yet whether it will discourage their insistence on taking over my balcony or not. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't want to hurt them. I just want them to take up residence on either the park a block away or somebody else's balcony, or they can build their house. I mean, go to the park. Go to the park. You can build. There's trees there. There's trees. You could have your own tree. Anyway.
Well, listen, we'll get around to solving all those problems. The chemical one that comes to mind. I don't know if pigeons have a fear reaction to bobcats, but bobcat urine's a thing. Anyways, but maybe
Yes.
not the right kind of critter thing. And again, that is a stink bomb. So your ideas do have some merit there for pigeons. For Russians, I like the ones that go boom, and if they stink a little, I'm okay with that. So that's where I am with
Yeah, me
booms
too.
via stink bombs. But I know someone who's not a stink bomb, and I've not heard him release a nauseous sonic bomb. Is Alex? Hey, Alex.
Hey, Daniel's up first, actually.
You can see hands.
Yes, I can. Daniel ID
Yeah.
is asking the question.
It takes a small village of co-hosts and co-hosts to keep hands track of, because I don't see a
Yeah, no, he's right. And what is it, Thaniel? Yeah, Thaniel is up next. Go ahead, Thaniel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniel. Yeah, I'm joining you guys live from Nigeria, Kwara State, Nigeria. This is the second time I'll be joining this space, and I'm really happy to be here. And I just wish we discuss more on the Russia-Ukraine crisis. I was here at that time where I briefed you guys that I'll be making a research on Russia-Ukraine, the impact on Nigeria economy. I'm glad to tell you now that I have a team of 7 people that we are working on the research already. In fact, we've done introduction where we've looked at the impact of the crisis on the global community. Also, we've looked at the impact of the crisis on Europe, that is gas prices in Europe, oil prices around the world. But our target is to look at how the crisis has affected Nigeria in particular, and not just Nigeria generally, but we're looking at the economy of Nigeria. And the aim of the research is to bring out specifically how it has affected the diaspora remittances of Nigeria, and also the price change in wheat. Most Nigerian food products are produced from wheat, and Russia is the biggest wheat producing nation, and Ukraine is the 6th biggest. And our importation of this product majorly comes from these 2 countries. So since 2014 to date, there has been drastic changes in the way Nigeria and Russia and Ukraine transact businesses, especially from 2022, when there was a physical invasion of the Crimean region. So that is the research we are working on. we're a team of 6 people. I have a doctor, my lecturer. Basically, I didn't introduce myself properly. I'm a third-year student in the University of Ilorin, and I'm studying history and international studies. I'm carrying out this research just to, bring to light the impact that not only the countries close to Ukraine that are suffering the crisis, not just Ukrainian alone that are suffering the impact of the crisis, but people all over the world are actually feeling this impact. I've been seeing this space going on, but most times when I request the mic, I will not be lucky to get the mic. So I basically would, if there is anybody who will volunteer to join the research team, I will really be glad. And if there are people who have information that will help, these are some of the information I need. I remember specifically in 2022, where there was a physical invasion, citizens of different countries were evacuated. Countries from, let's say, Africans that were in Ukraine, they were evacuated. Nigerians, to be specific, found it very difficult to leave Ukraine at that particular time, where our government did not answer on time. And because of that, they started calling out the government, and then there were some not so good incidents at the border of Poland, where some people were pushed back. Some Nigerians were pushed back, were not allowed to cross the border. So the Africans or the Nigerians who were in Ukraine at that moment, some of them were schooling, some were schooling and also working. And there was a particular tax they pay back, and they sent money back to their families in Nigeria. That was part of the diaspora remittances. So because of the war, most of these transactions have been stopped. So I want to look at the impact it has had on the Nigerian economy. So if there is anybody who will be willing to, I just need maybe 2 people or 1 person who will be willing to join the research team, or if you have informations that will really be helpful, or if you know somebody, lecturers, professors, doctors who are in the university, who are in colleges, who can give us information, first-hand informations, or Nigerians currently living in Ukraine, you can actually help me to make sure this research is actually worth it, because I need it to be very elaborate. There are no research, there are no articles showing the impact of this war on Nigeria, and I feel it will be very nice if this gap is filled. So I don't know the topic you guys are discussing today. I just wanted to come and request if there are people who will be interested.
I'm so glad you came up. This is a really important topic, and you're right. I mean, it's a little bit tangential to MriyaReport because it's not about Ukraine directly. However, it is about Ukraine indirectly, and you're right. The impact is global and affects some people much more than others. And yeah, I would put Africa as at the, different African nations at the top of the list, or at least towards the top of the list, if not at the top of the list with regard to nations that are feeling the effects, even though they're not part of the struggle. They're feeling the negative effects, and unfortunately, I don't know anybody who has any knowledge. I'm not connected with the university at this time, and I know nobody who knows. But I will certainly keep it in the back of my mind, and I I don't know, maybe I'll follow you, you follow me, and if something comes to mind, I'm kind of like a born researcher. So if nothing else, maybe I can help. However, this subject is so far out of anything I've ever done before. I would be a newbie, in such research. But if you can't find anybody else, maybe I can help at least a little bit, even though I would be starting out totally unknowledgeable, frankly. Um, yeah, I don't, maybe the various state departments around the world might have insights, etc. Because it sounds like you are indeed trying to do this, where in an honest and well cited way, where studies, academic journal articles, etc., legitimate journalists, in other words, well-founded sources. And unfortunately, I don't know anyone, but I can certainly keep my ears open. And what do you think, James?
Well, I certainly think you're going to have to look elsewhere besides here. I don't think you have the expertise you need in the room at this moment. I can think of one person who does work on Ukraine, quite a bit of research, but not along the kind of economic lines. There are different, if you're not already, you probably are familiar with Ukraine's websites. And they have many pieces of information on there that could help. As to the grain, I know there's quite a bit of information about where it's going, what's changed year by year, and the like. So I think there is a lot out there. But yes, Linda provided a path. She's willing to be a contact for you. And it is pretty far afield, but I get the point. But it is, we have to see about how it impacts Ukraine. And what I know is that the topic, of course, is just at this moment incredibly important. Food security is one of the points in the peace plan that is hot right now. It is the success story that we're seeing. And in some ways, I think the null case is almost what you'll see, that things haven't been so bad for Ukraine in terms of output. However, what we know is Russia's probably has grown because they have been stealing grain. So anyways, perhaps we'll get another speaker who can address your topic, but we really can't really get into the discussion of it. So thank you for coming up, but we really need to kind of get back onto Ukraine more directly until there's some real numbers to talk about that do impact Ukraine. So thank you very much for coming up. And yeah, Linda can help you with that. So, and perhaps it is for this reason, this topic, that Polly has come up. Hello, Polly, long time.
Hi, James. Nice to see you. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work and army training and some traveling. Not being able to speak out. But Daniel, thank you for coming up. If you go to my profile, you will see I just reposted one of our Ukraine regular, Ben, his profile. And Ben is from France, if I'm not mistaken, and he's been following the economics for more than 2 years. And I think Ben is also an economist, if I remember correctly. So he's one to follow regarding the economic things. And second one, I think, is Beef Eater fella. At least in my books, Beef Eater also has some economic stuff. So I will also repost something from Beef Eater. So if you go to my profile, then you can see Beef Eater and then Ben from there. Hopefully, Daniel, you understood what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Very good. Connection made. Thank you, Paulie, for that. Really, really good sources there. And I think that it is an important topic. It is a part of the present conversation. The communication came out about these 3 topics, just the first 3 topics out of 10 that encompass the peace plan. And so more to come. And it sounds like within months of this. And what we were really pleased to see was that, somebody was not invited to the party. Somebody did not get to have their voice represented at those discussions. They took plenty of opportunities to speak out of turn and outside of that conversation. And it was delightful to see how ridiculous it got so quickly. Paulie, I suppose you've seen the reaction from the Kremlin about the peace plan.
Yeah, and mainly they've been the level of ridiculousness and nonsense is quite high in my opinion. Like I don't know if you saw Soloyev's show. Was it yesterday or this morning? I don't know, but I think he had a hard time convincing himself and the rest of the crowd that the plans have quote unquote changed.
Well, you know what? He's going to find out a lot more. That he is just starting the find out phase. Really? Well, no, he's not really. But it's a long phase for Russia. They have a lot more to find out still. So let's hope it's a long, painful find out for them. So thanks. Anything else you want to jump in with about any of the topics we've had up today? In particular, I thought maybe about the kind of the law questions, since I believe you're still in that business, around the capture and holding of the citizens of Ukraine by Russia, right? All the kidnapped kids, and then perhaps adults as well, civilians, and then of course the military. The agreement about this topic means there's quite a bit of juice behind what is troublingly one of the 5 points on the genocide actions list. And what do you make of that as a kind of global statement?
Yeah, it's a big topic to discuss and digest. But if I would just briefly touch that, I would say things are even worse than we thought. I think in the sense that Russia has been more systematical on committing this genocide, the mass deportation and the kidnapping of children. So of course receiving the evidence and now being able to have the evidence and then of course bring these to the international court is a good thing. But at like human level, this is of course really horrible. But for us that are aware of Russia's history and their tactics, this is nothing new. Of course, this is something we already knew. But the level and their like views and tactics, that was actually surprise for me that they were so doing it so broadly and so systematically. That was a surprise for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulie. Yeah, it is quite the thing that's going on now. It really is coming to a head in terms of the information war about this topic. I think we'll see what happens with it. And thank you so much for coming up to speak. And if there's any other topics around this or the recovery conference or any local things you have to talk about, for example, did you guys lose the equivalent of your, what's her name, Claire, whatever, and Mick Wallace? Did you happen to dump those kind of people out of your parliament lately?
Yes, I think we managed to get a quite good result on the European Parliament elections. At least in my opinion, it was quite. Thank you.
Thanks, Polly. Well, listen, I appreciate your time and your participation here. You're welcome, of course, to stay. I saw that Alex had a hand up, Linda, but then he put it down, I think.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So Alex, what's your
I
topic?
did have my hand up, and instead I just DM'd you, Linda. I'm just going to hang out here as long as we don't have that many speakers and maybe join in, but I have nothing to say right at the moment.
Cool, no problem. I understand. Listen, that is a good thing that you're going to stick around. We're going to try to keep this hopping here, and let's see. Masilius is coming up as a speaker, and that'll be interesting to hear what he has to say about it. These are big topics. The other things that I would note is that there was another good day on the battlefield. Linda, we'll have to get to that. But in the meantime, while we're talking about these things, I would just reflect on the fact that there is a wonderful long format report about the state of the Ukrainian economy, its budget, its resources, its need, the battle damage assessments that have been waged on all the infrastructure from on the Atlantic Council site. I can get that link up if people are interested, but long form, pretty long read. And also the introductory pronouncement, I guess I'd say, in the quick panel on some of the topics that would come up in the recovery conference is another great video that's also it's much shorter, like an hour and 12 minutes video. So you know how you can speed that up. Anyways, just wanted to point those things out as resources, and they're incredibly helpful to anybody who's interested in the current state of Ukraine, their economy, etc. So let's see here, Paulie.
Yeah, actually, I had a question to you and Linda. Were you able to listen to Thomas Steiner yesterday? I was unfortunately flying from Munich to Helsinki, and I didn't have the internet availability the whole flight due to the takeoff and landing, but I was able to listen most of it. So, what did you think, or are you still waiting to listen to this show?
Well, I can say for myself is I only caught bits of it because I was doing other things and during that segment. But James, you might have more to say, and then Polly, if you have like the overview, maybe that would be a really good description you could give.
I'll say this about it. Well, I'm in a similar situation. I heard much of the introduction, and then I got sidelined throughout. And it was a long session. Nothing like his record. I don't know, whatever it is, 9.5 hours or something like that. So it was not that long, but the focus was on all the things I think predictably they could be about, like the whole move to mobilize Ukraine, the battlefield assessments, the need for ammunition, the production capacity of different parts of the supporting countries, the fact that China is still too big of a supplier, to Russia, of course, but also to Ukraine for drones, especially. So, sort of a surprise. And then those are some of the things that stuck out for me. I am not so much the military expert, so I'm hoping Masilius or maybe Alex have heard this, or somebody else on who's listening can come and speak more about this. It was a very interesting one, but that was his.
Yeah, Paulie, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I think James gave a pretty good how to say brief introduction of the session yesterday on Sunday, and Thomas is coming back, I think, on Friday. That will be the Midsummer Friday in Finland. So hopefully Finns will be also able to join, although it's one of our biggest festivals or celebratory days in Finland. I think my key takeaways, addition to what James highlighted, is that I think Thomas really emphasized the fact that France, Spain, Italy, the major countries, the biggest countries in Europe, they should really step up, both in their production and in their own defense capability. I think something that really stuck in my mind was when Thomas quite brilliantly laid out the current capabilities in Europe. And I have to say that the German defense capability at the moment isn't really high, to be polite. That's something that really stuck out. And other than that, I think there were really good insights on the countries that have done something with the capabilities and what needs to be done, and how countries can ramp up the production and what should be done with the production so that Ukraine can win and kick the Ruskies out of Ukraine. So really good session, and if you have any spare time between listening to MriyaReport live, I would strongly recommend. And of course, remember to donate to your favorite cause, and let's keep the lethal and non-lethal aid running. Thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks, Paul. I appreciate that. You know, these are the biggest topics because they're at the strategic level. If the the donor countries stop, then Ukraine doesn't stand much of a chance. And I think the dismal state of militaries throughout democracies is this reflection of what happened with Russia. We thought they were getting better. We thought they were doing okay and kind of on the path. And George Bush certainly thought so. He was sure that Gorbachev had this in hand and he was moving toward democracy, etc. And boy, did he get that wrong. And it hasn't worked out well ever since. And there's still a lot of ties for political and financial reasons, which I thought Britta's interview today was brilliant, kind of highlighting that very fact that there's still so many ties that are hurting the West. And yeah, well, we then, of course, after that, we really focused on that around the nuclear issue. So I think those are important things. I appreciate that, Paulie. Yeah, well, he's always got good thinking. He's always got strategic and tactical stuff. And so, you know, if you're a tactical person or a geek guy, I think then somebody else could probably better talk about the situation about the F-16s and aircrafts going into Ukraine. And it looks like Mirage and quite possibly Gripen, even if the numbers are low, they can have a big impact. And I would compare all this to one of the nice summaries that I saw by a guy named Johnny Ascola. And he, I would not say is an ultimate source of, you know, tactical or strategic wisdom, but he is a good aggregator of facts. And he's projected some really good explanations of what the task is now for Ukraine, which is to destroy the air defense capacity, particularly on Crimea, but not only there, because you know, a air defense piece of equipment destroyed anywhere is destroyed, and that's the key thing. Spread it out. They'll have to get more. They can't get more, so hopefully this means that there's a narrowing supply of that, and then of course that will allow air-on-air strikes from whatever kind of aircraft Ukraine is flying that can launch those kind of air-to-air missiles, and thus take out the capacity of the Russians to deliver the glide bombs, which has been the biggest military success. Now, that's the number one strategy that everybody wants to see. Number two, that is in effect now, is the strategy where they are going after all these bases across Russia that they can, where these planes are flying from, and sending drones to do what otherwise it would take John Wayne and I don't know, some bald guy to go in and blow it all up. But anyways, Masilius.
Yes, you were just speaking about air to air. I reading right now quite a few interesting tweets about air to bridge. You know, so maybe this is the time.
I am seeing teasers on that. I am, because I'm not seeing anything saying it's gone, it's blown up. What I did see was one of the facts about it is that its strength has been radically reduced, and so they're not so hot to roll some tanks across it. And so that might really, because I can imagine the wear and tear on the surface roads of a tank tread, or it going across on the now burned up rail line. Yeah, bad news. So, but then I also do hear that we don't need to do it because they're not using it now. So I don't know, Paulie, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say the biggest hint I have is that Chuck was away for a while, and now he's coming back. I just tweeted this, so this is how to say, this is not a mystery for us. We know what's been happening in the background, so just wait.
I sometimes I forget that he's got the skills. He's slipped behind enemy lines. He's lain in wait. He's probably operated man pads. He's probably called in strikes. He's probably knows how to fly a drone, and he's not a one-man show though. So I think that's where our good friend Alan is with him. And surprise, surprise, they're carrying out these strikes. I'd love it. That'd be fantastic. Anyways. But he would deny it in any case, true or not. He would deny it. That's how you roll. So, anyways, Basilius, what do you think?
This would be a really shame, because it could make up probably the best MriyaReport book ever, when about how we took down the pesky bridge. But if you say so.
Yeah, well, that would be quite something. We want to have MriyaReport stamped on the back fin of whatever rocket it is that takes it out. I think that's one of the things we want. And we want a drone to follow that in so everybody can see it. But okay, back to real life. Linda, help us escape from our fantasies of saving the day.
I'm not going to be good for helping you escape, because that's my fantasy too. But I also I wanted to say, trivially, well, maybe not so trivially, the bridge is disabled right now, and so it's not being really used heavily for logistics. Nevertheless, two things. It's a huge status symbol for Putin. And so taking out that bridge would be a humiliation for Putin. And, it right up there with the NAFO doggies, right? And that would be a really good thing, because this is how you deal with sociopaths and malignant narcissists. And the other thing too is with regard to whether in the end it should be taken down or left up. I mean, unless somebody explains it to me, I see no utility after the war of that bridge, utility for Ukraine. In other words, why do they want to have a bridge to Russia? Why would they want that? So, in addition to, being an embarrassment and a humiliation for Putin taking it out, it also removes something that Ukraine doesn't need, will not need going forward, in my mind, unless somebody actually on the ground, boots knowledgeable, military knowledge, etc., that I don't have. Unless somebody tells me differently, that's my take. What do you think?
Well, again, kind of fantasy realm, but if they took back a little sliver along the Black Sea, then it would certainly make sense to retain it, right? Because then it could go, it could go right on to friendly countries and bypass Russia. that would be a dream. But I'm not anticipating that in the near term. So I think it's really up to Ukraine and their decision to take it out or not. And yes, Crimea is Ukraine, but somebody else built the bridge. So I just wonder if who's weighing in on the decision making. Not to say that Ukraine isn't making them. I think they completely are making decisions, but I wonder. I haven't heard of anybody saying don't do that. But it does make me wonder about that. But anyway, I hate to see them waste any ammunition. And so I still think it would be a good investment of them, Linda.
That's as far as having a travel route to places, beyond Russia. Yeah, I could maybe see that. It just depends on how the war plays out, I guess. So there is that. But yeah. But I certainly would love for it to come down from the perspective of humiliating Putin. I see benefit of that for him to come down. The other thing too that we haven't talked about yet is well, it has been in some other segments, but we haven't here in the last hour talked about the machinations in the Kremlin and what's the driver of Putin replacing some of his top staff, including his military leaders, with friends and a family and associates who don't, let's just say, do not possess military knowledge, and putting them in charge of the military. That seems desperate to me. What do you think?
I think I need to learn a bit more about it because I hadn't heard specifically. Last I heard that Shoigu is being replaced with somebody who is a bit of a logistician, and that made sense to me. But I wasn't aware of any other major moves along those lines. Back to you, Linda.
Yeah, I saw something. I saw a couple of reports. One was saying that there was a woman put in charge, and she has like an economics or financial background for the most part. She's married to a military person, but she was put in charge of some military seat. There's more than one military seat. So one of those key military seats she was put in charge of. And I saw conflicting reports. She's either the niece or the cousin of Putin. But basically, supposedly, what I saw, if this is true, there were like 4 major seats that have been within the last couple of days have been rotated and assigned to family members and basically people who could be trusted not to turn on him. So that to me is telling if it's true. So yeah, maybe somebody, maybe we can talk about that, by tomorrow or whatever, right, when there's more knowledge. But yeah, I think that's telling.
Oh, I think it would be too. It would be very telling if he's doing this. And this is the way that they seem all to do it, is surround themselves with people who they trust, who are going to be the yes people that they need. And then what happens is if you're not, then, well, there's a high window or something for you, right, that awaits. And so I think he's being more careful, however, of his personnel, because Shoigu did not go out a window, so far as I know. He didn't even get an airplane, but he's doing another role within the military, which I think is an interesting proposition. This might be reflecting something about the idea that they're keeping talent for talent's sake, and that would be an innovation as opposed to keeping talent because of their loyalty to whoever's in charge, which isn't, as a national strategy, that's not just good by itself. You need good stuff underneath it. Anyway, so I don't know what else to make of that, Linda. I'd have to catch up on the news and see about Russia changes in leadership, but fascinating. There you go.
Yeah, and I've had several things going on today, and I haven't really had the time to do a deep dive into anything. It's basically headlines that I saw, and some of the headlines were a little bit contradictory, but the theme seemed to be that he was putting people in place who, if he went out, they would fall as well. In other words, it was be to their benefit for Putin to stay in power, as opposed to the reverse. So, in other words, he could better trust them to bring him tea that he could trust to drink.
There you go. That's not that funny for him. It really is a real struggle for him. But let's hear what Alex has to say.
Yeah.
So I'm in a bit of a spotty connection area. I'm not 100% sure if I'll have a good connection, but this is closing ranks. It's you have to remember that Putin isn't monolithic by any stretch of the imagination. The reason you got so many different oligarchs is because you have the different criminal clans operating in Russia and different factions, and he's making it a point that the other factions can't get near him because he's showing weakness right now. And as with any criminal enterprise, you show weakness, there's a good chance you'll end up dead unless you can prevent it. And so anybody who even has questionable loyalty, he doesn't want them around him because he knows that there will actively be people in his government gunning for him.
That's my take as well. Yeah, you put it much more precisely. Exactly. Yeah. I think Masilius, did you have your hand up and then take it down?
No, but I will use a second to tell you all good night. It's midnight here. Time to go to bed. So good night. Bye bye.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you, Miss Elias, for co-hosting and joining in our discussion. Much appreciated. And thank you especially for the beautiful collection of quotes from the Peace Conference. They were great. Could you just pop off one of your favorites out of that list of about 11?
Of course. You know what? I made it actually. Yeah, you can find it directly underneath my profile. Because I was one of the first who translated it and actually made kind of a score. So he said, Duda said before the summit, since Putin wants Russian soldiers to die en masse in Ukraine, it's necessary to do everything to ensure that these expectations are met.
Now that's great. That's it. Thank you, Vasilius. Much appreciated. Yes, and I believe that Ukraine is willing to fulfill that kind of wish. So they're doing, I think, their very best to fulfill that wish.
Perfect service. See ya. Bye bye.
Bye now, and have a good evening. Sleep well, and we'll see you again whenever. But it'll be here at MriyaReport, where some of us are here all the time, it feels like. Anyways, not me, not today. I just feel like I just joined. But anyways, it's exciting today for the conclusion of that conference. It's kind of the strength going in, but we also discussed about some of the bullshit that comes back on or from Russia onto the ideas that Ukraine has put together. I've heard some poo-pooing, say, very, very close to us, saying, oh, nothing will come of this. Very little will come of this. And I think there's great opportunity for the world to make use of what has happened and the unanimity among those players who did come to the Peace Summit. They agreed to 1, 2, or all 3 of the items that were presented today, and that went out in a communication to the world. And so we're better off for the action taken there, because it really is something that works not just for Ukraine, it works really for the whole world. And when it comes to, I don't know, nuclear security, that's a big deal. So, but is that more important than food security, Linda? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Both just a little bit important. Yeah, just a wee bit important. Yeah, I would hate to be the one to rank them. You know who I'm looking at in the peanut gallery right now that I would love to shove a microphone at, and that's Beefeater. Hey, Beefeater, you want to come on down from the peanut gallery? What do you think? Anyway.
Well, now we put out the beefeater light, like the bat light, and he can reply or not. He may be on another call. He may be flying off to somewhere in Zimbabwe to solve another international crisis. We do not know, so we cannot rely on him to pop up at our beck and call because he's a busy guy, and he's delivered us no end of neat reports. And I think that he's got some that are tailored very specifically around some points in the peace process. He has got information about the German trade war with Russia and also some information about sanctions. I know he shared with me some information about Tibet even. And so, you know what? He is a wealth of information. So if you want something, if you're doing research on a topic and you want some cliff notes, it is not a bad idea to search through his account. So anyways,
yeah, and I would recommend everybody here follow him and follow his threads because they're worthwhile reading. So the Reconstruction conference, was it today that wrapped up, or was that yesterday that wrapped up?
I thought it was today. I'm not really sure. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not really sure, Linda. I'm not sure, but I thought it was today.
Okay. You answered a big question that I had about that conference the other day with regard to using hemp for multiple reasons. And that was really interesting. And I'm so glad that was indeed a topic and that there is movement in that area, because I think that's a potential game changer. And Ukraine has an opportunity to leverage that for the benefit of everyone, not only Ukraine but the rest of the world. Here's the thing too with regard to Ukraine. With any kind of a challenge, it does tend to offer opportunities, even though the challenge and the injury you don't really want. But rather than being stopped at the boundary of thinking about the injury, if you can use that to be innovative, to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do. And they say war is the mother of invention. I mean, that's an old trope, right? Be better if we didn't have war. On the other hand, because of war, we have had a whole lot of inventions, some of them good, some of them not so good. But I'm really hoping, and I don't want to say that I have faith in, I don't want to take it that far, but I certainly have high hopes. And my inclination is to think that if any country is going to take advantage of the situation and turn adversity into opportunity, methinks that Ukraine is one of them. And so there could be some really interesting outfall, including the use of hemp and other things, when they have to rebuild their energy infrastructure, etc. I mean, it's bad that they are put into a position where they have to rebuild it, but in being put in that position, it's also an opportunity to say, well, let's just do it better this time. Better not only for us, but better for the world, because we're going to be inventing new things or using new inventions, cobbling them together and be the test bed that other countries can copy, mimic. And we have a hand up. Grace, that was my mother's name, by the way. Grace, what do you think?
I think you are amazing. Hey, everybody, can you hear me well? Great.
Yes.
I have missed you. Things have been busy behind the scenes, so I'm glad to be back in normal speed again. I would just like you to repeat the name you suggested us to follow because I really missed the name. So that was really all I wanted to say. So thank you for allowing me up on stage and interrupt you all. I'm so sorry.
Not a problem.
No.
That's easy. Beefeater is the name that we were talking about as a great resource for almost any topic that you need.
So
Not
how do you
really.
spell it? B.
Do you mind if I tag you and he in a tweet and that'll do
Yes,
it?
please do that. Do
I
that.
will do
Thank
that.
you, and I will remove myself back to listener.
Oh, you don't need to go anywhere. If you want to stay and talk to us, you are welcome to do that too.
I think I should listen in because I've been gone so long, so I feel a little bit awkward, but I'm really, really happy to be here. I really, really enjoy and love you all. So, Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kind words. We're glad to have you here as part of the community. And I was glad when you come up and talk and we can exchange ideas. It's a good thing. So I'll get that right out. Linda, if you would carry on, I will type a little bit of this message about Beefeater.
Yeah, okay. Or Grace, you can just Beefeater, his little icon is a NAFO dog dressed in one of those British red coat, like in front of whatever the castle is in England, old England, right, with the red coat, big red coat, and they're called Beefeaters. So that's the icon, so he'd be easy to spot. Yeah, I've been busy today and I haven't really had the time to be able to do any deep dives. But I did see that there are some booms going on and have been and are set up for expectation for another big boom night tonight. And if anybody has any further information on that, let me check and see what else I can find. Oh, come on. Come on.
Well, this is what I'm supposed to pop in and say something brilliant to cover you while you look. And what I will say isn't so brilliant, but we are glad you're here. We're glad that we have an audience here with us today that's interested in the topics of the day. I think that the political change in Europe has been not necessarily, the most harmful it could have been to Ukraine. In fact, quite the opposite. Some amount of just sticking to the center has happened. This is a really good thing. So we heard about that from Britta today. Britta Jacobs, I'll say it that way. And she was a brilliant source of information about what's going on in Germany and in Europe at large. So very, very good information. To take us back toward the F-16s, I will just say that we learned some weeks ago, if not before, that there were some issues around training the pilots, and we recognize that to switch all the methods, and the airframe is such a completely different basis, different instruments, all this, new people, new pilots essentially had to do F-16 training. And now what we're seeing is either we're seeing very low intensity use of them or they're not there yet. And that's because the air defense is still not prepared that we would like to have, because there aren't going to be that many F-16s going in initially, and F-16s start around $60 million. So we have to be careful with them, and thus this long-term strategy to use whatever means we can to destroy the anti-air weapons that Russia has arrayed against us. So anyway, these things are a big concern. Everybody is wanting them, and they do feel very, very late. There will be losses, of course, we know this, but we have to weigh that against the need to stop Russia's destruction of the power grid, in particularly, and I'm sorry, in general, and Kharkiv in particular. The glide bombs are doing so much damage, and that the Kinzhal, they have destroyed quite a bit, most of Ukraine's electrical grid, and so this is a disaster for any modern country to consider. And they're taking good care to make sure there's some electricity getting to people every day. That keeps the lights on, so to speak. It definitely keeps people in, communication ability, which is so vital to their safety, and lets them store a bit of juice so that they can hear whatever warnings are coming across through the public warning system. It's also critical to Ukraine that they get this sorted out, and that whatever is put in place is able to be defended. And keeping the lights on keeps the economy on. It keeps people safe. It also is such a source of comfort if you know what's going on in the world. So we really are thinking Ukraine is mostly about this in the recovery conference initially. There's long-term and short-term solutions to this. I think we're going to see a lot of short-term that looks like what we did, but also much, much smaller gas-burning units that will produce electricity. The thermal generation, that is a big thing in Ukraine. That's not something that's going to come out of the grid, I don't think, without one of the nuclear power plants being restored and, of course, it being protected. And it isn't necessarily that you have to destroy the plant. If you destroy all the lines to the plant, that's as good as gone for use, daily use. So, anyways, that was just a little bit of a highlight. And Linda, back to you if you've got something. Otherwise, I can go ahead and do numbers. If you want to do the numbers, that's cool too.
Well, let's do this first and then go, and which is brief, and then go to the numbers. I did find one of the postings that I saw earlier. So this is, I'm going to read it to you. So, quote, Putin fired 4 deputy defense ministers of the Russian Federation and appointed his first cousin. Now that doesn't make sense, because if there was 4 positions, and then he appointed one person to all 4 positions. But anyway.
That makes sense, Linda. That makes sense to me.
It might. Anyway, okay, so continuing, quote, on June 17th, so that would be today, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin dismissed 4 deputy defense ministers of the Russian Federation, Mykola Pankov, Ruslan Salakov, Tetiana Shevtsova, and Pavlov, lost their positions. In their place, Putin's cousin Anna Svitslova, and I'm murdering all these names, Oleg Savalaviv, and Pavlo Fradkov, so those are 3, were appointed as the head of the Kremlin, and Leonid Gornin became the first deputy minister. And then there's a link for more information. And it's coming from a Ukrainian source. So that's rather than a Russian source. So it's probably fairly reliable. Anyway, so there's that. And if you want me to, I could post it in the nest. I could try to figure out how to post it in the nest. Or if you want, if not, maybe go through the numbers again. Yeah.
What?
Because that's always.
Why don't you go ahead and post it, work on posting it, and we'll see it if it gets there or not. And if it doesn't, then we'll give it a hand. Anyways, do that. And I am just zeroing in on the Russian losses numbers that I think are such a key indicator of how things are going. So I will start today with the quote of the day, which is trust yourself. You know more than you think you do. And that is from child psychologist of old, Benjamin Spock. So, not the live long and prosper one, the other one. Anyways, combat losses of the enemy from February 24th, 2022 to June 17th, 2024 is a total of eliminated personnel 527,390, of which 1,080 eliminated personnel were eliminated in the last day. 2 tanks, 18 armored combat vehicles, 14 artillery, 8 UAVs, 24 vehicles and fuel trucks, and 12 special equipment. So that is the Russian losses of the last day of the war. And those are pretty solid numbers. Anytime they're above 1,000, they're really at the pace that Russia is going to have a hard time keeping up and training people. It's why they're having a hard time, really moving on the battlefield in the direction that they want, which of course one of those was Kharkiv. They wanted to do that as a distraction so that Ukraine would abandon other positions. I think particularly Chasiv Yar is one of those, and that hasn't happened yet. So the defense of Ukraine has been really strong lately and continues. So there you are, Linda.
Well, I'm going to need nest training. So, but I back channeled you the link to that posting, James, and you might have to take me by the little finger and do
No
it
worries.
for me.
No worries.
I can't reach I'm too short to reach the counter. Yeah.
Oh boy.
So,
Oh boy. We'll get you that ladder. Actually, the co-host chair, we have a trebuchet, we have a catapult, we have stairs, we have an escalator, we have an elevator, and one of the latest things is our paraglider. So if you're interested in paragliding and want to land in a co-host seat, we can do that for you. I enjoy the catapult quite a bit, although it's a little rough on my back. But anyway, but seriously, folks, there's no serious part of that anyways, except that Russia is getting stomped on the battlefield, and that's why Putin is feeling desperate, especially when you combine it with the rhetoric war, and he is losing that right now. I hope he is. At least that's my understanding. So anyway,
I have a question. Do you have any sense for this? Man, I wish Chuck Farrer were up here right now. Do you have any sense? Have you seen anything from people who know about such things? The approximation of the percentage of Russia's air defense systems, the percentage that are now gone, and the ones that are remaining where they are. Do you have any sense for the, in other words, have they lost half? Have they lost 3/4? Have they lost 1/4? Do you have any sense for that? Because that would make a big difference on many levels.
Yep. Yes. Well, I think the best representation of the proportion of losses that Russia has suffered really comes down to the equipment category, and in that there's some beautiful graphics. One in particular that shows you how many tanks there are and how many are left, and I'm sorry, how many are taken out, and it does show you the percentage, and it goes from 2022 to 2029. Of course, we're not there yet, so it is doing some projection based on the trajectory of those losses already. And what it shows us is that we are probably at or below 50% for tanks and probably for artillery. And what that means for Russia then, of course, is nothing good, because that's a lot of equipment. And especially when you consider that they do not have just Ukraine to worry about. They have a very long border, although many people are afraid of, and I wouldn't want us to go into Russia either. No way would I want that but they do still have to give consideration to other borders besides Ukraine. So they do have to think about, in the long run, just how low can they go, and of course, how high can they go in terms of the creating new capacity to build more tanks and more artillery. But frankly, that's not good. We had a short discussion about the ability to retube the artillery, because they do fire a lot of shells, and that does wear out the. It basically it expands the cylinders, and then more explosive air goes around the side rather than propelling the munition out, and eventually that has a cataclysmic end to it at the very end. But in the meantime, that amount of air that's bypassing, pushing it out, means it's going off course and not as far, and that is a loss that Russia doesn't need any help with, because already their artillery is about pulverizing an area rather than precision hits. So if I had those really handy, I would pop them into the nest, or down into the purple pill, because it's a beautiful, really, really spectacular graph that they created. Do you recall which one I'm talking about, Linda? Linda, are you talking to the mic?
Oh, I'm talking to a muted mic. Yes. The graphic that I'm familiar with is not that one. The one that I'm familiar with is that posts like every night. The numbers for it's one organization that's posting a list of the casualties, the number of tanks destroyed, et cetera, and in addition to the numbers, it also shows like a bar graph that shows the estimated percentage of the ones out of their inventory, their active inventory, and their inventory that's in storage. That's the only one that in their bar graphs. So I'm not familiar with the one that you're talking about. So that sounds really useful. I did find something that Ben Hodges just a few hours ago posted something down this line, and this is another quote: UAF making Crimea untenable for Russian forces, systematically eliminating Russian air defense systems so that other systems can come in and destroy Russian headquarters, logistics, air naval bases. I continue to be impressed with the targeting methodology and patience of UAF planners. And that was a comment that he made on a posting just a couple of hours prior that Ukraine World had posted. And here's their quote of their post. Over the past 2 months, the Ukrainian army has struck around 15 Russian air defense systems in the temporarily occupied Crimea. And then it says the UAF Stratcom has prepared an infographic of Ukrainian strikes, and there is a picture that shows Ukraine and little dots where the successful hits of air defense systems have been accomplished. So there is that graphic on that. But this sounds hopeful, actually. And Ben Hodges is certainly a knowledgeable person. So
Absolutely.
yeah. So cross fingers. And I'm wondering, I have no military knowledge whatsoever, but I have to wonder a couple of things with regard to the F-16s and the Gripens and the Mirages, et cetera, et cetera. What are the factors in their planning about arranging the optimal time to bring in what and how to coordinate it all? And this, these the Russian air defense systems has to be a big player in that, because yeah, you're right. They can't really, let's just say if they had 1,000 F-16s available to them, they could be much more aggressive in using them, but they don't right now, and it appears that in the short term they're not going to either. So they have to be really judicious and be really in my family, they have to be really scotch with how they consume them, how they use them, right? How they leverage them, because they can't afford to lose them. And so that decision process is of serious interest to me. Actually, I would love to be part of that and know what factors they were considering and how they were considering it. And then to riff off a little bit, the conversation, because I did hear bits of that with the Thomas Tyner, I think it was the Thomas Tyner. Anyway, with the staging of the training of the F-16 pilots. I think it was Thomas Tyner. It might have been somebody else. And the issue, and this is frustrating to me, the issue of if you take a really well-seasoned pilot of a totally different airframe, and then you start training them on F-16s, yeah, there are things that are transferable, but there are also things that are not. And um, I would like to think, however, given the little bit that I can glean from what's been said and posted, I don't have confidence enough that in that planning they have sufficiently taken into account cognitive science, because there's a lot of knowledge extension, retraining, etc., that builds on prior knowledge and prior muscle memory, etc., etc. But then sometimes, so it builds on it, and it isn't contradictory to. But sometimes if you have someone who is superbly qualified in something, and then you put them in a position where they have to totally change and look at the world through from a different perspective. They've been so familiarized with what they are expert in. There's an extra burden, because not only do they need to learn that new technology, that new paradigm, whatever, but first they have to unlearn the one that they have become expert in. So that actually does explain why it could take as long or longer for a highly experienced pilot in some of the older airframes to start over. There would be ostensibly, a cognitive science who was working with these people would have to know. But, and I certainly don't, but I'm just raising the issue that maybe part of the delay is this problem of having to unlearn and then relearn. And I'm just hypothesizing here, but let's just say I'm disappointed if that had not been taken into consideration of choosing pilots to be trained and the actual training process itself. And I'm not speaking from knowledge here. I'm speaking from, I have a question perspective. So I don't know whether you have anything to say about that. Some of these human sciences are, it has been my experience that the hard sciences have a tendency. It's not always, of course, but there is this tendency. There's a pattern of the hard sciences looking down at the human sciences, because of course it's not up to par with the hard sciences, right? And I've seen that over the decades. I've seen that play out in various circumstances. I would hope that that's not the case here, but I have questions. So I don't know if we have any cognitive sciences in the room that might have ideas that's actually grounded rather than my just spieling. Anyway,
Hey, well,
ahead.
thanks. Yeah, Linda, good question. I think that there's a lot of people in the Air Force that do pay attention to this, and they probably have titles for people like that. who deals specifically with it. But what I suspect is the case is that Ukraine wanted their best pilots to get the best equipment, and they tried really hard, and it didn't work. That's as I understand it, and it might have. That's the thing about real world experiments. All the predictions in the world, all of the kind of forces that would make you think a certain way, may not be exactly true in the case that you're looking at, and that's what science is about. Is you find out whether your hypotheses are correct or not. And maybe there's a bundle of people at the Pentagon and other places in NATO saying, "I told you so." But anyways, yeah, I think it's a really good point you're making, and it's well, it didn't work, so they got other people, and they've got pilots. So we've got two hands. But did I catch the order? No, Linda, I did not. Did you catch the order?
I did not either.
Uh-oh.
I think we're so Dan and Grace, which one of you is first? We're trusting you.
Let's Dan go first.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Grace. I'm going to be brief because I'm going to go off topic a little bit. I just wanted to mention, sorry, James, you can beat me up later. I just watched Vice President Harris, and there was a conference, I guess, today at the White House or somewhere. I don't know where she is, but is she still at the peace conference? I think that's done. But anyways, I just saw her give a talk, or she made some comments about the conference she attended to today, and it was on conflict-related sexual violence. And she did mention, she mentioned October 7th event in the Mideast in Israel, and she mentioned Ukraine several times, and she mentioned other countries where it's occurred, and what they're gonna do to combat it. And anyways, but listening to it, I just want to say she did well. She brought up some very distinct issues that need to be addressed. However, when people keep talking about this, I still am waiting to hear the word genocide, because in the long run, that's what it is. But anyways, that's all I'm going to say. But nice discussion, guys. I'll let you go. Thank you.
So are you saying that Harris did not use the word genocide?
Correct.
Oh, bummer. So Grace, what do you have to say?
Hi, you can interrupt me at any time because I don't know if this is similar in any way, shape, or form, but I have always worked in emergency medical care and with, never mind, I don't remember the English word. But in 2011, it was a while ago, but I began working extra in departments I weren't used to. And I began working with the doctors and the nurses in the stroke emergency unit. And I had never done certain things they asked me to do. But because I was well trained in CPR, catheter, when you have it in the, for the urine, and peripheral catheter to give fluid or whatever medicine that you need intravenous. I was able to assist and do a good job, and I was really, really proud of myself for being asked, for the first of all, being asked, and being stupid enough to not saying no, but then being fucking very proud that I was able to do what they did. So I don't mean in any way, shape, or form that's similar to a pilot in any way. But if you can fly, if you have the eye vision you need to have in order to fly an airplane, if you have the confidence in, because what I have understood from the Second World War too, because I'm a nerd and I have autism as well. So I have a special interest in the Second World War. The pilots who flew over from England to Germany and dropped bombs, they were really, really afraid of dying. So you really need to have the guts to do it because it was so hopelessly scary and missions often failed. So guts and if you have the basic everything you need to have in order to be a pilot, isn't it possible when you're forced to in a life and death situation that the adrenaline is able to make you learn? If not, I cannot put a time limit. I cannot. And I feel I have already said everything I need to say. So I just wanted to make a comparison between what I normally do in my healthcare when I work, and what I did when I worked extra and was suddenly in a situation I had never been in before and performed really well under stress because the adrenaline rushed. And I am never as good as I am in a situation where the adrenaline is on high speed, and I'm never as exhausted as when it's over. So thank you so much. I have not seen anything. I have just been speaking. So yes, thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Hello, Slava. Thank you, Grace, for speaking up about this. Being an observer of people in medicine, nurses in particular, the worry about the life-saving role of both doctors and nurses is really of concern to hospitals every practitioner everywhere. Because one of the things that is of great concern is the cognitive load that a person has. That goes to the number of patients that they can serve, the complexity of the cases, the interruptions around them in particular, the culture of the institution, and other factors weigh in and sort of mix with this overall cognitive load issue. And looking at what is optimal, of course, you want to reduce healthcare costs, but you don't want to have people die because of it. So I think there's a lot of similarities in respect to the cognitive load questions with the jet fighter pilots. They are loaded with information, changing every second, very high stress, life and death consequences of their decisions. And so I look at the similarities between the two roles in that sense, in terms of the cognitive load. And well, I do think that nursing and doctoring, once you get a crash cart going because somebody's starting to crash, you are in a very similar state to what the jet fighters are. The threats are very different, but the cognitive load, I believe, can increase. And certainly, you get your juices flowing. I'll put it that way, Grace, when under those kind of stressors. So I think that's a really good comparison to what these fighters go through. But the equipment part of this is another load where I think we can compare between healthcare workers and the fighter pilots. Boy, healthcare comes with all kinds of equipment these days, and especially if you're on some of the more complicated units in a hospital, there is a lot of science going on. Ideally, it reduces the stress and does automated stuff, but frankly, there's so much there. It's another cognitive load, especially as you're considering, now, how do I do the doffing and donning procedure again? Just as an example of that. But anyways, thank you for bringing that up. Follow up if you like.
I would just like to add that, as I said, I don't want to take away anything from the pilots because I do know nothing about being a pilot, and I would never be a pilot because I'm afraid of heights. But as you said, the cognitive workload when you are in a new situation, and when you are, like I tried to explain, when I was thrown in the middle of a stroke situation. A person had just gotten a stroke, gotten from the street into the emergency area, and that was my first time assisting. And they just told me, do this, do that, do that. I had never used, it was the same uh, um, uh, things I normally use, but they were used in a different way. So if I normally use them a certain way, they were used very differently and had to be readjusted. I don't know how to say it in English because I feel a little bit on slippery slope. My English is not that well prepared tonight because this was not a topic I was going to talk about. I just wanted to make this high alert, this adrenaline, but I understand that being a pilot, having a total new machine and having to adjust is so much more complicated than I could ever imagine, and I feel a bit stupid, but still I'm glad I could at least ask you and get very good responses. So I'm very grateful as always, very much. So thank you, and thank you, Slavo Karina.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Grace, very much for that. We'll get you up on some roller coasters to get over the height, fear of heights. I don't know how you feel about roller coasters, but I mean, it'd be just the kind of thing to, I'm seeing it down. Oh, you like the going downhill part. That's what you mean. I gotcha. Okay, we'll get on those roller coasters. Thanks, Grace. Appreciate it. Anyway,
Yeah.
but Robin.
Fear of heights person here too. Yeah. So, yeah. You know, if I could hinge off of that, I think crash carts maybe, and I know nothing about crash carts other than it's a piece of technology that is used in an emergency situation. And again, it's one of those pieces of technology that when you are in a critical situation, it's kind of like driving. When you first, when you first get behind the wheel, you're conscious of everything that you do. It's like you're conscious about, oh, I have to put my right foot on this pedal and my left hand controls the turn signals. And, oh, in order to turn on the windshield wipers, that's this little thing over here, blah, blah, blah. So you learn that. And then in your brain adjusts to that and it automates that. So when you're driving, after you've been driving for, a couple of years, you're not conscious of it anymore. You can carry off conversations. You can, your focus can be elsewhere, but it's automatized, if that's a word. It's automatic. Your brain is automatically, become accustomed to that, and you don't have to think, oh, I have to put my right foot on the gas pedal. You don't have to think of that anymore. And what I'm thinking of is, so the crash cart, for example, if all of a sudden you were in an emergency situation, somebody brought you a crash cart and it was a totally different new technology. And the connection points and the dials were different and the whatever, switches were different. You're back in a position where I've got to do this and I've got to do that. And what I'm automatically trying to do doesn't work anymore. And I have to figure out what to do instead. And you have to unlearn what you learned in order to learn, from the very beginning, on this new technological setup. Anyway, that's what I was thinking of. And there was something else, but I can't think of it. But we have Robin up. And did you want to say anything more, James or Grace?
Well, Grace dropped. I'm good right now with this. Let's hear what Robin has to say. Hi, Robin.
Yeah, hi, James. Hey, Linda. just something, Linda, you were getting around to actually the point that I wanted to make, that I have heard reports, and I believe they were both Ukrainian aviators. There were two accidents, as they call them, 2 times when pilots were killed, and part of the issue was one time was someone who'd been sent to the United States for training and had not been piloting his MiG-29, which he was a very accomplished pilot of, had not been training and not been piloting that for many months. He got back to Ukraine and went right back into service again. He had a fatal accident that they blamed in part on the confusion of having 2 different systems running in his head. And there was another story that was something similar to talking about the difference of placement in, I think it was the ejector control in the plane, that this pilot crashed with the plane because in the emergency situation, the problem with adrenaline is it doesn't necessarily make you smarter. It can make you move faster, but in this clutch situation, he suddenly couldn't locate where the ejector control was in this plane that he was flying, and was trying to find it in the old spot. So there is no excuse for the fact that the Allied countries have not gotten a bunch of Ukrainian pilots ready to go at this point. I mean, that's just scandalous in my opinion. But at the same time, it is also adrenaline and commitment don't take the place of serious, serious long-term training, which should have started earlier. So anyway, I'm hoping to see fully trained and ready to go pilots in the air over Ukraine very, very soon, and safe, because they have had the training they need and are really ready to go. Anyway, thanks. Back to you guys. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Robin. I think that that defeats the idea that James Bond knows how to fly every single aircraft, knows everything about every kind of atomic device, knows how to defuse them all, etc., etc. So maybe that's not an honest picture of the man.
Well, if you can find us a bunch of James Bond, I'd be happy to try it out.
Well, you keep your eyes open overseas, and maybe you'll find James Bond. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, whatever. Can't do that music very well, but thank you for that. Well, we do know that they're very welcome once they get there. Whoever is flying those planes that are going to fly for Ukraine, that is very welcome. And we don't want them to get there before the place is cleaned up for them. That's what I would say. We are really faced with a disproportionate share of the airspace going to Russia. They still have a great deal of control. They still have the ability to do things like carry man pads toward the enemy, that'd be Ukraine, right, in the Russians' case, and then try to take out these planes. And so they're not going to make it easy. And I do appreciate the care of life, the care of equipment with which Ukraine is doing this. And I think it's good. It just makes it so hard to watch, so hard to understand, or not understand, but be patient with the really diligent work that's going on to destroy the air defense systems that Russia has, and really pave the ground. Boy, that is such a wrong term. It's not really paving the ground. Is it paving the air? Okay, paving the air for the F-16s. So anyways, but it's frustrating as hell, Robin.
Can't argue with you on that. It sure is very frustrating.
Well, let's see. From here, we can go lots of places. Robin, I hope we get to talk a little bit about book club things tonight as we go forward and co-host for some hours, and also look at some of the other issues that we've seen in the news tonight and today and yesterday, and whatever you want to talk about. So looking forward to that. And Germany has been playing an outsized role in discussions today because of of course, their importance in the war effort, but also their, speaking of frustrating, their role in frustrating some of the EU plans to further reduce the economic reach of Russia. And that's a problem. Germany's in the way on this. It's understandable. We talked about the economic impact to them. It's great. And so it does make their industrial players want to continue to get really cheap Russian gas, and that's a problem. But anyways, the other ways that they've played huge in the news lately, specifically as a beneficiary to Ukraine, they've been getting more energy supplies to Ukraine than anybody else. And so this is a really critical thing. And the fact that they've hosted this recovery conference, no surprise that it would be there, because frankly, they have the industrial base to do the most work in Ukraine and to aid Ukraine. And of course, they're already a strong partner in that, in the sense that they're producing all kinds of things in Ukraine at this point, Rheinmetall primarily, and so a lot of new equipment that we'll see will be made in Ukraine by German companies, probably employing most hours. It's going to be Ukrainians that they're going to employ, so it's kind of a win-win for them. Anyways, Linda, back to you.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an opportunity. I see the opportunity of Ukraine becoming a really fresh economic engine for Europe. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot to redo, a lot to rebuild. And there's a lot of smart people there. And there's a lot of companies in Europe that could benefit, by working together. Back, I think it was the late 1700s or early 1800s in the US, the talk was, there needs to be a United States of Europe. Well, the EU, passes muster of being part of that, but not fully. And, wouldn't it be interesting if one of the outcomes of this war ends up European countries coalescing to be a stronger collective group, closer to being a quote United States of Europe? Not that the United States of America is anywhere near perfection. I mean, we know that, and we know about a lot of divisions, and we fought a war over, part of that division and all of that. But nevertheless, I mean, nothing's 100%. But anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. Oh, there was something else I wanted to bring up and I'm going to be dropping here in a couple of minutes. My replacement is waiting in the wings, but I saw earlier today that King Charles has now been advised, and I'm not sure where the impetus came from this, or whether it was his own. It could have been his own, to take actions to rein in Unilever, and which would include companies like Cadbury, like the chocolate, right? But Unilever, and then its parent company that the name starts with an M, and I can't think of it right now. But
Mondelez, I think.
I think you got it. Yeah. I think this would be a really good thing if they got a little dressing down from the British king. What do you think, James?
Well, every voice helps. He's a mixed character. He'll pull in some, repel others, but if there are enough people listening, it makes a difference. What role the king plays in England is sort of beyond me, except it's partly ornamental. It also does, or has been used, that the throne, that is, to pull the world's eyes toward different topics, depending on sort of the preference of the people on the throne, right? And it was Elizabeth until things changed, and she did that. She really did use her office to draw attention to different things. So I would expect this of him. I would expect that would be effective, but really, where the rubber meets, well, first, no, where the wallet meets the scanner, I think is the big thing for the consumers out there. If they are listening, they should be using the oh boy, oh now I can't. Rubargo is one of the different apps. Use that to make sure that whatever you're buying isn't helping Russia. And for the king, I mean, he ought to be calling for people to do that as well. But the parliament there in England are the ones that really can take substantive steps with changes in the law. And that will probably be the most directly effective. But the ideal way is the people themselves would make these decisions. So let's hope that they do. But Robin, we've been keeping you waiting, and welcome. And it is approaching the hour. It's almost on the hour. So we are looking to a change of co-hosts.
Well, I can hang on for a
Yeah.
minute if if we want to do that officially first, then I can make my comment.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm ready to drop down. So let me exit, and Forrest, if you're listening.
I'll take it.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I'm going to say good night and thank you, James. This has been a pleasure and some really good commenters tonight. And I see Prince Heather has her hand up. I'm going to exit before she starts talking and let her talk while hopefully the elevator will be en route.
Well, I'm sorry I disabled the buttons. Sorry about that. Maybe. Well, anyways, never mind. The manual operation still works. Sorry about that. Anyways, Prince Heather, welcome.
Yeah. I gotta say something about about King Charles here. The royal family tries to stay out of political type things. And this, I believe, could be seen as a political type thing. And I appreciate you bringing it up, but what it seems to be is a letter sent from Ukrainian supporters, basically urging him to revoke the royal warrants of Cadbury and Marmite, the owner of Unilever, because of their connection to Russia. Now, I don't know what the royal warrants are. I didn't take time to Google that. What they are doing is urging the royal family to stand in solidarity with Ukraine by determining that the companies contributing to the suffering and devastation of Ukraine will not be bestowed with the privilege and honor of holding a royal warrant. Now, what I have seen from the royal family when it comes to the war in Ukraine is I have seen the royal family not speak necessarily on the politics of it, and they stay out of that. But what you do see is very, very warm welcomes from the royal family, from the king and the queen consort. And if I say I have to say consort, otherwise somebody will get cranky with me, mockers, if you're still awake and listening. Because anyway, it doesn't matter. But the king and queen, they stay out of public things as far as this kind of thing is concerned. But they definitely will do things that I think clearly show their support for Ukraine. And of course, King Charles is not Queen Elizabeth, and things may evolve and change a little bit as far as that goes. But as far, they, especially in world politics, it may be a little bit different, but they're not the kind of people to stand up and speak out against this kind of thing, and that just has to historically go with the royal family remaining rather neutral in a lot of different ways. And so I don't know what I would expect from this. I'm not too, I'm not too fired up about it in, trying the royal family. Royals will do what the royals will do, and if he chooses to do this because of pressure, I think it shows that him taking a little bit of a different route and a different stand than his mother did. And it's of course up to him because he is king. But these people don't even vote. These people do not vote um, because they remain politically neutral. And that's the way they need to be in order to um, do their job and to serve in the role that they do. And I am a big supporter actually of the royal family. I am a subject of the king, and I'll tell you, when I got my Canadian citizenship not all that long ago, when I read something that was written on there, and it was addressed to Queen Elizabeth. It had to do with her. I broke down in tears just realizing that I was now a subject of the royal family. But it was anyway. That's a side story, and now I'm waffling, so I'm going to shut up.
Well, thank you for that. Interesting. It is very interesting that they don't get a vote. That's disturbing. That's wrong. But I'm an American looking at it from my narrow-minded American perspective. So anyways, thank you, though, for bringing it up. And
I
wow.
don't think it's that they don't get to vote. I think it's that they choose not to vote to remain
Neither one.
politically. Neither one? Okay, Robin's got
No,
an
it's
answer.
because it's the king's government. It's the king is he'd be voting for himself. It's like the queen and the king don't have driver's licenses because they would be granting them to themselves. And so it's like a it would be a circle. That's as I understood it. The reason they don't vote is because and it's only, I believe it's only the king or the queen who doesn't vote. I don't think it extends to the rest of the royal family. That I'm not sure about, but it's because it was her Queen Elizabeth's government, and it's the king's government now. So it would be, voting for yourself, which is, just a closed circle, as I understood it.
Well, that's fascinating because they don't really elect the king or queen. But anyway, I I will not let us be held up by royalty, or vice versa. Will not hold them up either. I would be impolite. Fascinating topic, though. We don't have to go away from it, but I do want to get Grace up here and say hello. Welcome back.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry I have to bring late Queen Elizabeth up because a documentary on YouTube was released a month or two ago, and there were banquets at the palace where Putin and his wife Svetlana or something like that was invited, and Putin held a speech in English, and he said something about "I'm so sincerely." Sorry about the tragic loss about such and such soldiers, probably UK soldiers, sorry, stupid me. But I made a little short clip with that when he's speaking and put up on my YouTube channel and just wrote the sincerity. I mean, the lying dollar sign, I mean, with an A before. Yeah, that was just, I dropped my jaw when I heard him speak in English in front of the British Queen, late Queen Elizabeth, and the sincerity, his deeply sincere sorrow or whatever he said. It was mind-blowing. Now we can drop the Queen and Queen. Sorry, I cannot speak. It's time for me to go to bed as well. So I will soon drop out. Thank you so much again, everybody. You're the best. Bye. Slava Ukraini.
James, I'd just like to jump back in here for
Sure.
a minute. I'm just double checking this now, and I think that I was wrong. I think that the royal family has voluntarily chosen not to vote. So I had heard this from somebody who I thought they knew what we were talking about at one point, but I think I was wrong about that. So it apparently does have to do with political neutrality. I think also one of the things that we may find with King Charles is he, as Prince of Wales, was much more involved in certain, so should we say, moral issues. I don't think political issues, but if he were to look at this issue in Ukraine as a moral issue, I think he'd be more likely to actually say something. So it'll be interesting to see. Anyway, he's not his mother, for better and for worse. Back to James.
Nope, not his mother. That would be very disturbing if he were. Anyways, and probably impossible, but time machines and stuff. Anyway, Prince.
Yeah, and let's look at what is a royal warrant. A royal warrant gives basically a company or an individual the ability in a trading capacity to use the royal arms connected with its business. So, and it has to be renewed every 5 years. So, you know what? I don't think this is a big deal, but we'll see in the long run. If anybody's interested, I could go on about Kate and William, and if you would like, I really could do this. Had an awesome example come up very recently about how about basically Russian disinformation. It's rather fun. You want to hear it?
About Ukraine?
The Kate and William part is not about Ukraine specifically. However, it is a good parallel to falling for Russian disinformation.
I don't care. That sounds good.
Yeah, it is a really good parallel. I was talking with Mockers the other night, and we drifted into the subject of Princess Kate appearing for the first time in a long time at the Trooping of the Color. And she said, "Well, I think she's dead." And I'm like, "Are you kidding? You think Princess Kate is dead? You're kind of nuts, Mockers. You are kind of nuts." And then she starts to go on to this whole thing about, well, people were upset with Kate because she wore the wrong thing to the coronation. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She wore the wrong thing to coronation. She wore the same thing as Sophie did, Edward's wife. She wore the exact same thing. She said, "Oh no, she didn't. She wore something different. And she wasn't supposed to. She was supposed to wear something else." And I'm like, "You're so full of crap." And so I start sending Mockers pictures proving that I'm right, right? And it came up in like 2 other situations where she was saying, Kate did this. And I'm like, "You're wrong. Here's a picture to prove you're wrong." And so I went through and I stopped in the middle of this. I said, "Mockers, we right now are dealing with a situation that can be totally parallel to Russian disinformation. You have fallen for disinformation and haven't done the due diligence to check your sources and to make sure that it's accurate information, but you've fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. Just like people end up hearing Russian disinformation and don't do their from questionable sources and don't do their due diligence and don't follow up to make sure that it's correct information. You're doing the same thing with Kate as people do with Russian disinformation. And she's like, "Oh my God, you're right." I said, "You would never do something like this when it comes to Russia's illegal invasion into Ukraine. You would never do something like this when it comes to that. But here, this other aspect of your life, you're doing it." And she was like, "Oh my God, you're right." And so it was just a very, very interesting example of someone who works so hard to make sure that they are giving you the truth when it comes to what is happening in Ukraine, falling for disinformation in another setting. I thought it was extremely fascinating.
I see the parallels. Yeah, I do see the parallels there. Well, we do have to we do have to show our receipts when we make decisive statements about what's what, and avoid them if we can't. In general, and specifically, sometimes we bring up the first news source to say, "Hey, we got wind of this. We're testing it. We'll have to see some backup documentation." And if we get it, then it's solid. So anyway, so that's how I handle the news anyways. Well, anyway, hopefully the king finds a way to do things that support one of the things directly or indirectly. And directly around Ukraine, it seems like he could get behind some aspect of that. And indirectly, he could pick up any one of the contentious issues that are in the peace plan and say, look, this is an important thing for us too. So I'm really hoping that he'll come along and be the king we want him to be, which is not so middle of the roady and more about Ukraine and not Russia. But that's just me, and I'm talking to a foreign leader who is not under my dominion. So meh. Anyway, I hope he does good by Ukraine.
I think, James, I think part of the issue too is that one of Queen Elizabeth's strengths was always the fact that since she didn't, nobody knew what she thought politically about anything, that she was able to rally the country around her in a way that no political leader ever could. So it's definitely a it's a balancing act on both sides. But we will see. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we don't always have hands, but we do right now. So we should take care of these hands. IT fellow, welcome.
Hello, thanks. As to the king, getting what I was going to say here. With Russian disinformation, I have a very simple rule. When I see anything coming from Russia, I automatically assume it's a lie until I can find some other information from a source that might corroborate it. But I think if you just start out, anytime you see a statement coming out of anywhere from Russia, just assume that it's a lie and work back from there. And it hasn't, as a technique, it hasn't failed me yet, because if you do that for a while, you'll notice there is always a lie in what they say. It may be supported in some adjacent way by a truth. There may be some kernel of truth in there, but the premise of the statement will always be a lie. As to the king, I just hope for his sake that he wasn't heavily invested in anything on the Moscow exchange. Because if he was, he may be a little upset at this point because it's gone to, it's not trading. I strongly suspect that he doesn't. I would be surprised if the king's portfolio involves anything outside of the UK.
Yeah, thank you, IT fellow. That sounds right to me too. I was thinking, really, I think the king, the royal family, is most heavily invested in real estate. They own in a large part of the country, so that's an investment that's not going to cause them political problems. But interesting. Hey, Linda, over to you.
Yeah, I have to agree with all you guys, and IT fella, I think. So there's a couple of things. So IT fella, I think the part of the problem is it can be Russian sourced information, but you're not getting it from a Russian source because they have developed a whole process for funneling their disinformation through other sources. So you might be reading Ajax Tribune or Acme cable news, listening to that, and they might have gotten it from, I don't know, Johnson, and I just made that name up, fact checking source, and Johnson fact checking source might be overwhelmed because that is a technique that Russia is using right now, is deliberately to overwhelm fact checkers. And I mean, yeah, this is deliberate right now. So you almost have to take everything with a grain of salt. And you have your spidey sense highly activated because if it sounds off, if it triggers your spidey sense, you need to have a very active spidey sense and wait, probably wait until there's more to learn before spreading the disinformation as if it were true. Because Russians are very good at this. They've been doing this for decade after decade after decade, and they're really ramped up right now. The other thing I want to say too is the whole Kate and William situation is, I think, educationally illustrative of this problem, because I have some friends who are very bright and very well educated and very attuned to the world. They keep up and they're critical thinkers. Yet they too have fallen prey to this or that malinformation, disinformation, psyops, yada yada yada. And some things are trivial, but some things are really the opposite of trivial. And so that's disappointing. In other words, anybody can fall prey. It's not a judgment on whether somebody's smart or a critical thinker or their educational level or anything like that. Because Russia is so good at this, propaganda is really, really powerful. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Linda. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yes, they're good at it, and when they get it right, it is powerful. And boy, are they deceiving the world in a lot of ways. And our press goes along. So anyway, we have the other hand here back, IT fella.
Yeah, it's really the same point. I don't think it doesn't matter what source it comes from, Russian disinformation. When it's coming from Russia, it's a lie. And I would put it to you to find me a case where that's not true. That they lie all the time. It's like it's their first instinct is to prevaricate about anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So you've always got to take what they say, not with a grain of salt, just assume that it's baseless and look for corroborating evidence from a source outside Russia that you can trust. And that's getting hard to do. What's interesting to watch is we have the same thing going on in the States with MAGA. If you happen to catch anything of Trump rallies and stuff, I mean, they're promoting this myth that inflation is really high, and they push it every day. And if you actually follow economics at all, you'll notice that inflation since Biden took office has dropped from over 9% to just above 3%, and may well be coming down into the twos before much longer. But they promote every day, you'll hear about how high inflation is coming from the GOP. And it's a flat out, it's a flat out lie. I mean, disinformation, misinformation, prevarication, it's a lie. they're feeding false information to their voting public. And that's one of the things that disturbs me about the whole thing. We'll see as time goes on, but what surprises me is that the press doesn't counter it because mainstream media sees the numbers. I mean, one of the things the New York Times and Wall Street Journal do, and Washington Post, is they track the Fed studiously, the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve is the one that controls our interest rates, completely independent of whoever's in the White House. So, I mean, it gives you a ready source of what's actually going on. Anything that the GOP touts as economic fact, you can just go. There are readily available sources for uncovering the truth as far as metrics about our economy. Our economy is doing better now than it has in 50 years. So,
IT fellow, I just want one distinction. Don't confuse the GOP with MAGA. I think what you're saying is absolutely true about the crap that's been coming out of the Trump camp, but don't. I think other people, including the news media, have not been loud enough countering it. But please don't assume that every Republican is on board with this garbage, because I don't think that's the case. Thanks. Thank you.
Good point. Very good point. And I just had another thing to tie it back to the king. Candace Owens, who is sort of a MAGA-y, said to the British interviewer that it'd be better off if the U.S. had not helped England defeat the Nazis. So there's a piece of very relevant information. Glad it didn't go that way back then. It would have made us, twice as deep as we are now in, shit, I guess I would say.
You know, James, I swear sometimes people, they say this crap. I don't even think they believe it half the time. It's anything to get some attention. And, this is the issue. And this is, I think, part of the problem with our news media in general. Why don't they bring up the actual numbers when people make ridiculous claims about inflation? Because it's not glitzy. You don't get people all hot and bothered and tuning into your news broadcast. So it's it's a problem we have with anybody who's trying to skew information to get people emotionally riled up, that we don't have effective ways of countering that, regardless of who's saying what. Really, back to you, James.
Yeah, we're not we're not really designed for, our news is not designed to do that anymore. It doesn't take up the role voluntarily, that's for sure. And adjusted number for May for the United States interest rate is 0. Now it's an adjusted number, but still it dropped from 3.3 the month before to 0. But don't think of 0. Think about that below 3% number. These are one of the key things. And the speaking of the Fed, they haven't seen the numbers that they like to take more action about loosening the money supply, which of course would change the interest rates there. So you know what, that is a very good focus of an example of what Russia is doing, because the biggest source that they have that they fear is the United States, and of course in decreasing order all of the other ally members. And so they will lie about them and try to split up the gang. And don't believe it. So anyways, very good point, IT fellow. What up?
Just one quick correction. Interest rates did not go to 0 in May. Interest rates haven't changed. They're still at 5.25%. What did happen is the inflation.
I'm sorry, I meant inflation rate. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the inflation rate didn't go to 0 either. It backed off from 0.2 to 0.1 for the previous month. So if you multiply that times 12, it's still, that would indicate 2.4%. Now that was just 1 month, and the Fed will not do anything on 1 month's worth of data. They want to see what it looks like over the course of at least a quarter. And right now they're talking about not doing anything with interest until probably November or December, because inflation has been Because inflation has been really sticky for a long time. And before they make any change to the interest rate, they want to be really sure that the trend is down and not just that they're seeing a temporary lull before it goes back up again. Excuse me. One thing that affects that almost immediately is the price of oil. So I'm sure they're watching that pretty much. And oil has been staying at and below 80 for months now. And if that continues, despite the amount of turmoil that's going on globally, then they will go ahead and lower interest rates. But they're waiting to make sure that the whole business going on in the Middle East and with Ukraine and everywhere else that, you know, Russia's busy stirring the pot. They want to make really sure that they don't do something, you know, that the Russians don't do something stupid that jerks inflation rates up again, because we are riding a knife edge at the moment. And fortunately, the upshot of Ukraine's hitting refineries, that it's doing what I expected it would. It's not affecting the volume of oil that Russia produces. It's only affecting refined products. So, and we don't use those refined products. Most of them are really used in Russia or shipped to China or India. So what Ukraine's doing doesn't really affect the global price of oil, like Brent or WTI. Today we got up into the 79s, but I think we'll see it back off from there once again, as it has been. So yeah, the Fed is very slow to move because there's too many things that can happen that cause temporary spikes. Like when Ukraine first started hitting oil refineries, the next day WTI futures went up to 86. Well, by the end of the week, they were down closer to 80, and subsequently came down close to the high 60s, and they've been floating up around, you know, the mid 70s, mid to upper 70s for the months since then. And I think as long as that stays the case, we'll see the Fed start to lower interest. But I suspect that's what they're watching right now, because there is a lot going on in the oil market.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They want to make sure that we don't get some kind of weird action that drives oil higher.
Exactly right, IT fella. Exactly right, and they're working really hard at that. And I tagged you in a retweet of something I saw from Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it's the CPI look at the inflation rate. So it's inflation on the CPI. So, anyways, that being what it is, we'll swing back a little closer to Ukraine. Although honestly, this matters tremendously, because the cost of oil, it drives the cost of so many other products. And the Western people who feel comfortable that inflation is under control feel like they've got more money to give Ukraine, and frankly, they do. So it really matters to Ukraine that this is something that's managed really carefully. And I'm going to say Yellen and all are doing fine. I think IT fella, so I appreciate it. But let's go back a little closer to Ukraine, I think, but maybe I don't know. Maybe somebody next is going to take us completely to outer space on Ukraine. I don't know. TDK Bach, hello, welcome.
Hi, thanks, James, and Robin. Robin, I really appreciate your reminder to all of us to be cautious about inadvertently painting with a broad brush. And I don't normally come up at this time of the day to speak. I don't normally come up at this time of the day to speak, so some folks might not be aware that.
James, TKD, hang on, James, hot mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Okay, good, TK, sorry.
So some folks might not be aware that I've lived in parts of the country where there's a pretty high percentage of MAGA voters or people that would be somewhat sympathetic to that movement. And some of the folks that I know that are right of center, whether they approve of Trump or whether they're Trump skeptical, I know some of them that care very, very much about Ukraine. Going back to the question of information warfare and reliability, you mentioned why don't they put numbers on the news? Right. And you're absolutely right. For one, it's not glitzy. For another thing, if you're going to put numbers on the news, like which numbers are you looking at? Are you looking at a day, a week, a month? When does the window start? When does the window end? Because we could talk about the numbers, but we could also talk about, okay, well, what's the best segment of the numbers to view, right? With the high degree of reverse polarization here in the US, it's very difficult in communicating to present a fact that is true, but different from something that people may have heard from somebody that they trust, right? Because as we've kind of retreated into camps and as Russians and others have played on our fears, it is really, really hard to listen to each other. And so then we find ourselves in places where we want to focus on Ukraine, but it's really easy to kind of get sidetracked. That's maybe a secondary effect of some of these information techniques that bad actors are using. And use of fear in politics, I mean, that goes back a really, really long time. But I like what you said at the end, James, that a country where we have a healthy economy, where people feel like they have more money in their pockets, right? And do have more money in their pockets, is a country that likely will be a little bit more inclined to support Ukraine and that would feel less of a tension between the very serious needs geostrategically that we have to pay attention to and the very serious needs that we see right here at home with our friends and with our neighbors. Yeah, how would things be different if my neighbors hadn't said to me a couple months ago, can you believe a box of cereal is $6 in the store now? I'm in a part of the country where a box of cereal normally doesn't cost $6, but it does now. And so I think James is right. And it's a fine line to draw parallels between how we're going to understand Ukraine with the things that we're familiar with from life in our Western democracies. That can be helpful. But I'll land the plane here and say that it's good for us to sort of catch that, to catch the ways that the information space is leading us down rabbit trails. This is a really special space. We have people of all viewpoints here, pretty much all viewpoints. And so I want to say thanks for keeping it that way. And thanks for providing the information and the support that will help me communicate about Ukraine to my friends and neighbors, regardless of their background. Thanks.
You're welcome, and thank you for what you bring, which is good analysis. And we thank you for that, and glad you're part of the group. And it's wonderful to have a community that knows so much stuff collectively. And of course, we know more stuff collectively than we do individually. So it is good to know. It's also good to know who to trust. Because what you find out is that people who you do trust probably you guys anyways, they've done their homework, and that's a reliable thing. When people start doing their homework, they keep doing their homework, and that makes them, generally speaking, a reliable source. So I don't look just at the facts and try to verify them. I also shortcut sometimes, and I say, gee, Viking sure has a lot of good stuff in there. Let me go see what he's got. And this is a good strategy too. But we have to be careful with that and not assume that because they get most stuff right, they get everything right. That's really hard to do. Anyways, thank you very much for jumping in there with that. And well, Linda, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just thought I would piggyback a little bit on this conversation because one thing that might help sort through some of this is to, as soon as you hear something that might be disturbing, ask the question to yourself, who is, if this were true, and if this message is true, who benefits? Who is enabled by this, empowered by this, if this were indeed true? And who is disabled or disempowered? And that can help cut through a lot of it, because there's a lot of hype out there that when you look at it, if these narratives were true, that would be disempowering the Western democracies, embarrassing, cutting down, whatever. And so I think that's a good measure as well. It's not necessarily, 100.0000% accurate, but it certainly is a good rule of thumb. And I don't like using the rule of thumb. It's a trope, but it has its origins, has a bad meaning. But sometimes I can't think of a good alternative. Anyway, so that's all I want to say.
Well, I take your meaning. Yeah, very, very good point. Well, rules of thumb do make things possible. We can take early guesses at things, and we build expectations on things like that, and then we verify them, right? So, anyways,
Hello, John. How this all
oh,
of
pardon
this
me, sir. Pardon me, sir. I
how
mistook you for
all
somebody
of
who was going
all
to
of
behave.
this can
My apologies, folks. I thought this guy was going to behave. Please mute your mic, and I'll help you with that one time. And then we raise our hands. There's a button at the bottom of the screen with a heart plus on it.
You got it.
Hi, you know how to raise your hand. You can raise your hand. You can wait to be called on, and then you can speak, sir. So thank you for following our rules here. But as there are no other hands at the moment, I'll let you go ahead. This is about Ukraine. We support Ukraine. Just so
yeah,
you know.
I support Ukraine also, but how do you think all of this will change Ukrainian fates or will help Ukrainian in doing what they are doing, like fighting for us and dying for us?
Who is us, Rego?
Us as are like Eastern European guys that are still enjoying their lives. Not use Westerners like Western more than I don't know, Western than I don't know, Czechia. But yeah, how all of this can change the Ukrainian faith that are still there fighting for us.
Well, I'm not sure really of what you're asking. I mean, Ukraine is fighting for its independence against an invader that has been trying for centuries to destroy Ukrainians
They are fighting for
culture
us also.
and
They are fighting
they're
for
fighting. Thank you, James. Ukraine is fighting for its independence, is fighting for its right to be, for their right to be Ukrainians, for their right to speak their own language, to have their own culture, and to be left alone. They are fighting for us in the sense that Russia needs to be stopped somewhere. If Ukraine is not able to stop them, they will continue to invade other countries, and other countries will have to fight also. So in that sense, they're fighting for all of us, but they are fighting primarily to be Ukrainians, for the right to be themselves, the right to have their own country, like any country would want.
Robin, thank you very much. And Dragos, if you would like to reply, I wasn't quite sure what you were getting at. How I didn't catch the what part of this. What is affecting what? I apologize. I didn't follow. Can you restate your question and
I think
better explain?
all of these discussions are doing nothing actually to sustain the young life that are actually fighting for Ukraine and fighting for all of us.
Sorry about that. Let me give you an example of how discussions here at MriyaReport do impact the people on the front line. It's been a couple of fundraisers ago, but we raised money for frontline troops, people who are doing things in the trenches, people who are going across the Russian lines and destroying things in Russia, and equipped with equipment that we gave them. The other thing that I would say is one of the most valuable things that MriyaReport has ever taken part in was an influence campaign run against the United States Congress. And as part of a larger group, MriyaReport was able to help put a lot of political pressure on the politicians who were blocking aid to Ukraine. And so these are two examples, quick examples of how these things make a difference for the people in the front line. I can think of more, but I think the important thing is that we are not mainly about adjusting things at the front line. We are about informing the world about what Ukraine is facing, what really is at stake for us, for Ukraine, for our allies, for our way of life, and also informing people of what the costs are of the war to Ukraine. So these are some of our main objectives. We, on a day-to-day basis, our conversations don't matter a whole lot at the front line, but I'll tell you what, sometimes they matter a whole lot. And it's not just the front line, it's also the frontline soldiers.
Okay, what matters for
Almost
that
done.
that
Almost
guy
done,
that will
Dragos.
die tomorrow?
I'm almost done because I was just getting to that very point. And that is that sometimes the people that are going to die tomorrow because of wounds, they now are able to be served in hospital units that are powered by our equipment. No, your equipment, listeners, your equipment, who've sent money to us, and we've spent it on Ukraine, and those soldiers who would have otherwise died, they got services and units that had our equipment there, providing them with power. So, Dragos, I don't think we're going to come to agreement if that's your heartfelt feeling that conversations don't matter. I think that the world needs more conversations about these really important topics, or we will see no meaningful change in the world. It is only our conversations with each other, between nations, specifically diplomacy, especially like what Zelensky has led in the peace summit and the like. This is what matters. And so our talk is not useless. It's very useful. Sometimes it gets a little repetitive, I'll grant you that. But what it is, in essence, is it's our way to whisper to the world what's going on in Ukraine, what people need to do to stop the atrocities there, and why they should, and why their country should be involved in something that maybe is quite a ways away around the other side of the world. And what the answer to that is, of course, is that the world is a small place. We're all tied to each other. We all have to share the world, and things happen in the world faster than they ever did. And the space between us is smaller than it ever was in terms of, time to target, if you know what I'm saying. So we should care. We do care, and we'll carry on our conversation. And I think it does have meaning for us and for the world.
Thank you, James.
Also, I'm a
I would
Romanian.
also ask you. I would also ask you, Draco. What are you doing to help this? As you seem to be concerned. What have you been doing that's been helping?
I'm a Romanian living in UK, and I'm helping the Ukrainian community a lot. I'm giving them a lot of things, giving them what else I can do, you know, as a Romanian in UK, helping the Ukrainian community. Yeah.
Beautiful. That's
What
great. Thank you.
what else I can do? What else I can do? I can go to Sulina channel and say, oh, you are. I don't. Yeah. I don't. What do you want me? I'm not a mercenary. I'm not having military training. I'm doing what I can. What I can to support whatever, you know, support forward, whatever.
That's
So,
great. Thank you, Draco. That's
thank you for
important.
thank you for what? Thank you for what? Because I'm doing nothing. Like I'm doing nothing. I know that if my country will be attacked, I'll be the first there. I'll be the first there to come back to Romania. Yeah, but I don't know what I can do more. I can sympathize with Ukrainian diaspora. I can sympathize with them. I can love them. I can do whatever, but I cannot do more. You know, I am. As I told you, I don't have military training, and fuck. I don't want to fight someone else's country's war. You know. I don't want.
Yeah. Let's hope it stays Ukraine's war. That's, I think, something we're all working on together, is to help Ukraine win this war so it doesn't become anyone else's war either. And
No,
will
it's
not be
already
Ukraine
our
soon.
war. It's already our wars. It's already our war. It's already our war, and we see, we are like we are like shy girls, not to want to show too much, towards what, toward towards what, towards a very Russian aggression.
Well,
I'm
I
very
think we're
disappointed. I'm very disappointed on my country. Really, I'm very disappointed on my Romanian country.
I wouldn't be so disappointed. They're
I'm
they're
I'm
doing something.
disappointed. I'm very disappointed on my
Well,
country.
yeah, I hear you. No, and you have every right to feel how you want to feel about this, and so I'm not going to argue with you about that. I think that all the nations that have officially signed up to support Ukraine are doing something
They are
more than
doing
zero.
nothing. They are doing nothing, and you are talking.
No, sir. No, sir. They are talking a lot. They are doing things. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. But let's include some other voices here, Drago. Here, let's hear from the other people who've got their hands up. And thank you for waiting. Let's go through the hands. I
Romania is
believe.
doing nothing.
Well, then you have a job to do now. Wake up Romania, if that's how you feel. Wake it up. Wake them up. That's something you can take on, frankly. So, anyways, well, okay. TDK, I think, and then Linda, unless I got the order wrong.
I'm not sure what the order is. I'm happy to yield to Linda, though, if you want.
I think you were first. Go ahead.
Thanks. Dragos, I don't know if you've had a chance to pop into the space at other times, but we have some folks from Romania who regularly participate in the space and who are really doing a great job on the ground over there. So yeah, maybe we have some concerns about the government, but for what it's worth, I want you to know that some of your countrymen and women have really represented Romania well over here and been a good support to us. I am glad, Dragos, that you came up, and I noticed a pattern. It's a form of cognitive distortion, and I think you're kind of illustrating for us the difference between a sober-minded assessment of a very, very serious situation and what in English we call catastrophizing. And catastrophizing is when we look at things and they're just so overwhelming that we see them as bigger than they are. We see the problems as bigger than they are. We see the dangers as bigger than they are. And one of the great things about this space is that sometimes I wonder if I'm doing that, and I've got friends here that are going to help and set me straight. And they can say, yes, this is serious. Let's formulate a plan. Here's what we can do. Remember that we're seeing good things happening over here. Let's continue to have conversations. Let's continue to put our hands to the plow together. It's a lot of hard work. It's scary, but there is hope. I'm really glad you came and joined us. I do wonder, and I would encourage anyone that's here and kind of thinking through some of the things that Dragos has expressed tonight. As we look at the war in Ukraine, a lot of grief, a lot of loss. We're seeing that in other parts of the world as well, because bad actors are coordinating. As we face all that, it's very important not to do that alone. So I hope you do have some friends that you can meet with face to face. I hope that each one listening knows what resources are available in the community. And I hope that you'll continue to stick around with us, to reach out to some of us. And even if you don't feel comfortable coming or ready to come up and talk, even if you don't have something to say that's pertinent to the discussion right now, it's okay to listen and to follow the example of the individuals and the community here at MriyaReport, because you'll hear that a lot of us, we get a little emotional because we're human beings and we do all of that together. So whether it's fear, whether it's grief, whether it's uncertainty, those things all mess with our perspective and can make us think that things are actually worse than they are.
Thank you, TK. That's absolutely you're right on there, and this is very important to realize. I think sometimes we get so focused on our little area of the world, a little area of what's going on, that we forget the larger picture. And as you were talking, it reminded me of something I saw today. The Australian representative to the summit, and if I just a second, what is his name? Bill Shorten, Australian Government Services Minister. I saw a money quote here, and this is about the same areas. I was impressed by the caliber of leadership present, particularly Eastern European leadership. Sometimes people in politics doesn't have enough good quality leaders, but there are some good leaders at this gathering, and I think that that's an important thing to remember. Romania has done a lot of really good things for Ukraine. Romania has, among other things, has a very large NATO base that has been being used for to get things into Ukraine, has been being used for surveillance along the border. We have our friend Radu Hossa, who's a hero, an absolute hero, who has been bringing. He brought. I remember recently a while ago he brought. I think it was an ambulance into Bakhmut in the middle of the fighting there. He's been working on getting fire trucks in where they were needed. Romania has really stepped up, and I think it's important to back up enough to remember that. And I would say Eastern Europe in general gets a lot more respect from those of us in the more Western parts of, either Europe or the United States, we were really pretty. I mean, I'll speak for myself personally. It's really not very aware of what went on in that area of the world before the full-scale invasion, and now we see the quality of the leadership and the quality of the how people, how Poles and Romanians and Czechs, that people have stepped up, and a lot of other people too have really stepped up to help Ukraine in its time of need. And I think that that's something we have to focus on. As TK was saying, it's very easy. I had somebody call it awfulizing too. It's very easy to get, and we all get down sometimes. This is a very hard. If you care about Ukraine, your heart breaks sometimes. It can't help but do that. But we have to regroup and remember and focus on the good things that are happening, and try to make sure that there are more of those. And there are some very good things going on at this point. This meeting, it was only talking, but we got a lot of, Ukraine has gotten a lot of buy-in from, most of the world, I think now, except for, let's say, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and maybe a couple others. The rest of the world is almost totally understanding that this is a fight between good and evil, and good is the side that Ukraine is on. This is the side we must support. So it's a very difficult situation in Ukraine still, but I think there are a lot of things to feel positive about at the same time. The F-16s will be coming in country soon. We are there. Ukraine has been given the green light to use the weaponry in a much more effective manner. And I think I'm, God willing, with God's help and with a lot of other good things happening, I think we may be turning a corner. General Sirski just today pointed out that once the weaponry is really flowing in and the F-16s are there, that time is going to be on Ukraine's side rather than on Russia's at that point. And so I think it's important to keep all of that in mind. James, I'm going to go back to you, and then Linda has her hand up too. Back to you first, James.
Sure thing. No, I really didn't have much to add to that. Romania is sort of a vital location for NATO. They've been a member since 2004. So they're part of really what defends Europe. And that is critical, frankly, to Ukraine. It's not a direct, defense contract, but really all of Europe has stepped up very much and said, hey, look, this is on our doorstep. We know it. We're going to take care of this one way or the other. And I don't see Romania being in the backseat on that. I see them as much as anybody leading out the fact that they're letting their allies sort of build roads and bases in their territory is a good sign that they're really bought into this whole NATO thing and the defense of Europe. And that is where Ukraine wants to go. And if Romania and the rest of the countries were not the strength and the kind of shining light that they are for Ukraine, then this would be all the more difficult for Ukraine. So in every way, I think Romania is doing what they can. Not the richest of the European nations, increasing, I believe, and but important nonetheless for the roles that they play. Their willingness to step up, I think, it does show itself. So anyway, I'm going on a bit long, but Linda.
Yeah, I just wanted to pile on and with the topic and with regard to this, I'm going to say the absolutism that sometimes tends to be prevalent is not really helpful. And there is, in a complicated situation, a large complicated situation like this, there is no one single thing that can be done that's going to solve the problem. But a whole lot of little things, or little to large things, will add up. Hopefully, soon and sooner rather than later, will end up solving this overwhelming problem. And just for an example, if you're a 90-year-old great grandmother who knows how to knit, you can make wool socks for the Ukrainian soldiers. That's not going to solve the problem of the war, but it's a contribution, small as it may be, towards solving the problem of the contribution, of the solving of the problem of the war. If you're 90 years old, great grandmother, and you can help make candles, get your friends together and everybody's, collectively sitting around a table making candles for the trenches. It's not going to solve the problem, but it certainly can contribute to some degree to the solving of the problem. So anything that's done, if you can contribute, $5 a month towards either your MriyaReport or some other well-vetted, um, what do I want to say, outfit that that is buying things to buy protective eyewear, ear protective earwear, whatever, uniforms, knee pad, whatever the soldiers need, then that's a very good thing. Or that might be buying drones, whether they're little ones or big ones. If the Ukrainian military or the Ukrainian civilian population needs something, anything that's going to contribute to that. And if you have no money to contribute, even if it's $5 a month, if you take some time on a semi-regular basis, once a week or whatever or more, right, to call your governmental officials and press the point that you're expecting them to do this or that, or to talk about this or that in such a way, and or vote for this or that, that will, and those votes and those speeches will help, contribute toward the ending of the war, then that's not nothing. That's a lot. It's not the whole solution, but it contributes to being part of the solution. And that's all I just wanted to say. No, there are things that might seem small, but they add up. So, Robin, I think you have something.
Well, I'm just going to add on to what you're saying. You're absolutely right. And one of the things that I've learned a lot from Ukrainians in the last couple of years. And one of the things I really learned, that we saw the strength of Ukrainian civil society in the wake of the full-scale invasion, and what we saw, the trench candles, the 90-year-old woman sitting in her, she can't walk, but she can sit in her kitchen and heat up wax and make trench candles. Or somebody was weaving in those weaving in strips of cloth to make camouflage nets. Right? If you guys haven't seen To the Zero Line, our friend Ben Beneficial's film that he's posted, it's actually wonderful. It's a really high quality movie that Ben has made in such a way that he can put it up for free. There's not behind a paywall. But one of the big things that you'll see from that is Ukrainians all over the country, every age, every group, everything, each doing what they can do, what they're able to do to help. And that is part of the reason Ukraine is doing so well, in spite of everything, because every Ukrainian is invested and every Ukrainian is doing, maybe all they can do. The children on the street. There's a little boy, I think it was, who was playing chess matches, and play a game of chess with me and give me whatever, and to go to the armed forces. There was a little girl who was making bracelets and selling them online through Etsy, I think. Everybody, my friend of mine, his father is retired. He got himself a couple of 3D printers. He's printing out little pieces that they need for the drones and for the Starlink terminals on the front line. So this is the thing. We can't all, my favorite, as a Jew, I have my favorite Catholic saint, who is Teresa Lisieux, and she talks about the little way. And basically what it is, she said about herself that I'm a little person, I can't do heroic acts, which was not actually true, but whatever. But that, she talks about the little things she took on in life to try to make a difference in the world. And I think we can learn a lot from that. If all you can do is pick up the phone every day and call up a representative in Congress and say, please support Ukraine. that's what you can do, then you have, you have done your duty. You have contributed to being on the side of goodness and light. If you can do if you can call a friend and talk to them. If you can give $2 a month to Maria Report it, to some other charity, whatever you do in your own little area to help. And if we all do that together, as we Ukrainians are doing, this is how we're going to get to where we need to go. But just I would just, if anybody has not seen To the Zero Line, it's very easy to find. www.tothezeroline.com. It's really very inspirational. It's hard to watch in some ways because Ukraine is going through a lot of horrible things, but to see the way Ukrainians pull together, to see how the strength of the society there, it really is very, very inspiring. And as soon as I'll be going to Ukraine in a little over a week now. I'm going to be spending a month there, and I'm so excited to be able to go and experience that, that firsthand, the wonderful strong civil society that Ukraine has developed in under 40 years as an independent country. It's rather amazing. Anyway, I'm waffling on now. Back to you, James.
Well, there is an attitude, I think, in the world that one we don't need in an absolute sense the only I can fix this. But if you do start with that attitude and think on what you can actually do to change it, then you're partway there. You may have to adjust your glasses, your binoculars maybe, to look at things truly, which is the fact that it's not going to be fixed by any one person in the world. This is going to be a chorus of millions that will sing this across the finish line, and not that finish line, Finlanders. Anyways, I think that we all individually and collectively make a huge difference for Ukraine, and not the least of which is some moral support, which we do. And that stiff upper lip, I don't recommend it in all cases. I think people have to be honest about how they're feeling, where they're at, and sometimes it's not a good space. And then I don't know about other countries. I know in the U.S. That there's all kinds of lines that you can call and get hooked up with some kind of service, somebody to talk to that can help maybe talk you off your bad space. But in the meantime, once you're stabilized, carry on and do the things that you can do and be proud that you're doing them. And that will be a difference enough in the world. If we all did it, wow, it'd be great. But it's all about Ukraine. That's why we're here.
Yeah, and I certainly find, I get down sometimes, as I said, anybody who cares about Ukraine, you're going to get down sometimes. It's amazing how much better you can feel if you actually do something positive. Not only are you helping the situation, but you're helping yourself. So, there's something to be said for that. James, I mentioned you in the back channel. I wanted to talk a little bit about the energy situation. I'm sort of focusing on that right now. Buying my power banks for my trip and making sure everything is charged completely before I get on the plane. But I think one of the things that Ukraine is really facing at this point is a very, very difficult situation in terms of their energy grid. The Russians have been targeting the energy grid quite extensively, particularly in combination with the shortage of ammunition that Ukraine has suffered with for the last few months. They are predicting now. They're depending on who you talk to, but the worst case scenario is that Ukrainians could have 20 hours of downtime every day this winter in terms of access to electricity. This is a worst case scenario. This is based on, as they say, a dearth of air defenses to protect critical infrastructure. This has caused a lot of the problem already. Kyiv lost its main generating plant in Kyiv Oblast, his main energy generation plant, because they ran out of missiles in the middle of an attack in April. But this is an issue that is very important right now, and one of the things that we all can do in our countries is keep the pressure on our governments to to continue to support Patriot missile systems that are already in country, to consider sending more, and also to try to ramp up as fast as possible next generation aircraft, fighter planes that Ukraine needs so badly. It's this winter is going to be a very tough one for Ukraine, because no matter how fast they manage to build things back, and they managed to build things back amazingly fast, it's still not going to be back to the way it was. It's not even going to be as good as it was last year. This coming winter, there just is too much damage, horrible. And I think it's, what do they say, 80% of the generation is not available anymore. They've done massive. Yeah, well, they're continuing under this worst case scenario. They may only have 10% of pre-war levels of thermal power generation, which could lead to very long blackouts. As I said, they're doing incredible work. I know my friend in Mykolaiv, after the attack a couple of weeks ago, that they were predicting that Mykolaiv was going to be without electricity for weeks, and then they told them that they were going to get 2 hours twice a day. And meanwhile, the last few days, they've had electricity 24 hours a day. So there are many heroes involved in this war, and the people the technicians, the electricians, all of the people who work on trying to keep the energy grid back up, they definitely should have hero status. I mean, they're often doing this under fire even, and it's really admirable, but it's going to continue to be a problem. And the faster we can make sure that they have ample ammunition, as General Sirski said, as if they get enough in and they get F-16s flying, this will at least turn the corner and allow the civilian workers to get the energy grid back up as much as possible before the winter hits. Anyway, back to you, James.
This is the very central issue that the recovery conference is focused at, is restoring the power situation. And if you've had a chance to read through the Atlantic Council's report on it, which is a stellar report, too long to read. However, it took me a while to read it, and it was worth it. But for most people, I think it's not going to be, unless that's your thing. But they really focus in on this, and how do they balance the need to build when it's safe, and build for the current kind of disaster situation that really is in place in Ukraine. And I think that they're going to have to be looking at some photovoltaic. They're going to be looking at smaller, electricity generators that can be delivered, rolled off the back of a truck essentially, and put into operation. Much more diversification in terms of the source of the energy. But it is a really tall order to rebuild all this, build it back better so that it works better, and do it all under fire, and also manage the risk that investors are looking to make in the power, or I should say the electricity industry in Ukraine. These are tough things, and I think they're hard discussions to have for the businesses as well as Ukrainian representatives about how they're going to balance all this. And I know they'll come up with a good plan. They always do. It seems to me that at this point, they can focus on things like we did, like the power cubes, the batteries, and the photovoltaic. Lots of legs there, because they're small enough not to be a target for Russia in all likelihood, at least far from the border, and also something that will deliver year-round. It will want to connect to the grid, and it's a great way to keep power sources up even when the grid is down. So I suspect that there'll be a real lean on this kind of resource to build what they can build now. In the long run, it's going to look very different, and they still have to work on the air defense.
Yeah, that's true. And what you're saying, James, also is true. Ukrainian innovation is something that we've come to really appreciate, and they are definitely working on ways of making power generation more diversified and less less subject to being brought down by centralized attacks. So, and I would say, you know, take if you know somebody in Ukraine, see if they want you to buy a power bank and send it to them. It's not that expensive to get it there. That can make a big difference for people. I have a friend I got a couple for, went down to Meast. Through to the mail takes about a month because they have to go by ship, but it's not a big deal, and that can really make a difference for somebody having a power bank to keep keep their phone running and other things if they're out of electricity. So consider that if you know someone in Ukraine, and since they're Ukrainian, you might have to offer 3 or 4 times before they take you up on it, because Ukrainians are like that. They don't like to take advantage of people. So, but you know, that's another small way you can make a big difference. Okay, Wendy, over to you.
I think it's from Turkey, but what is the boat with a generator or whatever for Ukraine? What is it and what does it do? And what difference does it make this winter?
James, I saw an article a couple of weeks ago about that. Do you know anything more recent?
Yes, this is a strategy that a number of nations employ, similar vessels, and they're used especially in natural disasters where a large area is hit. They they have all of the generators, and usually these are fired by gas or some kind of fossil fuel, generally speaking. And they will come up and park, and then of course you have to bring a tiny army of electricians to hook this up to your grid, and then it becomes the energy source. Of course, in a war situation, this is really problematic, and I think that the question is there any amount of money that could ensure somebody to their satisfaction should they park a multi-million, and let me just guess, I'll just say a $50 million ship, right? I have no idea actually how much it costs, but it cannot be cheap given the size of it and what it's doing. So, can it actually be parked safely off the shore of Odessa and be hooked up to the grid and then be allowed to operate? And I think the grain deal is one thing, and this is another for Russia. And I don't know if that's going to happen. It's possible, but once you begin to supply Ukraine, what does it do in terms of them being a valid target? I need help, reminder about what is and what isn't a valid target for Russia.
Do remember they would be attacking a NATO country if they attacked Turkish ships.
Yeah, they would be. I get that. I get that, and that does raise the bar. But it does make you wonder, doesn't it? And maybe there'll be no problem. And I don't want to discourage them from trying, but I just wanted to give an overview of what the risk is, along with what the potential is. It can generate quite a bit of power. I forget what I saw, but I don't know that it's a terabyte. But still, a terabyte is a lot of power.
Prince, over to you.
Here's the key. You don't park it in Odessa. You park it in Romania. And they can make the connection from there.
Brilliant. Yep.
And this came up last year. And if I remember correctly, that was the idea, was to park it in Romania, on the shore in Romania.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because what you need to do is get money into the system. Get energy into the system. It doesn't have to necessarily go in. It doesn't matter so much exactly where it goes in, as long as it's going in. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And for Russia to get that far over to attack anything is more risky too. So yeah, I like that. And that's 2 NATO countries, right?
Yeah, if it was parked if it was parked in a Romanian port, then even just that would be attacking a NATO country. So I don't even think you'd have to worry if the ship was Turkish or not.
Yeah, it's this is it's going to be a very tough situation for a while, but there are solutions being worked on. I mean, the bottom, the really important thing is to somehow manage to close the airspace over Ukraine to stop this. All of the problems that Ukraine is having at this point are all related to Russia being able to, having a free fire zone over Ukraine. If, once the F-16s are there, and hopefully a lot of F-16s, not just a few, the first are supposed to be coming in this month, I think, from what Denmark had said. Let's make we've got to reach the point where Ukraine can successfully handle threats, and also where they can start really targeting even more the places where these planes are taking off, where rather than hitting missiles already in the air, to keep them from being launched in the first place. They've done quite well, I think, degrading the Russian abilities in Crimea, and I'm hoping that we're going to be seeing more of that in the rest of Russia too. Okay, back to you, James. I see we've got some people coming up.
Well, yes, and of course, Ukraine is not alone on the same grid. They do share lines with other countries already. So, what we're talking about is adding a unit that's going to extend the grid that much further. They have additional capacity, and that would be another thing that I think Ukraine probably is interested in thinking about longer term. Is what if we helped you I don't know, develop a nuclear power plant on your side of the border, you know what I mean, and share the cost and then buy the electricity. I think there's different solutions that they're going to reach for, and ideally they do reach for multiple solutions, because I think that's the best way to protect the grid, is to have different components in so photovoltaic, nuclear, gas-fired, generators, etc. But we've got another hand, and it is our friend from Winnebago. That's not it, Martin.
Well, Winnebagos are the mobile homes that you can buy, and I think they're produced in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. You see a lot of them, especially in the summertime, or versions of them, more contemporary versions. Hi, it's Martin calling from Winnipeg, Manitoba, and Slava Ukraini, James and Robin, and my friend, Prince Heather. I wanted to just bring to your attention a really, really fantastic article that was just sent to me, and I just read, and I posted it under my timeline, so you can go and take a look at it, James and Robin and everyone else. It's called "Ukraine Rejects Extreme Right, Bucking European Trend," and it's by I've mentioned him many times before, and read from other articles he's written over the past couple of years. Alexander Motel, who is professor, of political science at Rutgers University in Newark, and a top specialist on Eastern Europe, author of many books. And if you'd like, I can read you some of the article, or just leave it there, James and Robin, and you can post it into the nest, and others can read it. But it's really an important story of democracy in Ukraine, and to give the lie of that we still have to fight against, about, I don't have to tell you what people say about Ukraine and its democracy and the political situation in Ukraine, even under these dire circumstances. It's really interesting and important. And if you'd like,
Martin, I'd love it for you to read some of it. I think, as you're saying, this is very important.
Yes.
It's still, people are still are misinformed about what the Ukrainian political situation is.
Totally.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me read. I'll read quickly. Again, Ukraine Rejects Extreme Right, Bucking European Trend, by Alexander Motel. subtitled Amid Gloom Over the Radical Right's Accumulation of Votes in 2024's European Election, a bright light stands out, Ukraine. Despite the ravages of a brutal war, inadequate assistance from the West, the widespread fear and hatred of Russia, and President Volodymyr Zelensky's growing accumulation of power, all factors that might be destructive of democracy, Ukraine remains both democratic and free of influential radical right parties or organizations. There is nothing in Ukraine that even remotely resembles Marine Le Pen's National Rally, which won the support of 31.5% of French voters. Nor is there anything like Alternative for Germany, which amassed 16.2%. The Freedom Party of Austria with 25.4%, or Hungary's Fidesz with 44.9%. There is no radical right Ukrainian politician who can compete with Putin's 87.3%, albeit in a rigged election, or Donald Trump's 46.8%. Indeed, Ukraine has not had a strong radical right party since its genesis. The march of Europe's radical right, some of whom are downright fascist, is deeply worrying, but Ukraine's commitment to its imperfect version of democracy in brutal circumstances is a cause for hope. Authoritarianism may be the flavor of the day, but Ukraine shows it is not inevitable. What's so special about Ukraine? This, after all, is a country that most policymakers and analysts relegated to the dustbin of history when it became independent in 1991 and considered hopelessly corrupt for the 3 following decades. Is it possible that Ukraine got something right? That it knew better than its critics in Europe and North America? And of course, in Russia, the home of contemporary imperialist neo-Nazism? The answer is that Ukraine got several anti-authoritarian things absolutely right after achieving independence. First, it was and remains a deeply pluralistic society. Sometimes that's been the source of ethnic, social, and religious conflict, but diversity has also been one of the main obstacles to authoritarian rule. Would-be dictators like having the support of a significant part of the subject population, and it helps when the society is close to homogeneous. Despite the nonsensical claims of Western and Russian analysts who saw Ukrainian neo-Nazis hiding behind every tree, Ukraine was too complicated and too divided to provide any extremist group with a solid base. Those complications and divisions also made for a vigorous civil society that kept political ambitions in check. Second, Ukraine continues to have the weak state it inherited from Soviet totalitarianism. Former President Viktor Yanukovych came closest to building a sultanistic regime, but he paid the price for his exaggerated ambitions in the 2014 Maidan Revolution, which swept him from office. And while Zelensky's critics accuse him of hoarding power and ignoring institutions, his actions remain deeply constrained by social pluralism on the one hand and state weakness on the other. Third, Ukraine consciously chose to pursue measured evolutionary change, avoiding the big bangs adopted by Russia and Poland. Rapid, comprehensive change worked in Poland, both because it was a precondition of European Union membership and because decades of reform had made it far less totalitarian than the USSR. In contrast, rapid change produced a rebellion by Russian conservatives, a crackdown by then-President Boris Yeltsin, and the formation of a super-presidency that paved the way for Vladimir Putin's tyranny. None of that happened in Ukraine. It didn't reform as quickly as Poland, but neither did it fall into fascism like Russia. Fourth, Putin's genocidal war has brought home to Ukrainians just how lucky they are not to be Russian. Their country may be less than perfect, but it's not a fascist dictatorship. It has no influential radical right parties, and it has no Putin-like figure lurking over the horizon. The war has also opened Europe's eyes, after decades of willful blindness, to the strategic importance of Ukraine and to the necessity of integrating it, however slowly, into its political and security structures. For years, Ukraine was considered to be second-rate, a country that wasn't performing as well as it could and just barely hanging on. But being second-rate has made Ukraine first first-rate in today's increasingly authoritarian Europe. It may be high time for the French, Germans, Austrians, Hungarians, and others to travel to Kiev for democracy-building seminars. There you go.
Wow, that is beautiful. Thank you, Martin.
Yes, and let me just
Can't
say,
argue with any of that.
no,
Yeah.
let me just say again that Professor Motel would be, I've said it a number of times, Robin and James, over the past almost 2 years now that I've been reading his articles, would be a wonderful guest to have in MriyaReport. So, I mean, if it could happen, that would be good. I think that to have him there speaking from his own personal experience as a specialist on Slavic history, particularly Ukraine and Russia, and having him expound to our world citizens on MriyaReport, I think would be beneficial. So thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Martin. I agree. You know, I'm going to be gone for about a month. Could you do me a favor, if you think of it, in August, remind me about getting in contact with Professor Motel, because I think this is a very good idea.
Yes, I will do that. As a matter of fact, Robin, I'm sitting on my balcony now, viewing the horizon to the west, and I'm going to go into my place and mark down in my book, when in August will you be back? Don't give me a specific date, but a general sense of when.
Well, I'll be back, but I'll be back before the 1st of August. I'm coming back.
Okay, I'm going to mark into my daily diary to either DM you or bring it to your attention when you're hosting or co-hosting MriyaReport. So with that, I say, Slava Ukraini, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I will step down to listener.
William Slav, thank you so much. You know, Martin, you can always stick around. You're always running away after you contribute. You're welcome to stick around in the speaker panel for a while, but whatever works for you. Thank you so much. You know, this is a very important subject, which needs to be revisited again and again.
Yep, because Ukraine is on its path already. It is figured out that those people aren't any good for them, and they are studiously avoiding the effect of what Russia has to offer, and even their native grown kind of right wingers. Very few people involved in that historically. Snyder, Tennessee Snyder said at a congressional hearing that that part of the voting public never ever got above 3%, and oh, wouldn't we like to see that in America, Robin? Anyways, I would.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know, as I've keep on saying this, there's so much we can learn from Ukraine. You know, in all sorts of different levels, and a strong civic society is definitely one of them, and immunity to extremes that we definitely can learn from their approach. Back to you, James.
Yep. Well, let's see here. Where shall we go? There is a lot of things that have happened. We've got possibly battle damage assessments. If you want to talk about that, we do know that yesterday they did capture a number of Russians around Volchansk, and they retook the village. And in other places, they've been doing extremely well on the battlefield, defending themselves. So that aspect of this is going on pretty well. Still not enough air defense systems there, and of course you don't do air defense without the air defense missiles. So hopefully they're all coming in. And one of the solutions I saw for air defense I was very intrigued with, and that was a Leopard tank that was not carrying a standard issue turret. Rather, it had a Skynex attachment on it in place of the normal turret, which means that Skynet is anti-aircraft, flying object, let's say. Aircraft might be too much for what it takes on, but it could take those out, but it is sort of specialized for smaller stuff. So probably, as I understand it is would be for the larger drones, especially good stuff. And it would really make a difference on the battlefield and potentially could even be involved in drone warfare, although these are fairly large shells that they're using, 40 millimeter. These are, you could say, huge for something like that. But boy, if that hits something, it's going to blow that thing up. And just the kinetic force of it alone is probably enough for most things. But so it's very dramatically effective, is what I understand. And so they are looking at a layered air defense. They need more of it, and especially they've got to figure out how to protect the power. So I'm looping around though. We just got off power. Now here I am back with it. What else would you like to go through the nest and look to see if there's anything else we need to discuss there again? For example, I know we've got demining up there.
That is very true. Why don't I had something else? Well, I have a few other things to talk about, but we haven't talked about our fundraiser in the last hour and a half or so, and that's very important. MriyaReport in the little over a year now that we've been a 501c3 we've had the privilege to support a number of really, really important initiatives in Ukraine. We helped bring generators to Kherson. We brought generators to Kharkiv. We've supplied trucks to some frontline troops. We've been able to supply hearing protection, all sorts of things. And by we, I mean all of you guys. We people who hear co-hosts and people who work with MriyaReport. You know, we contribute also, but we could not possibly do it without many listeners who really give significant amounts from their own private budgets to help us to do these things. Right now, we are running a fundraiser for what do they call the services? I never remember the name. I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Let me find this. Unless you can yell it out.
The initials are SESA, I believe, the Special Emergency Services Authority. I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, thank you. They're civilians, but who work with the government on demining. And I think as anybody who's listened here very much knows already, the Russians have pretty promiscuously thrown massive numbers of mines all over the place. I mean, so many that they blow themselves up sometimes too, which I can't be cry about. But Ukraine is one of the most heavily mined, the areas that have been within reach of the Russians, and some of the most heavily mined areas in the world. Ukraine has been, from the very beginning, has been working in a very concentrated way to try to demine these areas as quickly as they can. But obviously, they're fighting. It's a real battle because the Russians continue to mine. We've been in touch. The people who help plan our fundraisers speak to people in Ukraine. They were in touch with these special services and ask them what they need. We raise money for what they tell us the need rather than for things we think they need. So, I bring this up often. It's when you give money to MriyaReport, you know that it's going directly to things that are most needed on the front lines and most needed by these units, because that's how we decide what we're going to fundraise for. They've asked us for hearing protection, which is I think a constant problem for anyone near the front lines. Wars are very noisy business, and you can definitely suffer from hearing loss without proper ear protection. So they've asked us for that, and they've also asked us for something called a multi-tool, which I sort of think of as a Swiss Army knife on steroids. It's a one kind of tool that you can put in your pocket, perhaps a large pocket. But for these guys who are out in the field working, they can't carry toolboxes around with them. They need something that has exactly what they need and not a lot of other stuff. And these multi-tools are specifically designed with the things that they need to successfully cope with mines, to deactivate them, to get them out of the ground and removed, so that they can return this land to active use. A lot of it's agricultural land, and also in some of it is in cities that the Russians have done a lot of damage to. But one of the things that they need to do is to make sure that there are no mines anywhere before they can go in and start rebuilding. So it's very important work. It's work that's going to be going on for Ukraine says they want to get this done in 10 years. Honestly, even for Ukrainians, I think that's a real stretch. If anybody can do it, Ukraine can, but it's a monumental task. So by helping us with this fundraiser, you're helping them return their land back to the uses that it was meant for, and keeping people safe, keeping the demining specialists safe, keeping civilians safe. A lot of civilians get injured by these things. Farmers in the fields who try to plow their fields even before they're sure all the mines are out. And every once in a while, somebody is killed because of this, or they think that they're all gone and there's one left. So anyway, I'm going on and on, but please take a look at what we have up in the nest, and take a look at your budget and see if there's a little place you can cut back a little bit, maybe just for a month, and help us out with this very important fundraiser to help Ukraine demine their territory and bring the victory that much closer, that much faster, saving Ukrainian lives. Thank you. Back to you, James.
You bet. Yes. Well, I can't improve on any of it, so I'll just say ditto. And scrounge around, find the change, whatever it is, and we'll make a difference in the world again. And this stuff lasts a long time, so it will make a difference for a long time. So anyways, I'm going to go through a few things that came up earlier, but that I enjoyed so much. I'm just going to take the opportunity. We know that Ukraine had a wonderful peace summit, and we also know that, the guy that was not invited made a counteroffer that was pretty damn ridiculous, as we all know. Really, really ridiculous counteroffer for quote unquote peace. And so we're not for that at all. But I do think that there are a number of things that Masilius identified as being nice comebacks. So I thought I would go through these really quickly and just say, Duda of Poland said, "This dragon needs to be decapitated, and it needs to happen thanks to the tough stance of the free world." So there we go. That doesn't sound like a peace initiative, but in fact, victory is a peace initiative. Trudeau, what did Trudeau do? Well, there's a little video, and if you watch it, he's yelling out Slava Ukraini. And also, this is while they're taking a picture of all the people who attended the summit. He's the one yelling it out, and I believe he yelled it out because Canada and Poland were racing to see who would be the first country to congratulate Ukraine on their free and independent state way back when. And I understand this is Trudeau's way of getting back at Poland for being first.
I love it. I hadn't heard that, James. That's great. Yeah, because Lech Wałęsa stayed up all night the night that Ukraine was voting on independence, so he could make sure he got the phone call in before the Canadians could. I love this. So good. Let the competition continue. That's great.
Well, now don't look too deeply into that, folks. But I believe that is the case. Anyways, so some other couple quotes here. So Zelensky, what did he, the man himself, have to say? Now, there is no Russia here. Why? Because if Russia was interested in peace, there would be no war. So he really does get the clincher kind of quote. And let's see.
That was Mark Rutte.
Yeah, Duda again.
No, Mark Rutte, from Holland.
Oh,
he also just basically laughed the thing away. It was wonderful. I mean, Putin got the opposite of what they were expecting, and they were totally derided from every corner. It was just delicious.
Yes, it was. Well, Duda had another line in Ukraine today. Russia remains the largest colonial empire in a world that, unlike European powers, have never undergone the process of decolonization and has never been able to deal with the demons of the past. Well, and demons past and present, I would say about that. But yeah, these are good stuff. Masilius put together a choice list of quotes. There's a couple more. The next one from Nexta is really a brief video. It's completely a visual, but with all the nuclear threats flying around, Macron brought the guy that carries the nuclear football for France, just as a way to kind of go, see, Vlad, we've got one of those too. So good luck. No, as in good luck, as in drop dead, I think is what he really meant. But he didn't actually say good luck either. He would have said, oh, bon chance. But anyways, the next one then is in fact, in a fact that Putin yesterday came out with the silly proposal shows you that he is panicking. So that's good news, and that is Dutch Prime Minister Rutte who says this. So I think I mangled that a bit, but sorry about that. And then Drusha, let's see. Well, we talked about him. So those are the quotes that were in the nest. Vasilius, thank you again for identifying those. Those are great replies to a foolish and now more desperate man than ever. He really is in desperate straits because this is not going his way. We don't know exactly where the ruble is. It's been tied to the yuan now, but this is a really bad thing for him, and China's going to eat his lunch. So, anyways, back to you.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing about the ruble is in the toilet based on these numbers we have, and those are the numbers that the Russians give to the IMF. We know that they're hopelessly optimistic. They're trying to make it look better than it is. So I think the ruble is really not even worth wallpaper anymore. A couple of other things, Putin's one of his excuses for invading Ukraine was because NATO expansion, right? That was his big. Now, NATO really was pretty moribund when this all started. I mean, they really were not doing that well. And now, in the meantime, as of this year, 20 out of 32 NATO members are hitting the 2% spending limit, which is, 5 years ago was under 10 of them. Now it's over 20. Stoltenberg was talking about how NATO is putting more nuclear weapons on standby in Europe and is doing some upgrading of some nuclear installations. Obviously, is a message to Putin. So he has managed to reinvigorate NATO in a way that no one else had been able to up until that time. So good work, Vladimir Vladimirovich. This kind of work he should continue to do. Anyway, over to you, Prince.
My question now is, last time I saw it, 1 square of toilet paper cost 2 cents or 2 rubles. So how much will a square of toilet paper cost now? I'm going for the toilet paper index as far as the ruble is concerned.
I think you get more bang for your buck, so to speak, using the rubles for toilet paper directly at this point.
That's the point. It's funny.
It's hilarious, but you know how some companies take care of inflationary trends is they go into shrinkflation, so in this case you just make the squares of toilet paper smaller. So, just saying, Russia may have a mess on their hands.
Oh, very good. Yeah, between that and the poo fountains, right?
Well, anyways, let's get up out of that gutter and let's talk seriously about what's going on elsewhere, because we don't want to stay with that too long there, Robin. Anyway, so that was a nice trip through the nest, and there's a couple other things up there. We did put up a link to a couple things to the article that Martin read for us. We've got up in there a link to the Zero line. It is free to view, but of course, Ben appreciates getting some money. He's making another movie, and so if you do donate some money to him, that's probably exactly what he's going to spend it on, his next movie. Next movie. I don't think he's raking in billions yet. So take it easy on him. Give him a little something if you do enjoy it, and it is a beautiful, beautiful movie. One that I think you can take in bites rather than watching it all the way through. It really is designed that way. And there's a lot of scenes I still remember, and it's very moving. So, anyways, that is that. And then I did want to call out what Linda had posted in the nest, because she had brought it up earlier. It's in the nest now. This is about Putin firing 4 deputy defense ministers. And obviously, this is a cost saving thing because he only appointed one person to replace them. That's consolidation for you. Brilliant move. I'm sure it'll go well. And it's a friend of the family, so I'm sure he's completely he knows everything about the job, I'm sure. Anyways, because I always hire my cousins to do the roof, even though they're dentists. No, anyways, not really.
Yeah, that somebody said that it's more and more you get the feeling that Putin doesn't want to go out like Mussolini, be hanging from his heels from a light post. You know, that this is what's really going on there. It's he's in a world of hurt at this point. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. You know, President Zelensky, one of the things that he said recently, which at the press conference at the end of the peace summit, he said that that one of the present jobs that are perhaps particularly pertinent for Ukraine to consider, because they have so many Russian speakers and they are able to get into the markets in Russia to some extent, is to communicate to the Russian people how isolated Russia has become, and you know that it needs to be you know, the Russians who want to travel and can't anymore, and they're a little more aware of it. But this is one of the things that they really need to. That it is very important to try to undermine Putin, at least to some extent, within the country by making it as clear as is possible to the Russian people that this behavior is totally isolating them from the rest of the world. So I think it's an important point, because it'll be interesting to see. You know, I think that Russia does a lot of. They are good, unfortunately, at planting disinformation, but that doesn't mean that we can't be planting disinformation back at them. And I'm hoping we become more adept at that. That would be an important area to be delving into. And I think Ukraine, as I said, already does that to some extent. And it's something that I hope will be worked on more, because the internal pressure in the country is going to make a big difference. Back to you, James.
Well, yeah. Well, we don't have to solve this, but it would be great to solve it. You know, help break Russia up from internal pressure, right? Just by feeding information in. And I think with the Starlinks floating around Russia and things like that, maybe we'll come up with something cheap that we can drop in fields there and beam this kind of information in. I don't know, but in any case, I like it. I like this idea. Not our primary job here. Our primary job is to get Ukraine across the borderline, get to victory, and that can be done without Russia's cooperation anyway. But in the after game or after war period, we will want to see a Russia that is no longer hungering for other countries that surround them, and that is quite a habit to break. I understand. I have played Risk, and I have played Civilization, and yes, I also like to take over other countries, but that's just a game, Robin. That's just a game. This is serious stuff, and if they stopped being such shitheads, then I think they would be off the most hated country in the world list.
Yes, that's very true. You know, there's an article, which I will not read the whole thing, of course, but there's an article, "What is Ukrainian Culture?" by Volodymyr Yarmolenko with Ukraine World. And as you're speaking, I just want to read the first paragraph, because this is what you were saying. It said, Ukrainian culture didn't appear yesterday or on February 24th or even in 2014 on the Maidan. Russia's brutality against Ukraine, its imperial cult of sadism and humiliation, has also been here for a long time, indeed for centuries. Russia behaves in Eastern Europe like a brazen slave owner, viewing freedom as an aberration, leaving behind only scorched earth, transforming life to death, freedom to slavery, vitality to indifference, erasing, destroying, and devouring any and all resistance. And I can't improve on that. That's exactly this. And this is something I think it's very important to be very clear on, to know who we're dealing with. I'm going to read just the next small paragraph to on the opposite side of it. So I'm going to go to the Duke of URL. It says the converse is also true. Ukraine's stubborn and fearless resistance to this aggression also has deep roots. It has survived here for centuries, manifesting from time to time in uprising and resistance. These roots extend deep into Ukraine's black earth, to the very heart of this land. Through the memories of those who died but did not break, this resistance lives on through their breath, which we feel today in Ukraine's songs of resistance. Those are the two sides. This whole article is very interesting. It's in ukraineworld.org. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. I think it puts in very stark contrast the differences between Russian and Ukrainian culture and what Ukraine is dealing with in dealing with Russia. Back to you, James.
It can't get much more stark than it is. It is such a difference, and Ukraine has made it a point of pride that they're going to be different than Russia, that they're not going to be the corrupt, genocidal, etc. But Duke has had his hand up now for a while, and Duke, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Well, yes, I read some things in the on my feed today, and it seems that Putin has replaced a lot of people closely around him and delegated a nice job to his family and family-in-law, and he is. And multiple sources say so. He is trying to cover his back because he has less and less trust in the people around him. So it seems. I thought that was good news. I saw a quote from the president from Kazakhstan. He is always on a limb. This the tall guy with the big glasses. I forget his name. But he said if Russia would lose the war, it would disappear. So he understands what's at stake, and he's still not sure which side to choose. It depends on how to make money, I guess, but that's his choice. And also something about what James said in a little in-between sentence from China can have a free lunch in, in Russia. You're absolutely right. I saw some stunning news that in the, let's say, right southeast of Russia, there is a river, and that river is also very important for China. And Russia has problems to pay off his debts to China. So it's now offering the use and the ownership of the river. So it's becoming a Chinese river, and so yeah, China is in the background still playing very strong partner to Russia, but also strangling it. And yeah, it's just looking for opportunity, I think, and economics. So it's going to be tense, but yeah. Then again, about the summit, of course, it was not a peace program in the sense of we stop tomorrow and then we start talking and we see where we end. It's you now see a lot of countries speak up louder and louder, also in Europe. I saw a beautiful statement of the president of Finland about the reality as having Russia as a neighbor, and a little bit of history and recent history. And if you don't watch out, even the future, but I think it makes a lot of more awareness and politicians still speaking out. And even that's why I'm so glad to hear about the right wing wave is not having any feeding ground in Ukraine. I'm sadly to say it has in Holland for, yeah, more or less. And yeah, that's a shame, but I hope we will live out with it. And in Holland, you can see now that, yeah, people are speaking out more, and we are more aware of things. But in society, there is a new airfield in the east of Holland, an old airfield from the Air Force, and they want to reuse it again because they need to store planes and have another bases in Europe because there's a lot of going on. And then neighbors are protesting. Yeah, it makes noise. Yes, but a rocket coming to you makes a lot more noise. But and that's, I think that's the need that so-called common people, but yeah, society in general has to understand that it's going to be perhaps giving inconvenience, but I rather have that than they're not paying attention, and then we have burning cities. So, but yeah, I believe in the force of the good, and if you all stand tall for it, then we can and work together, then it's possible, especially by MriyaReport. Thank you for that. And oh yeah, one more subject. I was thinking about the work you all do and everything you send to Ukraine. But perhaps I was thinking if it has to come all the way from USA, perhaps it's possible to um, have things ordered in Europe and ship them from there because that's shorter distance and perhaps more ways to work it out. Myself had an offer a few months ago, and I think it still stands that if there are general goods for Ukraine, then I can get transportation from Holland to Ukraine and by truck. And so yeah, let's see if there's anything I can help with in that matter in the future. Who knows? But if we all do our part, then we can come a long way, I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Duke. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Like we were talking about before, if we each do what we can where we are, that's going to make all the difference. And thank you. I hope I would imagine there are probably people, in your part of Europe who are looking for transportation for things. I know that there's a lot of stuff that comes from the Baltics that's trucked into Ukraine. So I'm sure there is a need for that. Thank you. Amos of Judah, right? Is that what it says here? Yes. Amos of Judah, over to you.
Thank you, Robin. I really appreciated you sharing that article by Yarmolenko. A lot of them are, Yarmolenko, and I wonder if you have a link to that you could share. I caught it's on ukraineworld.org, I think, but I didn't catch the title. It sounded like a really good article. Also, thanks to Martin for sharing that article debunking the propaganda myth of the extreme right, so-called, in Ukraine. That was really excellent hearing that. And that's definitely something that I could use because I like to do a lot of debunking online as much as I have time for. you know, and sometimes we hear things that are just phrased so clearly, so compellingly. Both of those articles are really good. So if you're able to share them, Rob, I'd appreciate it. So
Yeah, actually, I'll tell you the title. You can search on the Ukraine World website. I'm really horrible with making tweets while I co-host, so I'm not even going to try to do that.
Yeah.
But the title is "What is Ukrainian Culture?" Question mark. It was put up on February 24th, which is easy to remember, of 2023. And it's Volodymyr Yarmolenko. If you go onto the main page of ukraineworld.org and just search that title, "What is Ukrainian Culture?" I'm sure it'll pop up. And anyone who does not know this website, this is one of the first websites when I was totally ignorant. I was just learning about Ukraine. A Ukrainian friend of mine gave me an article about Russian World, Restream, which I had never heard of at that point, and that's got me started on all of this. And if you're looking to deepen your understanding of Ukrainian history, Ukrainian culture, what's going on now, this is a very good place to go. ukraineworld.org. Highly recommended. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Excellent.
I'd like to follow up with a comment that Duke made, a couple of them actually. First, about the river and the fact that the water will be used by China. First, this is a huge need that China has had. They are running out of well water, having the deepest wells in the world, in fact, which is amazing that they could go through this, but they have a lot of people. So this is a huge, huge win for China. And Russia, they may get to keep the river name, but that's about all they're going to get to keep. So it's very important. And then I just want to call out again about what you said about the number of people speaking out about Ukraine's plight, all the world leaders that are jumping in to say something. And we're not seeing enough of that in the general press. It would be great to have those kind of voices better echoed by the press, because there have been so many people have spoken up in the last couple of days about the different problems. So thank you, Duke. Appreciate that. And Amos, yeah, those are good sources. Glad you're out there fighting with sources attached. That's the way to do it, is really give it to them in facts. Thank you. Excuse me.
One of our listeners just sent me something in the back channels too, which is good to see. It was a post from Andriy Naumov, who worked in, I think, the state prosecutor's office in Ukraine. But anyway, it's apparently the EU has extended the time frame that Ukrainian refugees can stay in the EU until at least March 2026, according to an article in Die Welt. This makes me sad in some ways, in that they think that in March 2026 that there's still going to be Ukrainians who aren't going to be able to go home. But it does show the solidarity that the EU, even European Union countries, are showing with Ukraine is still strong, and that's a very nice thing to see. And I think, if anything, James, what we're seeing in the last few months is the support of Ukraine solidifying, if nothing else. I think it's now, you need to build a certain head of steam with these things until it gets to be the point, first it's people will step out of line and will support something that's not so popular. And then it becomes a little bit less of a problem to support. We're getting to the point now where all the cool people support Ukraine. And that's a great situation to be in, where if you want to be one of the in crowd, you are a supporter of Ukraine. I think we've seen the strengthening of Germany's position, for example, with some of that, and some other countries too. It's not a good look to not be supporting Ukraine at this point, and that is going to help the situation a lot, I think. And this extension of the time for refugees till 2026 is part of that movement. So it's very good to see.
And Robin, quite a few people is repatriated the right word? I think it is, have gone back to Ukraine. So this is not an eternal problem either. There's real changes that are being made every day. And what I believe is the source of that is that all the false claims about how quickly Russia would defeat Ukraine have been defeated. And all they can do is wreck the energy grid. And that mostly is having the largest impact in the East. And in the West, there's still safe places to live relatively. And so people, I think, are coming back because they want to, because they miss the culture and probably the climate and just the language even, I would expect. So it is right that people are cheering for Ukraine. It is harder to object to what they're doing as narrative after narrative gets defeated in print and our corner of the world, even on Twitter. The idea that Ukraine is this Nazi-filled country, whatever, or that somehow they're genociding Russian speakers because they're Russian speakers is nonsense. They're not genociding anybody. Quite the contrary, they're very sensitive to what genocide means, having been on the receiving end of it so often. So it's ridiculous but they still have legs, these kind of crazy narratives, and Ukraine is helping to defeat them by speaking clearly about their values, and we get to echo that, so it's all good. Anyways, but I see we have a person who's come up to the speaker panel but haven't seen a hand yet, so I would reach out and say hello to Pajun, and maybe you hit the button accidentally and arrived here on accident, Paula, but I just thought I'd call on you in case you were here intentionally and didn't know how to raise your hand. Well,
or maybe not.
Well, Robin, we try. So,
That's right. I have, if nobody raises their hand, this article, I would like to go into a little more. Unless, James, do you have other things that you want to cover first? I don't want to just come storming in here if you have other things you want to discuss.
No, go ahead.
Okay, this is this article entitled, if I can get to the top of the page again, "What is Ukrainian culture?" Okay, so he has I guess 7 or 8 different bullet points. So we'll just do one and we can talk about it, then we'll see if we have hands and continue from there. Number 1, Ukrainian political culture is anti-tyrannical. Any tyrant, autocrat, or czar is our greatest enemy. In the eternal dispute between the idea of the empire and the idea of the republic, Ukraine chooses the republic. Ukraine's democratic ideals can be seen in the political organization of the Cossacks, free warriors who are being reborn now as warriors in the 21st century. You can see these democratic ideals in the Pacte et Constitutionis of Hetman Philip Orluk in the early 18th century, in the Ukrainian interpretation of the 17th century Cossack pact with Muscovy as a contract of mutual obligations, not as a slavish subordination as the Muscovite Tsar believed. We can see the democratic ideal in the opposition to autocratic domination expressed by Ukrainian intellectuals in the first half of the 19th century, in the idea of the community as the basic organism of political life, as expressed by the foremost Ukrainian philosopher of the time, Mikhail Drohomanov. By the way, just an aside here, anyone who's been listening to the book club in the last few weeks, this is what we've been talking about in reading Yaroslav Ritzak's Ukraine, the Forging of the Nation. So if you haven't been, come join us next Sunday, and the book is a wonderful read for anyone who's interested in this. Anyway, okay, back to the article. This opposition to tyranny unites all of Ukraine's uprisings and our liberation movements right up to the Ukrainian Maidans of the 21st century. You can draw a straight line from the Ukrainian political culture to the Respospolita Republic of the Nobility and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to the decentralized system of medieval Rus described by 19th century historian Mykola Kostomarov, to the Germanic law that ruled in the autonomous cities of Eastern Europe, which in turn was rooted in ideas of the autonomy of German and Italian city-state. This line extends deep back into the centuries, all the way back to the ancient Greek idea of the polis and the interpretation of the state as an association of free and responsible citizens. When Drahomanev wrote about the Ukrainian community as the foundation of politics, he, a professor of ancient history, described it in much the same way as Aristotle described the origin of the polis. Ukrainian political culture understands politics as a bottom-up process, a process of people uniting into communities, communities into governments, and governments into international association, not as an imperial process of top-down politics, where everything is decided at the top of the pyramid and politics becomes a vertical structure of dictates and punishments. Ukraine's location in Eastern Europe has placed it at the collision point for empires, many with tyrannical models of governance. Yet remarkably, it has maintained this European idea of the republic in the ancient polity for centuries. Okay, that's the first bullet point. And this strikes some very important points. The difference between imperialism as top down, very much the setup in Russia. Moscow decides things. You see this even on the battlefront, that commanders aren't able to make decisions and changes depending on what's going on in a battle, which is very good for Ukraine because Ukraine has empowered the people on the scenes to respond quickly to changing conditions, which is part of what has made Ukraine so successful, even in fighting with fewer resources than the Russian side. And in the beginnings of the full-scale invasion, we read, where is that book? I will show you how it was by Ilya Ponomarenko, the writer for the Kiev Post, the Kiev Independent, and he writes about how, when Putin was sure in 3 days he was going to take over at least Kiev, but what happened was, and part of this was his misunderstanding of the difference between Ukrainian and Russian culture. In Russia, nobody would have done anything. They would have waited for directions from Moscow. In Ukraine, local people on the ground, mayors, just people on their block in a town, they got together and they fought back immediately. People made Molotov cocktails. People went out and blocked the way with their bodies so that the tanks couldn't pass. People. I remember reading, in Bucha in the beginning, that their sniper was a guy who happened to have a hunting rifle. He was a hunter, and somebody was was banging the radio because he happened to have been a ham radio operator in his as a hobby. People took it upon themselves without waiting for top-down directions, and that really, I think, saved Ukraine. Was that part of their civil culture that empowered people on the lowest at the bottom of the pile to gave them the ability and the freedom to take decisive action right when it needed to be taken. So anyway, so this is, yet again, something that I think anybody here knows, but is a message that's taking a long time to get out to the world, that Ukraine and Russia are not only independent countries, but completely different in terms of culture and values. Anybody who tries to say Russia and Ukraine are the same can only be saying it out of profound ignorance, because if you know even a little bit about Ukrainian culture, you see that it's very different. And the more I learn about Ukraine, the more I see that there is just no there's very little other than the fact that they were subjugated by Russia for many years, for centuries, and because of that, most Ukrainians understand Russian. But in terms of the cultural values and the way society is put together, there really is no comparison. Anyway, okay, so I've ranted about that. Back to you, James, for a little while.
Cool. Well, good. That's great stuff. And book clubby stuff. I have a comment about this. We've got a book coming up, I understand, called The Ukrainian Night. I believe, is that right, Robin?
Yes, that is absolutely right. We should be finishing Hritsak next week. And then, as you know, I'm going to be off for about a month. I will be in Ukraine working on my Ukrainian and getting to know Ukraine and doing a little bit of traveling, mostly in the eastern part. I hope to get to Kyiv for few days. And then when I'm back in August, we are going to start reading The Ukrainian Night by Marcy Shore. This is a wonderful book about Euromaidan, the Revolution of Dignity, written by a serious historian, but written in a way that makes use of a lot of first-person narratives of people who were there on the Maidan during Euromaidan. So it's a very informative book, but it's also a very it reaches your heart as well as your mind. It's very unusual for historians tend to be a little bit on the dry side sometimes. The Fritzak is not so bad that way, but this book is going to be a different way of looking at things because it's much more personal experiences. But anyway, yeah. So it's not a tough read. It's something that I read in a day or two. It reads very nicely. It's enjoyable. Marcy Shore, The Ukrainian Night, and what is the subtitle I have here? Is An Intimate History of Revolution. And this is the one that just came out this year with its a second edition with a new preface after the full-scale invasion. Yeah, so I'm very much looking forward to that. That's going to be accompanying me on my trip to do some prep work before I get back in August. Yep. Anyway, back to you, James.
Well, so I wanted to say I started it on the book. I'm listening to it right now. I'll go back through it and read it. But in listening to it, one thing I have said about history that bears repeating at this point is that history is sort of like a microscope, and you can dial the different strength lenses that you want. And this is more like a magnification of like 1,000 times, because you are looking at a very small piece of history and looking at it very close up, as you suggested. And so it is moving in that way. So many stories. It sounds like there's going to be, I don't know, hundreds of different voices in it. There's been a lot already. So I do recommend it. And, if dry history and big picture stuff is not to your taste, this one may well be much more to your taste. And one thing I would note is that in many history books, we have to explain, or the author has to explain, very complicated topics and all of the kind of misinformation, disinformation around that topic. And there's really basically none of that in there. This is very much people's stories, and they do connect together. Sometimes the people are, quote unquote, more important because of their position. It is still very personal, very much personal stories. And so I recommend it. I'm only, it's a 7-hour book according to the way that they count. And so I'm about 2 hours in. Very good so far. And I was so intrigued by the last entry. I looked at the list of chapters, and the last entry was the dictionary of translatable and non-translatable words, which that I was like, what? Okay, well, I can't wait to look at that and see what we get from that, Robin. But anyway, good pick.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that dictionary. I'm going to take a look at that again. Yeah. It's. I remember it being interesting because in any language there are concepts that you really can't translate. But you brought up something that a couple of things. First of all, one of the things that is really amazing. I'm getting buried in books again. I'm not complaining. The explosion of really top-notch publications, top-notch books about and surrounding Ukraine. It's really amazing. There's such a wealth of books to choose from for the book club. I mean, I've got a bunch of ideas in the future that really it seems to be an inexhaustible supply. And one of the things I've never really, I've done some reading on English history, mostly English and Scottish history. I've always been interested in, but this is the first time that I have really read deeply in one particular area of history. And I'm finding, what you were talking about is you focus the where you're focusing can be closer or farther away. I read Gates of Europe, which is a much more, it's Serhii Plochy. It's a comprehensive history of Ukraine. It gives you a good overview. It gets into a lot of detail. Hritsok is less detailed, but goes more into some philosophical and bigger picture ideas, which is different. Again, I've read several of Snyder's books, Black Earth, and what's the other one? Well, doesn't matter. And what I find fascinating is Bloodlands. Is that every time I learn something more, even though we're going ostensibly over the same history each time, it's like a diamond. You turn it a little bit, and there's a different facet you see, and it's really very illuminating. You get, and this Eastern European history is very complex because there's the joke about the guy who lived his whole life at Uzhhorod, and when he died, he said he lived in 10 countries, and he never left his house. Slight exaggeration, but there's so much going on that there's always another way of looking at it, and I just have found it fascinating, and where I think the fact that there's so much good publication going on in Ukrainian and in English with very good translators, and there are all of these overachieving Ukrainians who write better English than I do. I find it very annoying. Alexander Sherba, who was a Ukrainian diplomat in Austria for a while, he wrote a book called Ukraine versus Darkness. It's a collection of essays that he wrote. His use of language is really incredible. I'm quite serious. He writes English much better than I do, and he's Ukrainian. But anyway, I waffle on a little bit. It's a wonderful area of the world to learn more about, and we're really fortunate to have so many wonderful new writers illuminating the area for us. Back to you again.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. It's fascinating. I read through the Russo-Ukrainian War, the Return of History, pardon me, as my intro book into the topic, and that was really good. And I just have learned so much more by reading Gates of Europe because it gave me some of the background. And one of the things that I learned some background about in particular was the use of the 300-year anniversary of the signing of something. And it got short shrift in the Russo-Ukrainian War because it was making a single point. But to hear the whole tale, which I am not prepared to go into, was really interesting, and it reinforced just how much history there is. And in particular, I still am fascinated by the creation of the extent to which the creation of Ukraine was a decided thing. It wasn't just oops, we've got a country. It was like, we need a country. We need to be our own country. We need to be independent. And we need our own language, which, of course, Americans picked up on that idea too at some point. Thank you, Mr. Webster, for your dictionary. And, this just goes to show Ukraine was very decidedly on a path for quite a long time before they arrived where they are now. And I'm just happy about the accidental parts of history, like the fact that Russia dissolved when it did. I'm so glad of that. It offered this window to escape, and I'm glad. So there are accidents in history, but the path that Ukraine took, it was very purposeful in creating their own democracy.
Yeah, that's very true. At the same time, I mean, I first of all, I agree with you 100%. There were conscious decisions that were taken in order to get us to this point, but at the same time, there are some really serendipitous, very fortunate things that happened around Ukraine. Yesterday in the book club, we were talking about a chapter that Hritsok has. He has these little chapters called, what does he call them? It's like a sideline. What does it hang on? It's
there you go.
Interlude.
Like a sideline. Interludes.
Oh boy, the brain. I need more coffee. Yeah, right. But this interlude was about Ukrainian language, and what first of a couple of things. One of the things that made my blood run cold was the fact that there had been a prediction before Ukraine got independence that with what was going on in the 80s, the Ukrainian language becoming less and less used and under, being suppressed quite actively by Russia, who've been doing this for centuries, there was a prediction that by 2050, Ukrainian would be a dead language. As someone who loves Ukrainian, who's just, I think it's a beautiful language. I mean, the thought that that could have been taken away from the world just makes my blood run cold. But the other thing I found really fascinating too was, how did modern Ukrainian get to be that way? It was as you're saying, it was a conscious decision. For example, there one time, there were dialects all over the place. People in the eastern part of what's now Ukraine spoke a certain way. People in the west spoke another way. There was a decision made by writers, and the educated elites in Kiev and in Lviv, and in the rest of Ukraine, to develop a common language, a common literary language. This is in the 19th century. And so that's what proceeded to happen. This is part of the reason I think that modern Ukrainian is such a rich language. Ukrainian has one of the largest vocabularies of any of major languages of the world, apparently up close to English, which has a massively large vocabulary. And part of this, I think, has to do with the fact that it was developed as a literary language. It's just that every Ukrainian speaks this language, so really Ukrainians are speaking a literary language rather than, the literary language growing out of a more limited language used by everyday people. In the 19th century, it was a more limited language, as with the contacts with Western Europe, the Romantics with the large R. The Romantics were very taken with Ukraine because it was an agricultural society, and they looked at people on the land as having a sort of a more direct contact with the secrets of the universe, so to speak. So they gave a lot of they admired Ukrainian culture because of that. And all of that worked together so that even as the Russians were trying to suppress Ukrainian as a language, it was developing in a way that produced a very rich and multifaceted language. But it's, as you were saying, James, this was a conscious decision made by people who are in a position to be able to influence things, to develop this as a literary language and as one language for all of Ukraine. In the 19th century, early 19th century. And that is the result, is the beautiful language that we have now, that, thank God, is getting stronger and more appreciated, and more people in the entire world are learning it now. Thank you, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Another thing that Putin has accomplished that he didn't intend to. Anyway, back to you, James.
Yeah, you cut down the apples, you throw them around, and now you got more apple trees, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I appreciate that. This is something I didn't know about, the literary nature of it, intended to be a literary language. And, well, it certainly does communicate its depth of words. It's I don't know about Ukrainian as much as I should, but I do know just how many words we add every year to our language. It's quite a few, and quite a number of them are borrow words. And Ukrainian definitely has their share of those. So they are adjusting to modern life by really adopting some of these very common words. I don't think there's any danger that they're going to slip into the English language sideways, as if the two became alike or anything like that. They're not going to. But it does strike me that there's now quite a raft of common words that they use. They put a little different emphasis on things like pizza instead of pizza and things like this occasionally, but they really do have a ton of words in common with us. So that helps me as I'm struggling to learn a few words of it. Anyway, but I just wanted to touch on those and wondered, since it's short, what will be next then, Robin? But I'm getting ahead of myself.
Oh, you mean after Marcy Shore's book? Is that what you're talking about? Because
Yeah,
okay, well,
that's what I
what I'm thinking of doing is this. I will show you how it was. This book that I mentioned before by Ilya Ponomarenko. It's subtitled "The Story of Wartime Kiev." I've read a number of first-person accounts, very good ones. The Showman is by Simon Schuster, who was in the bunker with Zelensky in the first few months, and was there for meetings with how fast we forget Zelensky and other things, and there are a number of books. There's Our Enemies Will Vanish by Yaroslav Trofimov. Also, but this one, Ponomarenko's book, I will show you how it was, is I particularly like because he talks about the way things were before the war to give you a really clear picture of what the Russians have destroyed. Ponomarenko went to university in Mariupol, and he writes about his last trip to Mariupol before the war and what a beautiful place it was and just the things that they did. And he also writes about, right the beginnings in Bucha and Irpin and the things that, and as I said, always writing about before and after. So and he's a wonderful writer, really beautiful use of language. So I suspect that chances are that's going to be the next one after Marcy Shore. And then after that, keep me posted, folks. I'm always looking for new books because I've decided I'm going to give up sleeping for the duration to fit in reading everything I want to read. I've got 3 more books on order right now, James. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really do have to give up sleeping. It's the only way. And I read quickly, but there's no way to get through. There's so many wonderful books being written right now.
I understand. I'm looking forward to getting a copy. I haven't ordered it yet, but a copy of Julia Davis's In Their Own Words. And this is basically the book version of her massive amount of translations that she's made from Russian to English, all about, or all coming from the talking heads of Russia. And you guys, I don't have to explain much at all about that. We've all seen them say utterly horrible things about this and that about Ukraine, threaten awful things, nuclear weapons, etc., drowned all the Ukrainian kids in a river, etc. Just really rotten stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I think it's going to be an interesting read. And there's a number of others that I've seen lately, and I'm like, ooh, I want that, but I'm trying not to buy them if I can help it. My library is a wonderful resource for me. Some smaller libraries don't get as many books in, like Books on Tape. Mine does. And I imagine, Robin, that you also have a big enough library to support that.
Yeah, I would say New York Public Library does get a few books.
Well, anyways, there's tons coming in, and so I'm looking forward to that. Heck, I haven't even gotten through Chuck's list of books. So yeah, there's so much to read. There's never enough time, and
Yeah.
we've got other things to read too. Well, and I will just
Oh, I was
mention.
talking to muted mic. Sorry.
Oh, you go ahead then. I thought maybe you were giving me more time to say something silly.
Well, I will give you. Let me say this quickly, then I will definitely give you time to say. No, I was just saying. I am embarrassed to admit that I have a copy of Warrior's Soul by Chuck Farrar on my shelf that I have not yet read, and I'm really embarrassed to say that because Chuck is one of my favorite people in the entire world, and I should have read this book by now. So anyway, I hang my head in shame. Back to you, James.
It happens. It happens. Yeah, he's a good writer too. I'm still working on his book. One of the things I found, Robin, is that as this war goes on, I find other books being of less comfort to me than reading about this. Occasionally, I have thrown myself into a novel, such as some of my favorite detectives. And the reason I do that is I am so outraged at the lack of justice in the world, here and abroad, that occasionally I like it when they catch the guy and they get punished one way or the other. And somehow that makes me feel better. But anyways, apart from that, I'm watching that movie called Cold War and the Bomb, Turning Point, Cold War and the Bomb. I don't know if you've seen that, a Netflix series. And I just wanted to say, in light of the fact that we've got, nuclear being one of the 3 points that got discussed in the peace plan, that it is an incredibly useful backgrounder to the topic. And one of the things it really does show is that the brinksmanship comes to kind of an end, right? Because two great powers, both having great weapons like this, they can't use them, but they find a way to fight underneath the nuclear umbrella. And that's what we've got now. And it is just fraught with all kinds of possible things that can go wrong. But boy, oh boy, that first episode, it is like you are there looking over the Stimson's shoulder, or, and all these people in history, they show you the original documents, the original quotes, the live recorded video. It is artfully done. The only thing I didn't like about the second episode, which is where I am, was that they did rely a lot on, they talked a lot about Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, and who were, of course, killed for sharing the bomb information. It's dubious as to whether they did or not, but they kind of poo-pooed the idea about the Big Red Scare, and rightfully so. It was going off the rails. But what I didn't like was I recognize that there is actually, it's not a red threat anymore. It's a red, white, and blue threat because that's what Putin picked as colors for the flag. And there really is a lot of espionage that goes on. So that's my little minor trivial objection to how it went. But it's beautiful. It's really worth a watch just for on its own grounds, but I think it prepares us to better understand really one of the biggest challenges in the world is how do we handle proliferation and manage to keep ourselves safe from nuclear weapons being used.
Yeah, thank you. I had seen an ad for that series. I haven't started to watch it yet, but it does. What you're saying is what I thought it would be. Looked like it was a very good thing to remind us of the way things were. Some things just don't change that much. Russia, sorry, they're still bad guys. Anyway, Linda, you're back here. Welcome again. What do you have for us?
Actually, I have a request. I will offer, if people want me to, I will offer to put together a MriyaReport bibliography if people want it. And then if, I already have a whole list myself, but if people want to like DM me their favorite books that relate to MriyaReport-ish stuff, DM them to me and I'll include them. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, we should talk, Linda, because I am slowly in the process of trying to put together part of our web page for the book club, and that was one of the things that I was hoping to do. If we can work on that together, that would be really useful. So I'm a little bit, there's more that I want to do than I can possibly fit into a day. But this is something I think is important. So yeah.
Yeah, let's work together. I would love to work together with you on that. Yeah.
Yep. And any of the listeners who have ideas for books, if you've run into a book that you particularly like about Ukraine or about that area of the world, please DM me. I try to keep up with these things, but I keep on tripping across things I haven't heard of yet. So it's always appreciated.
Yep.
Thanks. And Linda, we will talk. Very good. Thanks.
Cool.
Okay, for every child, welcome.
Good evening, Robin. Good evening, James. As usual, I don't have my AirPods in when I hear something, and then I lose about 5 or 10 minutes worth of everyone's talking while I try to engage them. So I didn't hear anything after James was talking about the YouTube series. I think it's Turning Point. two things about number 2 in that series is Plohe, Sergei Plohe. Am I saying his name right?
Yes, Serhii Plohe. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. I'll just cue you to come in and say it, and then I won't mess up someone's name, which is just awful to do with an author. He's in the credits for number 2, and I didn't know which one he was that was speaking, but he is one of the speakers. And the other thing was it did have a different pace to it than the first one. I learned quite a lot watching the second one, even though I've seen a great deal of that period of history, and I lived through it and remember it as a first grader. But when they mentioned that the U.S. Army was brought in to the congressional hearings to be grilled about people with communist leanings inside the military, that was the first time I had an insight into why my mother was so frightened while that was going on. My brothers would make paper airplanes and decorate them for USA and Germany, and then fly them back and forth against each other. But when they were in school, I had learned to make the paper airplanes, but I couldn't draw the USA symbol on the planes, and so I just used Nazi symbols on my planes. And my mother literally turned white and trembled when she saw that, and told me not to ever draw another Nazi symbol, because she, in her words, you can get your dad court-martialed over that. It was a very terrifying time, and I didn't realize that the army was particularly targeted. Of course, by then it was no longer the Army Air Force, and it was the Air Force. But I just thought I would add that to comments about the number 2.
Hey, thanks for a child. Good addition to this information. Very informative series, and well worth your time. I don't know if you've got Netflix or not. I don't know if they sell it otherwise, but it's worthwhile. Even if you just pick up Netflix for a month, I'd say it's well worth it. But I see that we've got a new hand. Scouts Green is here. Hello, Scouts. How you doing?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted a couple of comments. I listen in the background a lot when I'm working, and I appreciate all the effort that the host put into this, all you guys. And Robin, I want to especially thank you for introducing me to Timothy Snyder's work. I'd never heard of him before, MriyaReport, and man, he just a really clear clarion bell about what's going on, and it's been really helpful. I looked up and found online an entire YouTube history course that he taught at Yale for the history of Ukraine. The whole long course videotaped that he did about a year ago, or maybe 2. But man, it was just deep and so insightful. And I just wanted to thank you for that work that you guys did in the introduction. And that's and also the contributions both of you guys make. Your point of view, both of your point of views of the two hosts are very important. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Scott. That's so nice. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Timothy Snyder's and James too. James and I we disagree about some things, but I think we always have great conversations. Sometimes it's good to talk to somebody you don't agree with about everything. But Snyder's series, it's on YouTube as a video. You can also it comes as a podcast. You can get on Apple Music or whatever, or the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. In other words, very informative. Yeah, he's a wonderful speaker too. It's really good to listen to. YouTube also in general. I don't know, James, have you seen very much of Ukrainian history on YouTube? Because there are, between Yaroslav Ritsak, the author of our book now, Timothy Snyder, Marcy Shore, Serhiy Plokhy, all of the big historians that we read. They have many YouTube clips. A lot of them in English. The ones that are in Ukrainian, many have English subtitling. And boy, you can get a good education just watching YouTube. It's really I'm old enough to remember when you had to go to a library and physically find a book. And these days you can sit in at your desk and explore the world and really get a good education. So it's an amazing resource.
You know it, Robin. It really is. And Snyder has a new book coming out. I believe it's The Road to Freedom, instead on freedom, or is it The Road to Democracy?
Something with democracy. I've got it on order already. Something with democracy in the title. Yeah.
Democracy. Yeah, The Road to Democracy. And so I'm really looking forward to that. That'll be out in September, if
That's right.
remember.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's exactly it. So he, of course, he wrote on tyranny, the small handbook for citizens to, consider how you should act as the horrible comes toward you, the horrible being empire and all the things that go with it, totalitarianism. And so he suggests 20 different lessons from the 20th century that really do help citizens understand how to resist. And so, incredibly important work. It was the first book, I think, in book club, and I was just so happy to be part of that, and so glad I read it. And then The Road to On Freedom, our third book, was incredible reading, and I learned so much about so many topics. And there are still parts of chapter 5 where I if only I could remember the one Polish fellow's name, I would have it down. But so many lessons from Poland, that I learned there, and the whole book was full of things like this. And I love the approach of having the year included in each of the chapter titles. So, for example, I think the first one was something like totalitarianism versus freedom. 2012, something like that. I can't remember exactly, but really, really good content there and well laid out, super informative for anybody that hasn't read it. His ideas on the politics of inevitability, like just sit back, don't worry, it'll all be okay. There's nothing you can do anyways. And then the politics of eternity, where things are as good as they can get. Everything is fine. The only thing that's in our way now is that there's some people in society that are our enemy, and we will get back to that day when we had it perfect, that perfect time in our history. We'll get back there if only we defeat the enemy. And when I first read that, Robin, I was kind of skeptical about the legs that kind of theory could have. But as I read it over and over and looked at all the different contexts that he uses it in, it really does. This is held up extremely well.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, I as we talked about as we were doing this book, there were times I was literally, quite physically nauseous at some of the stuff he talked about. But if you want to understand Putin's real motivations, what his worldview is, which is pretty sick, and it's not something that you could come up with on your own, believe me, because you have to be a little pathological. But if you want to get a really clear picture of what's going on in Russian society, in this Ruski Mir business, Russian world, the road to unfreedom is really, really mind blowing. And I wanted to mention, oh, by the way, it's On Freedom is the book that's coming out in September. I wanted to mention On Tyranny too. What you're saying is absolutely right. It's definitely about how to not let democracy turn into autocracy. It's something that Friedsack talks about, that democracy has a tendency to turn into autocracy if we aren't careful to keep that from happening. But, you know, even in a in the larger worldview than just on dealing with that, I found there are things from On Tyranny that really made a difference in my life. I mean, one of the things that he made a big point about was rather than pulling lots of news off of the web, you know, little short blurbs here and there, how important it is to read in-depth treatments of things, how important it is to read books, how important it is to read serious journalists who write long articles. And I've always been a reader, but I must say I really have redoubled my efforts to push myself through book-length treatments of things since reading On Tyranny, and it's really made a difference to me in terms of how I understand, you know, what's going on with Ukraine and what's going on in the larger scope of, you know, of world history and politics. So it's On Tyranny is a wonderful book to read just for lessons in life, honestly. You know, the difference between private and public and how important it is to keep those two things separate. That's something that is not necessarily it's not a cultural value in the United States as much as it was at one time, and it may be something that we need to be re-examining, and it does make you think about it more. So, he left. Okay, but yeah, I think Snyder is an incredible thinker, yep, and hopefully, you know, we will continue on in the book club, and we'll find other. You know, I'm sure that there are authors we haven't discovered yet. I'm looking forward to that. It's been the book club has been it's a tremendous amount of work. I mean, there's no question about it. It's really a tremendous amount of work. But I have learned so much and I've really gotten so much out of the books. The books that we do in the book club, I read at least every chapter at least 3 times and then outline it, which is something I learned how to do in law school. So that was good. But you know, it's amazing when you really struggle with a book and really work on putting it in a format that you can give it over to someone else, how much more you learn from it. It's really worth struggling with a book, not just swallowing it whole. That's something I've learned from the last few months. Anyway, back to you, James.
Well, you know, I know we're getting close to the hour, so I'll be quick and just say that me too absolutely learned so much and found so many times that I was using contents of books in discussion here at MriyaReport. One of the standouts for me is from the Sergei Plohy book, Russo-Ukrainian War, Return of History, and that was about General Milley's comments, a summary about the strategy, and I have used that over and over, and more than that, because it's nice to be able to use facts that you know. It has given me a greater understanding about at least intuition, let's say, rather than understanding about what some of the strategic methods are, and seeing those things, I reflect better upon, you know, what is likely to be happening here. Why are they doing this crazy thing that they're doing? Because sometimes strategic moves don't always seem maybe the brightest, but there are oftentimes reasons that they do them and they work. So I'm fascinated by that, but boy, oh boy. So do stay tuned to Book Club. There's always something good to learn. And this next one, though, by Marcy Shore, A Ukrainian Night, that is going to be a whole different level from all the other books in terms of the focus. So I'm looking forward to it. And, you know, I love to ask our visitors from Ukraine, what does why am I blanking on the word? What does what mean? Maidan mean to you? Yeah. What does Maidan mean to you? Well, darn it, this is going to be the whole book is going to be the answer. So anyways, on that, Robin, I think I'm ready to wrap things up because we're just on the hour. So if you don't mind, I'm going to duck out first and say Slava Ukraine.
Heroim Slava. And definitely duck out first. James has been on for about 100 hours today, so it's definitely you have the right to duck out first. And I think our Aussie friend Will Teal will be up in a moment. As Will is ascending to the heights of the mountain where I am, I want to mention one other book in future books for the book club. There's a charming little book written also by Yaroslav Fritsak, the historian, the very unique historian. It's called The Ukrainian Christmas, and it is an absolutely charming book about, what Christmas means to Ukrainians, how different folkways have developed. Even has recipes in it. I'm hoping the month before Christmas this year that we will go through this book, and it's I highly recommend. It's absolutely charming. I'm planning on getting it as presents for some of my friends, and it's called The Ukrainian Christmas by Nadika Gerbish and Yaroslav Fritsak. Anyway, so that's. Don't tell anybody. That's what's going to be our month before Christmas this year. With that, Mr. Teal, welcome.
Hey, Robin. And yeah, thanks to James for all the time. I mean, it's good he's come back as speaker, but you said, oh, you can go have a rest. But I like when James hangs around because James is the kind of guy that makes me a better person, because I tend to be a little bit harsh and a little bit painfully direct, and sometimes even undiplomatic. And
say it ain't so.
Well, I mean, I see, but there is a good part about me, and that is that I do recognize my weaknesses, and I sure do like having listening to James and get his perspective on things, and I also really enjoy it when he pops in and clarifies things that I might have said that sometimes come off a little bit wrong. So yeah, interesting. Good morning. I listened to your guys' whole show while I was doing some other work and servicing my kitty, who requires at least 2 hours of petting every morning. Coffee and
yes,
reading.
Yes, absolutely.
We good. Like I need to tell you, I think you got dogs and cats. You're going for sainthood. Yeah. So interesting. Things have kind of slowed down news wise, right? I mean, it's this weird, absolute, intense, over the top amount of news for several days with the G7 going on and the peace summit, and then this massive then the response, and then it seems like things have been going a little slow, but in fact military strikes have been ticking along behind the scenes, it would appear, and and there's other weird and interesting developments in Absurdistan and all that too. So yeah,
I'm hoping that this means that we just start getting our breath before the next set of incredible news comes across the pipeline, like the F-16s, that we'll find out about them when they have made some modifications to Russian emplacements. There's also a new sea drone that they've come up with in the last couple of weeks now, and I can't find the article, but it's this thing. It's let's say, I think the Black Sea. Oh, here it is. It's a naval drone Stalker. Was presented in Odessa. This sucker goes, let me just see, 5 meters long, 1.2 meters wide. It can accelerate up to 75 kilometers per hour and has a cruise speed of 55, and it costs $64,000 a piece. So they can make a lot of these puppies, and I think the Black Sea Fleet is going to have to move ever farther away to get away from them. So I'm looking forward to hearing some great booms and things in the next few weeks. What do you think?
It's a bit more. I mean, I love it, right? And I love the name. It's a little scary, Stalker, and it'll also speak to the Russians, if you know what I mean, because
exactly.
Yeah. So, but it's a little bit more like a cheetah to me. I mean, crikey, I don't know if you ever spent any time moving across the top of water, but it's not like the roads, and cruising at 55 kilometers an hour, folks, on the water is screaming. It would put an Australian boater bogan into, almost a sugar shock, because that's cruise, and the top speed of 75. These things will not stalk the waves. They'll literally hunt the waves, because they can cover an incredible amount of area at that cruising speed, and then if they find something, this will be the thing that Ukraine can start to do in the Black Sea now with these multiple drones and the air cover that they will get with these AWACS planes they're getting from Sweden. Those are the thing. I actually wish to see those in service just as fast as the F-16s, frankly, because a look-down radar just has so many capabilities. If I want to generate some target opportunities on the ground or on the surface of the sea or in the air, you basically can tune them however you want. And if they're running in an air-to-air mode, they're helping find and direct missiles to targets that have semi-active radar, so that the F-16s, the Su-27s, whatever, need not have their radar on painting a target while the missiles head toward it. And then the missiles terminal guidance system takes over, and they either using radar or thermal will hunt down the air targets at the very end. But it's it provides a longer range radar than a plane does, and it provides that capability to link 16, help prosecute, calculate, determine a whole bunch of things about targeting that takes stress off the plane system, and then can also then make those pilots so much more effective. So I'm really looking forward to that as much as the planes. But until the planes arrive, all that systems, the drone work goes on. We see another drone attack in the last hour reported in Azov, which is another one of these little depots that's down near Rostov-on-Don, but it's on the pathway and a crossing point for a number of pipelines that go through there. So it's more than just a depot that gets filled up and then so gets filled up and then goes on the ocean where there's a terminals down there too. But this one looks like it's the road tanker, a rail car to road tanker crossover point for storage of oil and possibly some packaged lubricants. I'll have a look at it a little bit better. But the key point is it's on this sort of corridor that Russia will be moving tanks, artillery, all the stuff, into eastern Ukraine from Rostov-on-Don, because they're progressively going less and less stuff from the south through Krasnodar and into Crimea, because, as we've seen reported in the last 24 hours too, the military analysts of the Russian Defense Ministry have said that really the Kerch Bridge isn't really that important anymore, because their assessment is that the railway barges are more significant, and that's why they struck them twice in the last 2 weeks. And so the targeting decisions that are being carried on, the targets, it's like a drumbeat anymore with bullets back on, where Ukraine has sufficient ammunition to defend itself up and down the line. It has sufficient ammunition to hit planned strategic targets that it needs to hit, or tactical targets that are farther behind the line of control. And then these targets of opportunity. And these targets of opportunity with bullets on are so important. And these keep happening. We're seeing attacks not at the line of control, but 150, 170 kilometers behind the line, to knock out the logistics along the lines of control and logistics and headquarter units behind the scenes. So they're I think and it's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing, right? We don't notice some of these strikes each and every day. Yesterday, including the third attack on the Lipetsk steelworks, where they produce a lot of it's Russia's largest secondary steel plant, and it produces stainless steel there, not just carbon steel. It's one of the key providers. So that getting hit. a big transformer or substation being hit outside Rostov. We're still seeing this drumbeat of drone strikes, which is great, and it's the new normal. And I guess I'm saying that because I'm noting those things that we almost missed noting in the last 24 to 48 hours because of all the bigger news that has gone on, and the then responses from Russia recently in relation to the peace summit, and that including, as Linda was talking about earlier, the massive disinformation campaigns they have going on.
Yeah, that is true. This gives Ukraine cover to be doing things out of the spotlight too. So, anyway, with that, I have discovered that that Prince Heather is ready to come up and join you. So I think I'm gonna bug out of here now. But it was nice to see you for a few minutes, Will. It's been a while since we've our paths have crossed. Anyway, yeah, bye, Linda.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll steal one of James's sessions with you earlier in the morning, sometime in the near future, or early in the morning for me, and we'll do that. I always enjoy spending time with Robin as well.
Yeah, me too. Great. I would love that. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna get out of the way now. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you all in a few days. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Herom Slava. Yeah, so that must mean that Prince Heather is going to be joining me shortly, which is great because I'm pretty much out of news, and I'm going to make her carry the entire show because no, I'm kidding. We haven't totally run out of news. There is a lot that's still happened. I forget sometimes whether or not I've covered or we've covered something enough, given the amount of things that have gone on in the last couple of days. But I'll just note first something out of Absurdistan, which is it's preparation for, well, God, I don't know what. I think it's just a distraction because Russia regularly tries to legalize things. Like if it's going to do something particularly nasty, like blow up the Novokakhovka Dam, they'll pass some legislation through the Duma just before that like prevents anybody from doing incident investigations on disaster sites in war zones, just for example, to prepare the ground for some nefarious thing they're going to do in the future, or perhaps do what they did today, which is probably just a distraction, because they have now admitted that the February 23rd, the first of the shoot downs of the A-50 Beryevs that were taken out by Ukraine in February and March, the first of those, they have charged in absentia the commander of the Ukraine's 138th Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade. They've charged this bloke for carrying out his actions during wartime. Russia has charged him in absentia. I'm sure they'll try him in absentia. I don't know when they think they're going to get their hands on this bloke, and why during a war they thought it was appropriate to charge and I assume try and convict a guy for criminal charges for shooting down this A-50 Beriev, which was participating in a war. I don't get it, but I'll just note that has happened. Linda, what do you think? What would be the purpose of Russia charging the commander of the 138th Air Missile Brigade?
I'm not sure about the purpose, but I suspect that the root cause might be vodka. What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know, because it has to be a combination of people, but it just seems I think it's just a distraction, right? That they're trying to claim that their guys were just peacefully flying around over the Sea of Azov, directing fighter aircraft and bomber aircraft to target Ukrainian positions, much as I just described the AWACS will provide for Ukraine, and somehow that it gives them some basis for criminal charging. I would say they're criminally good at their job.
I would agree. Yeah, and some are better than others. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I mean, the amount of craziness is. I mean, we thought Hitler was, was Hitler more or less crazy than Putin? What do you think?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that.
Yeah, me either. I do have a question though. So this new little seagoing robot, right?
The stalker.
Oh, the stalker. I thought you said it was named Star.
No, the stalker.
Oh, I misheard. Okay, stalker's not bad. But when you said Star, so I'm going to have to pull back on this. But let me tell you what I was going to suggest. Stalker is not bad, but if it had indeed been Star, like I misheard, I was going to say, they need to call on me before they name things, because I would have named that little puppy Starkist, and then try to get some advertising dollars and a marketing campaign going in order to pay for some more of these little puppers. So anyway, that was my thought, but it's not named Star, it's named Stalker. Although I still think Starkist is betterer. What do you think?
I don't know. Well, maybe now when they get down to needing a little cartoon meme guys, like SpongeBob or something, maybe at that point.
There's that.
The question I want to ask you, well, I'll let Prince go, but hang around if you have a chance, because I want to talk to you more about an actual disinformation campaign that I think would be a good idea, in addition to some things that we were talking about. Well, I was talking to Alex, our new co-host, the other day, who's from Canada, and he's got some really interesting and provocative ideas on countering disinformation from the government perspective that I've talked about before. And I had a chat with him, and one of these things, it just came up like in the shower or going to work or something the other day, and I want to float an idea and see whether or not you think it has any legs. Prince.
Okay, well, I am rather disappointed. I'm rather disappointed in you. Will, I have to say, because I thought that you would really want to name this thing Wombat, but it makes sense that you don't. So before me,
no way, the combat wombat's already taken.
Okay, so I have before me Dr. Google's list of the most dangerous Australian animals. So yeah, I think we're stuck with the blue-ringed octopus, which doesn't quite work. The box jellyfish. The box jellyfish, is that sometimes called man o' war? I don't know. And then there's the stonefishes, and then there's the bull shark. Out of these, I really have to say, I think perhaps the bull shark is what you would probably go for to name this sea drone.
Sorry, no, I'd have to go with Mako. Mako's the fastest of the sharks, and would make a lot more sense if you're going to go with a shark name. If you want to go with I don't want to give up all my intellectual property, because we're going to have to field a bunch of these drones in Australia, and I want to give those names to our things. But what we do in Australia is probably use the Aboriginal name for the species, because I don't know, sometimes they're a little bit more provocative and interesting sounding and they make people think, right? Anyway, I don't know. There's got to be a good Ukraine name for these. I think I'd give this probably the name of a sea bird that hunts over the low on the water in Ukraine. One of the a kite or a tern or something like that. But maybe they've got some interesting sea creatures along the Black Sea. I don't know of any, but this thing it doesn't stalk. I mean, stalking would suggest low slow. I mean, you could kind of say if you want to call it a stalker, what it does is it cruises along the surface of the ocean at about 55 kilometers an hour, which is absolutely stonking it down the highway. If you're in a boat, right? In a boat, 55 is a pretty good clip, and but it basically makes no wake at that speed. I think it's highly overpowered for the mass it has and the hydrodynamics of the shape of the thing. And I think it carries, what did they say, 150 kilos of warhead, which is a small, medium-sized warhead. But and probably all the material with it to generate a nice fire and shrapnel explosion. So the warhead itself, the explosive size isn't all that matters. But this thing, if you call it stalking, you'd have to say stalking like a cheetah can do, just cruising along, looking around, checking out the scenery at 55 kilometers an hour, and then can find something and accelerate up to 75 kilometers an hour to run it
what that
down and
describes?
kill it.
Crocodile.
Yeah, it probably would be. Crocs do move amazingly fast, and they cruise along. Yeah.
And they stay low in the water and stalk their prey. And
plus, we already know how to say it in Russian: crocodile.
Yeah, the crocodile. I don't think crocodiles live in salt water, but it's still an Australian.
The ones that, sure they do. Saltwater. There's freshwater and saltwater crocodile.
Okay.
Oh, now we're going to go little trip to Australia again. The freshwater and saltwater crocodiles. The freshwater crocodiles are not actually very dangerous. You can actually swim around and they're smaller. But saltwater crocodiles are the ones you'd recognize that are big. The really big ones.
Which
the
are the
crocodile
ones Steve
Dundee.
Irwin played with?
Well, I'm sure he's had his hands on both of them. But most of the year, the freshwater crocs actually aren't very dangerous, and they are territorial. But they mostly eat fish and stuff, so they're not really after a full size human. So if you're down in Catherine Gorge or someplace like that, you can absolutely go swimming in that water hole I have, and you're not going to get eaten by a freshwater crocodile. But here's the bad news. Saltwater crocodile is kind of deceptive, Prince, because saltwater crocodiles, while they they infest the entire top end of Australia, but they travel an amazing distance down upstream and inland, much like the bull shark does in estuaries in the United States. And when the water's clean, and Australia, all over the place, you can find sharks and crocodiles well upstream in freshwater often, and they are amazingly fast. Not just on the ground where you see them burst and finally take something, but they're very hydrodynamic, and they can swim through the water, like you're saying, without generating much wake at all. But they move pretty quick. So yeah, it might be good. Good name, crocodile. Yeah.
All right.
What's James think?
I think that you have insulted the platypus because it is extremely dangerous. It has, the male of the species has poison in the rear legs and one of the fingernails. Do you call them that on a platypus? Whatever.
Yeah. Oh, a spine.
And so they are extremely dangerous. So lest we forget, there they are, very dangerous, should be represented on the field of battle, or water, whatever.
Well, they will be here in Australia, though. I'm not giving up a great name like the platypus to some Ukrainian weapon. Come on, man.
That's fair. You can send them to, from your country then. Send them a dozen platypi.
Yeah, exactly. They're using our drop bears already. Dan?
Yeah, before I give you my suggestion for a name, somebody probably already gave it, but I want to ask you, how's Mabel doing?
Oh, Mabel died years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was going to ask you if she had babies, send them to me. I just love your spider. I'm not a spider fan, but hey,
Yeah. So
sounds like she's
that huntsman,
yeah.
that huntsman was probably, if you're a, well, if you're about 2 meters tall, that that spider wouldn't have been as big as your hand. So I got it. I've got another picture of it somewhere, holding a big pen up next to it, just a stick pen, and it's every bit as wide as the stick pen. Yeah, Mabel was a big huntsman spider. We got into this conversation yesterday online because, of course, spiders scare the hell out of people, and but huntsmen are interesting spiders. You can pick them up. They're kind of, they call them the Australian tarantula. Some people do, but they don't look like a tarantula. But they don't build a nest, and they don't, and they just run. They do that. They huntsmen. They hunt things down and jump on them and kill them and tear them apart because they're a monster big spider. But they're not that scary to humans, because what you can do is you can, if they're in the wrong place, like inside your house, you can pick them up with your hand if you want to. Most people still use, you know, a pizza box or something like that, but you can pick them up. As long as you don't try to crush them, they won't bite you, and then you can carry them outside. But of course, they're spiders and they can crawl pretty quick too. So sometimes when you pick them up, they end up on your shoulder or behind your back, and then people freak out. But
I just think it's
don't freak out is the key. Just hold steady, and that spider will put your arm down on the ground, and that spider will find its way off of you and back into nature where it belongs, killing bad insects.
Yeah,
So yeah, Mabel died years ago. But she did have babies. She probably had about 20,000 babies, I'd say, Dan, because my my ex-wife at the time was not all that excited about me allowing a spider to occupy our house with us. But I talked her into it. But then it did backfire horrendously one time, because Mabel found her way and laid eggs in a sack I didn't notice inside a recliner in our house. And one day, all these baby spiders just exploded out of this recliner and were covering it, and that really freaked my wife out at the time. Had nothing, I'm telling you, to do with her not being my wife anymore. And I think she's probably still nice to spiders.
Will, how did you get all those spiders out of your house?
Open the door.
You seriously didn't vacuum them up with the shop vac?
No. They found their way out of the house. You know, they dispersed pretty quickly and found their way to a better environment for them. Because they're like turtles and stuff that lay hundreds, thousands of eggs. These things, because they're on their own from birth, they burst out and will run out and try to make a life for themselves. Most of them will end up getting eaten by other things. Because if you're a huntsman baby, you'd have a real bad name in the community. You would, in the bug community, your babies would not be popular. So I'm sure they run for the hills.
All righty then.
I was just gonna say it's better than having a ramba if they eat bugs, because I live out in the country. My suggestion for that sea drone, if it's not been made yet, what about piranha?
Oh, I like that one too.
Wrong part of the country, though. I mean, what do you guys have piranhas? I think of Amazon when I think
No.
piranhas. Yeah.
Of course you have to. That's where they're from.
Exactly. Brand, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I don't know if I missed the part of the conversation earlier, but that's exactly what my suggestion was going to be, was a huntsman spider, because I remember seeing that guy on somebody's wall on a picture some time ago, and I do like the description of them in terms of applying to this particular weapon, because they kind of just come out of the woodwork and surprise people, and that's their calling card, right? But they're huge, man. Good God, freak the hell out of me. So I kind of like it. But anyway, still my thunder, but it's all good.
Yeah, well, yeah. If you ever want to, Will's the kind of guy who keeps a huntsman as a pet in his house. Oh,
Not as a pet.
no,
I'm just happy to cohabitate with spiders.
you weird. Zero.
There's currently
Hey,
there's
everyone.
currently
Yeah.
a huge brown recluse up in the corner of one of the sliding glass windows of my house that is absolutely decimating the fly population if they come through there. She's got defilade over the entire west balcony.
Yeah, see, the brown recluse though can make you sick, so that's not. And Zero had her hand up. Go ahead, Zero.
Hey, thanks. Yes, in Ukraine, by the way, it's bad luck killing spiders, so you better just keep them in your house, and they'll bring you luck, and it will
Cool, they'll like
test
me
you.
then.
They'll eat you too.
No, I mean the
Yeah,
Ukrainians
I
will
just.
like me when I go there again.
Oh, God, of course, they will like you. Yeah, I've just popped in to give us another suggestion to the pile for the drone. I think that it should be called Mosquito with the two Z's in it, because mosquitoes in Australia are the most dangerous animals in the whole of Australia. It's not the crocodile, it's not the spiders, it's not the snakes, it's not the piranha, not the sharks. Mosquitoes are the most dangerous creatures in Australia. So I reckon it should be called mosquito. That's my addition to your conversation.
Fair enough. It's not a bad entry.
All right. Well, I don't know how we got down this path, but we sure did, and it was kind of interesting. I think maybe it was my fault for being surprised.
I'm blaming you.
Yeah.
Naming drones doesn't sound like something I'd come up
No,
with.
not at all. No, not at all. In fact, it couldn't have anything to do with the fact that I was talking to Mockers earlier today, and I said, "This new sea drone looks pretty cool," and she's like, "We'll want to call it Wombat."
Yeah, see, I even provide you entertainment when you're not on air with me, and that's my job, really. Yeah, but there is other. So, in other serious news that I had not reported on or talked about in the last 12 hours, I'll just note that I didn't notice it, but Le Monde published an article in which they said that the first of the F-16 pilots trained there would arrive in September, and I forgot that France was also training F-16 pilots. I thought they were now probably going to switch over to Mirage 2000s. There was a nice, interesting summary of all of the air defense systems hit over the last 6 weeks, and a summing up of 15 air defense systems in occupied Crimea. And when they talk about these air defense systems, we're talking about hits on multiple radar and the missile launchers that go with them, or the associated radar systems and Pantsir, the short range things, because Russia has set up here in Crimea what's known as a layered air defense with a whole bunch of long and medium range missile systems and then point defense systems in near their critical targets. And so it just highlights how much they have reduced the air defenses there, you would assume, in preparation for other attacks on targets that those air defense systems are protecting, much like we saw with the Black Sea Fleet headquarters as they started to drive the Black Sea Fleet out of the out of Crimea and out of the Western Black Sea. This is how these things go in stages, and so what will be the next stage of attacks in Crimea? I don't know, but you'd have to think they try to wipe out all of the air bases in Crimea to prevent any more attacks coming from there, and the missiles. We especially the ballistic missile systems. They've taken out one of those caliber systems previously, and sorry, an Iskander system near Yevpatoria. They took out a little complex of several of those a while back, and I think basically they'll try to target more of those launching points for ballistic missile and drone systems that head towards cities in southern Ukraine. That'd be my guess, but we'll see. There's also a lot of fuel storage in Feodosia. There's still plenty of strategic strike targets in airfields and headquarters and troop locations in Crimea as well. So we'll have to see what happens there. Follow up from the peace summit, follow up from the G7 meeting. We can talk about later. I've got to touch on this because thank you, Robin, for noting the Australian. I'd be remiss if I didn't note that the Australian Prime Minister has called Putin the most disgusting leader in history. I haven't seen the context of that. I've seen it reported multiple times. It's good to see Anthony Albanese pay attention to. I think he probably was going to be asked about something in relation to Bill Shorten's visit over there. And they did cover Bill Shorten's visit to the peace summit on the Australian news last night, which was a good thing. He got an extended interview on his take, and thank you, Bill Shorten, for putting a very clear, strong message of Australian support on this and getting multiple articles around about Australia's participation, because Bill Shorten was given a really hard time, and Australia, and I gave Australia a hard time by not committing someone of more direct relevance to this peace summit. But at the end of the day, you have to send a representative of some sort, and then everybody made. Well, not everybody, but the naysayers made fun of the fact that this is the public services minister. He's not in a defense role. He basically looks after the housing, national defense, or disability insurance schemes, things like that. Really important stuff to the community of Australia, but he's not known as a defense or international politics guy. But the thing is, he nearly became Prime Minister of Australia as well, right? He ran in an election and lost to Scott Morrison, but he came mighty close to, the Australian Labor Party in that election came pretty close to turning that election for themselves. And then he could have been prime minister, but they ran on the wrong issues at the time. And so he was a big rising star. But unlike real egotistical people, he could have left Parliament and quit when he didn't get the top job. But he went back and just went to doing yeoman's work. Took on a portfolio for our new national disability insurance scheme in Australia that has been, admirably introduced, but has got some serious problems with people roaring that system and problems in bureaucracy as well, like any new government system we seem to set up. But the thieves are the real people that need to be get after there, and I think Bill Shorten's starting to do that job. But anyway, he went to this peace summit. People expected it to be a nothing burger from his perspective, and he's made some clear demonstration that he understands the issue. He has expressed appropriate support from Australia to Ukraine, and hopefully comes back now with this experience and starts, as he has been doing at home, being an advocate for Ukrainians, really pushing the government more to do what we can based on his conversations and experiences in Ukraine, because, as I've said many, many times before, Australia is not pulling its weight at all in relation to Ukraine. We spend all of our time, it seems, trying to address China and not offend China, it would seem. And I'm very disappointed that we haven't provided more, even though they've provided some, certainly not what we can do and too silent on it. And sometimes, like this, not sending the defense minister or the foreign minister over to this session, rather sending another representative is a little bit, doesn't show your seriousness about it and your commitment a little bit. But I'm thankful they did send Bill Shorten because he produced about as good a result as you could for the Australian input on that thing, and brought it back into the public attention last night. Thankfully, that's the Australian update, Prince. No news on our Vatniks and NAFO activities down here just yet today, but I'll see if I can find anything on that too.
Well, there you go. There's all Will wanted to tell you in 3 hours and 10 seconds. No, he'll expound. I know, and I actually have some things I wanted to ask him about, and maybe go in depth a little bit more on a couple of other things. So, Cornelius, how are you?
I'm doing well, Prince Heather. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
I wanted to ask Will a question about something he just said, and I haven't tuned in long, so forgive me if you've gone over it. But that fella who was sent from Australia to represent your country, and he wasn't the leading man, your prime minister or some other notable figurehead. What's your sense that he may have been sent there strategically in order to school him and gain some support or gain some insight into the various factors that the PM might already have, but political maneuverings need to be made in order to gain some sort of support in various quarters for moves that need to be made? Think that might be something relevant?
It's a possibility, but I would doubt it. I think basically the Australian government recognized that they needed to send somebody who would be a reliable reporter and not make gaffes, and a serious guy. And Bill Shorten is a serious guy. He died in the wool union person who came out of the coal mines and got notoriety during a disaster there in 2006, and then went on to head the unions, and then went into politics and has served his electorate pretty well and nearly became prime minister. So he's a serious guy, and he's a really thoughtful, caring guy. And the being the minister for the NDIS and government services area is perfect for him, frankly, because even though he did nearly get the top job, I think he's going because he is a phenomenally trusted confidant of the prime minister, and he wanted to send somebody that would not make any gaffes, could probably collect some good information for them on how things are going. So yeah, he would be a good, but I don't think it's to prepare Bill Shorten for anything. I think it's to prepare or get another set of eyes in on this thing. Because here's the other problem, Cornelius: we don't have an ambassador in Kiev. Our ambassador for Ukraine still sits in Poland, and that is idiocy. And thankfully, Bill Shorten was asked about that too, because it's all part of Australia not doing enough. We're not engaging appropriately with Ukraine by having an ambassador in Kiev right now. Months ago, 6 months ago. We're not contributing to Ukraine on the basis of our capacity to do so, either in technology that we have or as a percentage, or as in relation to our GDP. We are not provide 0.3%, or sorry, 0.03% of GDP is what we're giving to Ukraine. And we always try to say we're bigger than that. We're better than that. We're the 12th, 13th ranked economy in the world. So we ought to, if we like to be in that position, and we like to point out that we punch above our weight, this is not the time to be lowballing and going cheap. But that's essentially what we have done. So look, I was disappointed they couldn't find one of the relevant ministers to attend if the prime minister couldn't. But see, what we had was the premier of China in town, in Australia, and I think China sent their envoy here to Australia specifically so that the government couldn't send the prime minister or the foreign minister to that meeting. So then they considered not sending anybody. They considered sending the defense minister, and then they finally decided to send the minister for government services and the NDIS, Bill Shorten. But I thought he was a good pick. He is, and he's come back and made some good statements about it. But I guess that he and he would collect a lot of information. I think after the war is over, I think Bill Shorten, the information he got there might start some discussion in Australia about what our communities can do and what businesses can do to integrate with our Australian friends, or sorry, our Ukrainian friends, because there's a lot we can do together, frankly. And I think that's the kind of information he will have gotten and probably might put to good use if the Labor Party decides to start doing more in relation to Ukraine, which I'm still very, very disappointed with our government's support as our government, not as the Labor Party, as our government, because like in the American example, I always hope that any politics stops at the water's edge, and all of our diplomacy in relation to Ukraine should be based on our desire to see a vibrant liberal democracy survive in Europe and defeat one of our strategic enemies, which is Russia. Even though we're way down here in Australia, Russia is our strategic enemy, and they have done things kinetically and in hybrid warfare right here in Australia that harm us. Russia is not the friend to any liberal
Hey,
democracy
Will.
around the world. And so not supporting Ukraine is very disappointing to me. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just gonna interrupt you for a second just to say, we may be having some technical issues, not quite sure. If we crash, please come back. Hopefully we'll get them fixed up in the background and it won't be an issue. I think we might have done that. So just continue, but if we crash, come right back, please. Sorry, Will, go ahead.
No, that's it. Yeah, Cornelius, back to you if you want to add anything. But that would be my take from Australia, because
No, that's a good complete answer. Thank you. I think Great White North here has the same kind of government as you guys have. Is your prime minister your virtual king until he gets thrown out? That's ours. He doesn't share power with anyone basically, unless he's in a minority situation.
Yeah, correct. The government is the government. It's a parliamentary democracy along the lines of the British model, and it uses the American names, House and Senate, but it's a parliamentary democracy, upper and lower house, and as are all the states, and it has a bunch of ministers in the government, which carry out the functions of government. But you're correct, the prime minister does have a lot of powers that we hope they exercise judiciously and transparently. And I say that if you're in Australia, because I'd like to draw a comparison or a contrast to the Morrisons overstepping of that area again. Our last government was a shocker, Cornelius. But yeah, they do have power to do things. Morrison, the previous government prime minister, signed himself in as control of 6 portfolios, defense, and all the important ones. He was signed in as the minister that he could make decisions without any further consultation, and he shouldn't have done that. Our government is meant to be a bunch of ministers of government, not a king for a period of time. Although the king and his court do get a rule, they don't have to consult with the minority. If they have the votes in the House and they have the votes in the Senate, they can do what they want.
Thanks. That's same with us.
Yeah, and it's really funny. It's really funny when you said that king for a time. Anthony Albanese does not come off as a king, I can tell you for certainly. He's nowhere near as attractive as Trudeau is, and doesn't come off as imperial at all, because he's a long-term from the bottom up labor guy.
Oh, that's not the case up here. I don't want to get into it though. That's
no,
yeah.
Trudeau comes from a different pedigree, doesn't he?
Totally different. Totally different. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. So, Prince, what's your top news story from the last 24 hours or 12 since I spoke to you last that you want to talk
Well,
about?
I just have to say, actually, I went through and grabbed some things that I thought you would be interested in talking about, rather than paying attention to what I may be interested in talking about. How's that for an answer? Now, I do see though that an oil depot in the Azov in Azov Rostov Oblast, Russia, may be making a very pretty glow. Have you seen that? And did I miss you talking about that before I came out?
I briefly mentioned it in my little news roundup to head it out because that's quite newsworthy as it's just happened. But I noted that this is a series of strikes on drone strikes on industrial targets in the last day. So just that the drumbeat continues. This one, this oil depot down here is one that serves. This portion of the strike looks to be on the land side, but there is also an oil depot down there that is a terminal, right? That it's Azov is a place where they both have a cross line of two pipelines, and they have a little sea terminal down there, as well as this what looks to be the land-based terminal that is adjacent to it for transfer into tankage from rail cars and transfer from the tankage into vehicles for use all over that Rostov and northern Krasnodar region. So yeah, it's the strikes continue, right? They're finding, it would appear, Prince, after the long distance strikes on refineries. They're probably using a little different drone closer to home here, but this is only 170 kilometers from the front line. So it's the kind of thing, that you could do with one ATACMS missile, but they're finding ways to do it with drones, which is great. So yeah, tick, 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 keep it going. The most potentially significant one, although we have an impossible time doing damage assessment, from this perspective, is I'd really like to know how that strike on the Lipetsk steelworks went, the third of those strikes, because that's it is a very important steel facility, and it's within easy reach of Ukraine with drones, but steel works are very large and difficult to target with drones, I would think, and I'm really interested to see what exactly and how particularly exactly they're targeting the drones on that area.
Yeah, so this is the metallurgical plant you're talking about that we heard about yesterday, right?
Right, and it's the third attack on that over about 5-6 months.
The third attack on one place. That means that they really want to do some damage to it. Do you think it's possible that they're timing the attacks to the point where they're damaging it, letting repairs happen, and then damaging it again to try to keep it from becoming fully operational? I mean, I think you'll probably be, speculating, but I'm just curious.
Well, I haven't seen any on the ground footage from this time or satellite photos on that steelworks. The previous two times that they hit it, it was an interesting on the days that they did it, because they the first of those was right about the time they started the refinery strikes as well, and the second strike was literally on the day that they did a big refinery strike, and we were talking about the materials used in refineries, particularly 3/16 stainless. And I just noted on the day of that second big strike that they've both knocked out distillation columns and they've knocked out the place where it makes the material that they're going to have to build the new distillation columns for. So I think it is an important facility. They are targeting it, and it looked like in the second of those attacks that they were trying to target the electric smelter portion. When you smelt iron the second time, and you're going to produce the higher grade steel, 3/16 and all that, they always use the electric arc furnaces at that time, and it looked like they might be trying to target the electric arc furnaces. So yeah, but I it's impossible to tell whether or not they did significant damage the last time and what they're targeting this time. But interesting to see them continue to try to get it, because clearly they have Ukraine has a clear interest in targeting this steelworks, which is the biggest one, I think, in Russia. And yeah, so it wasn't a target of opportunity, I guess. Either they are making repeated trips to it, and hopefully they're successful at striking the electric arc furnaces, not the furnaces themselves. It'd be nice if they could find a way to hit the pot and break the pot, and the pot would spill all over inside that facility, and do lots of extra damage itself. That would be what we'd really like to see. Kind of like I think in the third of the Hobbit movies, you know, the Tolkien's that they've redone and made really good. I think the third of those Hobbit movies had them breaking the dragons gold smelting activity inside underneath the mountain, and you know, made a huge mess of hot molten metal going everywhere. And that's what we'd really like to see in that steelworks.
Yes, now you're, remember in Indiana Jones when the guy's face burned off? Yeah, I'm kind of having that kind of vibe when you talk about doing that kind of thing, because that's all I could think of as far as that was concerned. But they hit 3 military facilities or they hit military facilities in 3 different regions last night. It was the metallurgical plant, and what else did they hit last night? I'm not even sure.
Well, there was an Atesh attack. Interestingly, another location that would be great for an ATACMS missile strike. Just saying, would be the Smolensk air base, because they've got the aircraft factory is right adjacent to that air base. But it looks like Atesh has attacked some a more rail a relay cabinet up there. So the railway down from Smolensk both into Belarus and down to the Ukrainian area is a big rail interchange too. So Smolensk is an important target. It's got multiple important strategic targets around it, and it looks like Atesh has carried out a bit of sabotage up there. So that's great. I mean, this is a sort of thing that Kamil Galayev had been advocating that people do inside Russia from the very beginning of the war, from February. Because if you want to stop the Russian war effort, the best way to do is to take out the railway relay cabinets, the communication cabinets that are all along the signals area for the electronic trains. And there was actually a group that published a little bit of guidance on the best way to attack them, and put that out on Telegram. I think that's probably all been quashed multiple times whenever it gets out there again. But Atesh themselves have done the same thing that was advocated to be done by saboteurs anywhere, by knocking out the relay cabinets, because it stops the trains from switching they can't switch tracks there anymore. They can't communicate signals well, and it bogs them down. Can it be repaired? Sure, it can always be repaired in a week to 2 weeks, but it causes problems while it's happening, and that's good news. There was also a depot attack near Voronezh, and military strikes on ammunition, an ammunition train in Belgorod, and another facility that I don't know what does in Krasnodar, but there was a third strike in a town in Krasnodar yesterday. So a real good drumbeat of strategic industry and military strikes each day.
That's awesome. And then, of course, today, this oil tank, or what they're saying is an oil tank facility, but it could actually be a well, this I've seen stuff saying it was an oil depot, which yeah, but there's possibilities that it could be something else. So that is a good thing, right? Attacking all of those and making sure that they can't well, at least the oil where if they're tanks, it'll destroy the fuel that's in there, and if they use that to distribute to frontline troops, then they're going to run a little bit short on fuel, I would assume.
Yeah, it's just the campaign to continuously disrupt fuel delivery and supply, as well as the refineries throughout Krasnodar. This is probably, if I was to count them up, Azov's been hit before, by the way. But I think way back when it was done before, they said it was a sabotage incident. That we thought maybe the owls were over there. The GRU was working in that area, and Russia has also created a sanitary protection zone over by Taganrog to keep the GRU and saboteurs out of that area. But this time it looks like it's a drone strike on the oil depot. So yeah, one of the tanks is clearly on fire, and we'll have a look as the OSINT folks look through the day. We'll see how big it is. Yeah, burn up the fuel in one tank and possibly knock out the capability to load trucks from there, which that's what they're after.
Yeah. Knock out. Well, and if the tank is ruined, if the tank is busted to the point where it can't hold fuel anymore, then that'll take some significant repair, I would assume. And because we look at these things and it's just tanks, but if the tanks are damaged, then they're going to have to repair the tanks before they can put something more in them.
Yeah, I mean, so as you said before, they have struck dozens of oil depots have been struck throughout, and the ones in Krasnodar have been struck for probably reasons of moving through fuel through that area across the Crimean Bridge. But up here, a little farther up near Rostov, this is probably so. I don't know exactly why they struck this oil depot. It's been struck before, as I say. It's important to them for some reason that we can't necessarily discern just from the targeting of itself. But if it forms a pattern, for instance, when I noticed over a couple week period that there were 8 or 9 depots and depots in the Belgorod and Kursk areas and Smolensk area over a 2 or 3 week period, just before the offensive up in the north. If it forms a pattern like that we can tell. Obviously, Ukraine was trying to limit the mobility of armored fighting vehicles in the north with the fuel depots that were all around it at the time, and clearly did that, I would suggest, because the unsupported attacks from the north into Vovchansk were a particularly key reason why Ukraine was able to slow down those attacks and ruin them so much, because they not only didn't get enough human bodies to their destination alive, they also didn't have artillery support or direct fire tanks and other support for those troops as they tried to land them. So great move to take out the fuel of your adversary just before they're going to launch an attack on you. Now, I'm not saying that's anything like that coming in the south, of course, because this is one depot strike for an unknown reason. And I note that they did do a pattern of also striking depots, fuel storage depots, as well as the refineries in Krasnodar over a period of time, not long before they, well, it's probably a month before they then struck the barges, the rail barges that cross the Crimean Strait. So I don't know exactly. I'll never know exactly what's going on, but you just note occurrences together of things. This one depot in Azov, no idea. I think it may well just be that it's a nice close depot that they had they could get to as a target of opportunity that they use to supply fuel to vehicles that they're going to move, or fuel storage that they're going to move then by train into eastern Ukraine. No idea, but it's a good target of opportunity, if nothing else. If you've got a drone that only goes 170 kilometers, and yeah, so it's easy to get to. It's probably just on the list of targets of opportunity we'd like to take out, and they took the opportunity to smash it just a few hours ago. Cornelius, go ahead.
Yeah, something you just said twigged me to something I'm reading a book called Nemesis by Max Hastings, and it's about the Japanese and the Americans and such in the Pacific War in 1944, 1945. One of the things he mentioned made me really think about, why are they choosing to do this particular course of action? Why would they want to bomb that thing relentlessly? And what I think Ukraine has tapped into, to its great benefit, is a tradition of strategic intelligence. And I think the Russians are probably aware that they should be doing tactical battlefield and operational level intelligence, which is what most people think of as intelligence, as spies lurking around and battlefield estimates and things like this. But the really rich Western democracies are able to furnish themselves with a level of intelligence that operates at the strategic level, and can see second, third order effects of economic impacts and their effects on battlefields and population morales and such like this. So I think some of the targets you may see being attacked and chosen by Ukraine may be benefiting in their targeting calculations from a healthy dose of very beneficial strategic intelligence and that analysis that I would strongly suspect that the Russians think of very contemptuously. The Japanese culture back then was, in World War II, was one that would not accept pushback. We call it, like, you wouldn't give your superior any feedback that you would think that superior would not want to hear. I think that's exactly the same in the Russian area as well. But in the United States and the other NATO, the stronger NATO countries, they benefit from having a culture where you expect your subordinates to pick holes in the plan and identify the weaknesses and bring them up and discuss them. And the inability to do that at the strategic level is going to be one of Russia's real big Achilles heels. Thanks for mentioning that. Will?
Yeah, thanks, Cornelius. Yeah, that's right. I mean, autocracies suffer from a lot of problems that make them unsustainable and worse systems of government. And one of those in particular is the management of strategic military activities and organizations. Because look, what we know, right? What we know from Russia is that it is phenomenally corrupt. And a lot of its defense industries are phenomenally corrupt, which produces a lot of inefficiency in production of things, and it also produces things that are not only inefficient to produce, but also not of high quality because of the corruption system as well, because all those people in the chain of command are conditioned to telling the boss above them everything's fine, we're on target, and everything's good, because they don't deliver good news that way. You're not to deliver bad news. You get punished for that, and that also takes place, as you say, in parallel in the military, and we've seen plenty of evidence of that. In particular, the anytime that the Russian military has been on the offensive, trying to take things from Ukraine, we see lots and lots of medals being given out to people for activity, lots of attacks. If you make lots of attacks, you will be given a medal because it shows how active you are, but nothing related to the quality and success of those attacks. So we see that in Russia's side when they announce their periodic military medal distributions. It's always been for people who we considered a huge failure. You know, the guy who attacked the brigade commander of the 155th Naval Infantry when they attacked in Vuhledar. Honestly, he got a medal for that. You know, you should have been court-martialed for that. But it's a whole different set of criteria, and we definitely see the information being shared from the lower echelons of the Russian military also show this bias toward telling the boss what he wants to hear rather than telling the boss what consulting. And this is another thing, Cornelius, you just described in NATO militaries, is the officers all work out the what you're going to do, right? The strategy and plans, and then they come and talk to the non-commissioned officers in planning whatever activity they're going to do, and they read you the warning orders, and you go through what it's meant, and you're meant to fill your role to bring the plan to fruition. But you're also allowed to comment on the plan in relation to what you know from a non-commissioned officer and enlisted perspective on, gee, that really won't work because, or gee, that might work better because, because you're a lot closer to the soldiers in your squad and you understand their capabilities currently, like today. Well, Bob's got a bad foot, Joe's pretty tired, but Kira's husband has just filed for divorce, all that sort of stuff. That's what non-commissioned officers do. Non-commissioned officers in NATO forces look after force readiness. That's what they do. You make sure that you've got all the trigger pullers and everybody ready to go do their job when the job needs doing. Not define what the job is, right? The job is to be defined by the officers. So there's a clear distinction between roles, but there is consultation on what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. If there is time to do that in the military, that takes place ever since, well, in my experience, ever since the early 80s. The manner in which a resilient fighting force is organized in NATO and trained and doctored and all that, and totally different from the Soviet and now Russian perspective of how they organize things. They have almost no non-commissioned officers, no sergeant, very few sergeants. It's just masses of troops and officers that directly tell the troops what and how they're going to do what they're going to do, and then lead them into battle, whatever. Which also happens on the NATO side. Officers attend the battles with their troops, but they lead in a different way on the battlefield as well, because of the fact that they're not. There's a class separation. They don't regularly live with the troops. They don't know the troops. What they wouldn't know the force readiness of their troops as well as a NATO non-commissioned officer would, because of the way that they're structured. And you consequently see military commanders on the Russian side who are successful in leading their troops, oftentimes get killed in battle because they have to lead from the front, and in order to be successful. And so leading from the front, as you would often see non-commissioned officers more doing, means you're going to lose higher ranked officers in battle more often. And we've also seen that from the Russian side. Both their military design and the authoritarian system of government in which that military works in Russia, I think long term makes them significantly less effective fighting force than an equally equipped Ukrainian army is, even though Ukraine still has a significant amount of the vestiges of this old Soviet style of military command inside it that had been moving toward elimination before the invasion began, and has continued along the way, fits and starts, and there's, people are people, but Ukraine is converting itself over to NATO doctrine and NATO equipment. I mean, in fact, they're going to stop making at some point 152 and 122 millimeter artillery. They're only going to base themselves on the 155 in the future, which makes sense to integrate with NATO. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we look at from the military perspective that, and I'd be happy to argue the point if anybody has an alternate opinion about whether or not the NATO, if Ukrainian military is equipped to the level that a NATO military would be, that they would have any difficulty in fighting this Russian army right now. I think it is like chalk and cheese, the comparison. But I'm horrendously biased, of course, because I've served in the military years and years ago, and I live in a NATO-aligned country, I guess, Australia. Prince.
William.
Hey, I know what we've got to talk about.
What's that?
Let's talk about getting mines of all sizes, shapes, and nastiness out of 156,000 square kilometers of Ukrainian territory.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. That would be a good thing to do, right? And I actually have seen in other places, I have seen that estimate closer to 180,000. So, let's just put it this way. Either way, it's a freaking lot.
Well, and the other thing is that's the 156,000 square kilometers that they have recaptured from Russia. There's an equivalent amount of territory left to go, which is why it's a really good idea for them to get started now, because, cleaning up UXO and mines is like kind of like working a crime scene. The longer you let that crime scene go unattended, the less you're going to know about it, and the less capability you are going to have to be able to safely find and eliminate all the explosives in that area, as we've learned from wars since First World War. That's why you're required to mark mines and map your minefields and make sure that they can be removed safely after the war is over. And Russia does none of that. Zero, zip. Yeah, it's a lot of work, and you need to get started early, which is what they're doing. And the State Emergency Service, and I love that the SES does this, because the SES means something in Australia, all over here, where the State Emergency Service is the SES here, but they normally attend disasters, floods, hurricanes, infrastructure disasters. They do that sort of work normally here. But I was thinking about it when we got started on this fundraiser, that kind of, if we had a whole bunch of mine facilities here in Australia, the State Emergency Service would probably end up taking that on long term as well. So it's the equivalent of fixing up the equipment for the State Emergency Service in Australia to do the same thing. And what they're doing is mapping, identifying, and removing unexploded ordnance and mines. And they need some of what they need is specialized equipment, but that's not really what we're after. We're after making sure that everybody in a large group of the SES, so that they can industrialize this removal of mines, that everybody's got the standard basic equipment that everybody needs: hearing protection, gloves, tool, a multi-tool that's like a Leatherman. I think it might even be a Leatherman. Multi-tools, the basic kit they need to be able to do their work every day. Hundreds and hundreds of them, because that's what that's what they have doing this work, because the area is so large that they need to cover. And yeah, so we're helping the SES demine Ukraine, and it's a great cause. If you have a spare dollar, go over to the link that's the first item in the nest, or just MriyaReport.org, and find the big blue button up in the upper right hand corner, and smash that, and give us give a few details, and make a donation of any size, and we'd really appreciate it. Thanks very much, Prince.
All righty, sir. You're gonna make me quit looking for my birthday cake, aren't you? Just giving you a hard time.
So you know, you're so cagey about this. Is today the day your birthday cake arrives?
No, no. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for my birthday cake. It's 8:22 at night, man. No, I'm not so cagey about it anymore because Robin figured it out. And I was doing it solely to tease the heck out of Robin. I'll tell you what it is, though. It is the 18th in the UK and in Australia at this point, and that is Chris Windley's birthday. So we do have Chris Windley's birthday today, and that man will go super buff to the 200 on his birthday. And yeah, anyway, who started that? Well, no, and then Jenny's birthday is tomorrow. Jenny's birthday is tomorrow, and my birthday is Friday. It wasn't really that big of a secret. I had said it on the space multiple times prior, and Robin just forgot, and she asked me to remind her when my birthday is, and I just decided to be a turd and tease her about it because that's fun. And so, but she has figured it out. I don't know. I think she may have gone back in her in her bank records to see when she donated $55 in June last year. So yeah, I think that might be the case. So no, my birthday is Friday. I'm not that cagey about it. It's the best day of the year, the longest day of the year, first day of summer, and probably for you the first day of winter. So congratulations.
Well, no, we do it a tiny bit different here. We go ahead and just call the 1st of June the first day of winter.
Yeah.
Rather than wait till the actual solstice.
Well, truth be told, if you wanted to go for what the first day of summer is here, you never count on having a party until after July 4th. You can guarantee if you plan a party for your birthday on the first day of summer, it's going to rain. So that's just a reality here. Never guarantee sun until after July 4th. But anyway, it's the way it goes. But so yeah, it's not that big of a deal. I was just teasing her because you know what, it was fun. And when Zero came up and has her hand up, and we will then continue on with subjects. Go ahead, Zero. How are you?
I'm good, and how are you?
I'm okay.
Good to know. Yeah, yikes. I've just popped in to say yikes about Chris's Super Buff 200. I'm not looking forward to seeing that. I've seen his other Super Buffs, which is fine, but I'm not looking forward to seeing the Super Buff 200, to be honest. Yeah, I think, yeah, just might need to buy some bleach for my eyes.
Yeah, well, you never know. You never know. But yeah, and it's too early to place an order for my birthday cake. because I'll have it delivered on Friday. Otherwise, it'll be gone by my birthday. Anyway,
Get yourself a borscht cake, friend.
A borscht?
Get yourself a borscht.
Have myself a borscht? Yeah, well, I could have myself a borscht. Typically, I go and I order pizza. I get a pizza and order myself a birthday cake because that's party for one right there. Anyway, let's get back to some real news about Ukraine, because my birthday isn't news about Ukraine. I wondered.
But it will be a great time for us to raise some money for this demining effort, I think.
Exactly. I don't think Chris has disclosed what his birthday is going to be, what his birthday is. But I think we'll have to try to get that out of him, or we'll just pick a random number, probably like 50 or something, just because that's, a decent number. I, on the other hand, I will request a donation of $56. 56 for 56. I believe Jenny will request a donation of 53. 53 for 53. And yeah, so that's, because Mocker started this all last year, even when she did 46 for 46 for her birthday in April. And that went really well. And this year she did 47. I think it's 47. Anyway, so we'll figure it out. And I want F-16s to come on my birthday, but realistically, if they come on Chris's, Yenny's, or mine, I will be perfectly happy with that. I do feel a little awkward with the gap of the 20th in there. So if you are a listener and have a gap, have a birthday on June 20th, please let me know, because it's like we got to be able to say somebody has a birthday on the 20th besides Heather's random neighbor down the road. I mean, it's true, she does, but it's just a little awkward. Anyway, so I know you mentioned it in your run over of the news, but the Ukraine hitting 15 Russian air defense systems in occupied Crimea over the past 2 months is rather impressive. And this is according to the military. And, this isn't the kind of thing, that this isn't the kind of thing you see very often. And, they're saying here it's recently hit several S-300s, S-350s. I've never even heard of an S-350, S-400 air defense systems, according to a statement. They also struck more than 15 radar stations and over 10 control centers stationed in the Russian occupied peninsula. So that is a lot. Do they have any air defense left on Crimea?
Well, they've been moving it in, of course, right? We saw just a couple of days ago, they moved their probably prototype, because I wasn't even aware it went into production. They had moved the S-500 system that they got into Crimea, and that's because they have eliminated these systems all over the place in the past. Big push, as you say, in the last 8 weeks, but it's been ticking a box, and it's always a preparation for something. Remember in July of last year, when they eliminated over about 2-week period a bunch of air defense, and then they went ahead and attacked the headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet. I mean, it's always preparation for something. Softening of air defense is always preparation for something, and that's why I'm really wondering what the something is. So I guess probably the air bases next to try to make Ukraine untenable to operate an air force out of, like they did the Navy, as the preparation for longer term, suppressing any land forces they've got for preparation for invasion. but that's a ways off.
Yes, tis a ways off, and but you know, they're making things more and more and more difficult for them there, and the rumor that they've moved the S500. They only have one S500 in all of Russia?
Well, that was what was reported, right? I don't know how many they've manufactured, but it was shown as their bleeding edge capability, which, you know, it's a graduation of the S200, 300, 400, 500 system. They're in the same line. It's primarily changes to the rocket design, much like the Patriot system has PAC-2 missiles and PAC-3 missiles. So I think what they're doing is segmenting the type of foe that you're going after, and making the S500 will be equipped with a missile that's designed to particularly target ballistic missiles like the ATACMS. But notice that their S400 system that was supposed to be completely impervious to the things like the ATACMS, which is 1990s technology, um, couldn't affect those at all. Basically, all of the ATACMS missiles. We have never confirmed a shoot down of an ATACMS missile as yet. So their system isn't up to snuff. The 400 isn't up to snuff. So they might have moved their S500 system in there because it would be technically, on paper, the most capable system of taking down the ATACMS long-range missiles. And Crimea is the only guaranteed place where we know that the ATACMS long-range missiles can be used right now. So I highlight right now, but so that it would make sense that would be the place that Russia would try to get that system in there, see if it's effective, see if it does what it says on the side of the tin, and if it does, probably start trying to ramp up the production of those systems, which are very similar to S400 systems from my looking at them cursorily, but mostly it's an upgrade in the target acquisition radar and the missile type that they'll have in them. So it makes sense. But you know what's going to happen next, right? We fielded our new S500 missile, and boom, that'll get taken out by an ATACMS. Or even better, they'll do something like fly the $7,000 or $3,000 drop bear swarm in there and knock it out with that.
All right. Good deal.
I'm hanging out to see some more drop bear work.
Yeah, I know you love the drop bears. I haven't heard anything really about the drop bears lately. What did they run out?
So they've mostly been using them for their other primary role, which is kind of a slow loitering reconnaissance of the battlefield when they don't have another asset available. And they're little deliverers. You know how they run those little unmanned surface drones? The Combat Wombat can take 300 kilometers of stuff into place. Well, if you're in a particularly hot place, like a forward observer location, and they can't get anything to you, they can fly one of those drop bears in there with a 5-kilogram load and fly it right into your position and skid to a landing there for you. And 5 kilograms might not sound like much, but 5 kilograms of 7.62 ammunition and a few grenades could make the difference between life and death if you were in a hot spot. So I think they are using it for that role. I've seen reports of both of the observation role and the short haul delivery of a small package load. That's how they're using them in a boring way. But I'm longing to see them like they used them on Pskov Air Base in Crimea, because think of how easy it would be to get the Crimean Wind or Atash down in Crimea as things degrade down there, and they really want to hit something behind the lines, like they did in Pskov. That was clearly an inside job. It was the GRU or some saboteurs that got in there and launch those drones from 100 kilometers away or so, and that would be the kind of thing we want to see happen again with the drop bears down in Crimea, because one of these air bases that they're refurbishing over closer to the Kerch Bridge will almost certainly be refurbished, and they'll think, oh, we're less likely to get hit here, and that would be the ideal place. Then, as they set that place up and fill it up with planes, then a sneaky drone strike would be great of those, because those were, the drop bears carried that downward directing shrapnel hail. That's the type of thing they are. They're small, but they throw out a really intense shrapnel cone below them, and that's how they punctured and set those Aleutian 76s on fire. So for very soft targets, but as we've seen in Krasnodar recently, jets, any Su-34, Su-57, any jet airplane is a very soft target for a drop bear type drone, or any system. Even an ATACMS is ideal, of course, but anything that produces a large shrapnel hail is good to use on planes.
Yeah, but why spend the money on why waste an ATACMS missile, which costs a whole lot of money, when you can throw a piece of cardboard at it and still cause damage? I'm sorry, that sort of,
Well, it's
makes me laugh.
it's the complication of the planning, right? Because you've got to get a team in within 100 kilometers. They have to be capable of assembling those things, launching those things, and then exfilling, getting out of the area so that they don't get caught, or going back underground wherever they're at inside society there. So it's a much more complicated thing. Much easier just to dial in the coordinates on an expired ATACMS missile from the 1990s, and at HIMARS o'clock, light the fuse.
Yeah. So.
But you're right. They will run out of 1,040 of those, sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, they will, and they're much more expensive to replace, and that's.
And so that's the kind of calculation you'd always be in, right? Do I really have to get this target? If I have to get it and it's a time sensitive thing, you'd use an ATACMS. If it's a target you'd like to get, but you have the time to plan and try to execute a cheaper option, because while the ATACMS missile is the certain option, attacking behind the lines with those drop bear drones, psychologically, that had to be a huge blow to Russia.
Well, yeah, it's we're gonna kill you played with a piece of cardboard, man.
You attacked me with a $7,000 drone and knocked out a $26 million aircraft.
Yeah, well, I still like saying, "You attacked me with a piece of cardboard, man." Anyway, all right. So, of innovation. Sorry, I cracked myself up there. Speaking of innovation, shall we talk about the turtle tank for a moment? The turtle tank, the barn tank, evidently it's also called, excuse my language, the Blatmobile.
Well, I'm here again. The Blatmobile, but I'm always disappointed when my tank didn't take off, and it looks like a shower block.
What is a shower block?
In a campground. That's why it didn't take off. A portable toilet block from a campground.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, no. It doesn't look like that here. So,
but Mockers pointed out the best name yesterday, which has got to be the sand crawler, because doesn't that one that they captured, the Ukrainians captured that one, doesn't that look exactly like a whole bunch of Jawas ought to jump out of it?
Yes, absolutely. And now that you're saying this, I am vaguely remembering you guys talking about this last night before I went to bed. But but I did actually want to talk about it and ask you for more of an opinion, because not everybody listens at that time, and there may be the different crowd listening now. But your thoughts and opinions on them taking one of those captive, taking yeah, I guess captive, them capturing one of those Blackmobiles. And my understanding is it has been a goal of theirs for a while to do that, and they finally did, and they got two guys while they were at it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to look at any freakish innovation that the Russians throw out there, because they're trying all these things on. It both gives you a sense of their mindset in relation to what they're trying to develop, and it also uh, gives you the details of the thing, right? Like, I mean, remember in April when as we revisited this story because the Forbes magazine covers it, but when they saw that when the Azov battalion out in Kremina area saw that new T-72B3, but with this real weird growth on the top of it that was their electronic warfare system, they absolutely said they had to have that thing because they wanted to find out what it was and how it worked. And they did a great heroic 3-day mission to capture it, and that was excellent. Here again, though, this thing looks silly and stupid, but these things, those Blackmobiles were capable of getting some electronic warfare equipment because you both can't see it to target it, and you don't even know it's there. And just trying to figure out what these things were. These things, they were almost effective, because remember, these things started showing up when they were still trying to take Avdiivka, and when the shell thirst was on, and they were low on ATGMs that are ideal to take these things out. And so, had they been capable of getting these turtle tanks that look absurd, but would carry and conceal electronic warfare equipment much closer to the front lines than they have been able to get by other means, it might well have been decisive. Now, fortunately, they didn't find the way to use these things well enough uh, during the shell hunger that they were successful in any significant way that I've seen. And they were obviously very low visibility. They're also capable of being targeted by things, and they get stopped and slowed down. They've kept trying to innovate these things to get them in. But so while it's a weird, strange beast, and you think it's kind of a joke, the Ukrainians absolutely wanted to have a look at it, because what electronic warfare equipment they're putting in it, um, how it's configured inside it. Uh, it'll also tell you, based on the componentry and things they're putting inside it, what are they running out of? What do they don't have? Because if you were going to put a platform like this together, you would make some assumptions about what you put in it and how you were going to use it, and then based on those, looking at things that have been captured from the enemy, sometimes you see things intelligence wise that you otherwise wouldn't know about. Like, why would they be doing this? Well, it's because they're totally out of XYZ, right? Sometimes you can see weaknesses by capturing a weird thing like this as well. So yeah, I'm sure they definitely had it on their. Well, it's like me and co-host, Prince. You got to get them all. Anything that shows up, right? You got to make sure you co-host with all the co-hosts, or you don't get the badge. And they've now got the badge for capturing a Blackmobile.
Achievement unlocked. That's
achievement unlocked. Yeah, perk. And look at their faces. How excited are they to have been the guys that got it?
Right? It's like, oh my God, you guys captured the barn. It is that, I mean, it deserves some special notice, or they've gotten, I'm sure, lots of love from the internet, from the internets and the Twitters. But I thought it was a great thing. And there are times of the day that I have time to pay attention to things more closely than others. And I had seen that, but I didn't realize the significance of it until I started paying a little bit more attention. Actually, now that I think about it, what it was I kept scrolling past it and scrolling past it, thinking, "Oh, cool, you know, whatever. Oh, cool, whatever." And then I heard you know, mockers talking about it at least, and I thought, "Oh, okay, maybe I should go like look at one of those tweets." And I went and read one of the tweets, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so that is cool. That's great. Go team." So yeah. Now, I and like I said, you know, there are times I don't have time to pay attention to things, and you know that I lose track of things. Um, and one of those things would be Volchansk. What is happening in Volchansk? Do we know, or are they keeping that secret from us?
No. So there are in Volchansk, the Ukrainians are still trying to eliminate the last of the elements that are stuck in the aggregate plant there. Uh, there are still people there, and they're reducing it with uh, small diameter bombs, where they find out where those guys are hiding in that facility. Big concrete structures, and as they identify them, they are hitting them with artillery or uh, it looks like a small diameter glide bombs sorry, ground launched small diameter bombs or glide or the Ukrainian variant of glide bombs, uh, but probably the former because of the size of the explosion. But they're very precisely located. I've seen a lot of video in the last day of attacks by Russians on Ukrainians' positions and vice versa. And in the unscientific sample I've got, clearly the Ukrainian devices are able of being targeted much more precisely because um, it, targeting one building with three strikes, bing, 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 right, and then the Russians' examples will be what look like glide bombs or toss one missiles, rockets, but they land in a spray pattern. They can I've never seen Russian strikes in the city attacks anyway. Um, Drop in exactly three on a building right down the length of it, the way you have from the Ukrainian side. It's just more efficient. I mean, I don't know if it's more deadly or not because Russians just tend to saturate with everything. But so Vovchansk, it looks like Ukraine has cleared the significant portion of the city, and they have continued to push. Russia continues to try to attack, move troops from the north and take and reoccupy places, but they haven't been successful in moving the dial back that way at all in Vovchansk. There's a bit of back and forth if you go to the west of there into the forest and over at Kloboki, there are a bit more back and forth there. There's been some Ukrainian recapturing of positions and some counterattacks by Russia. So a bit back and forth in Lipsy area, but Russia has steadily lost ground in Vovchansk and looks to be probably going to be totally eliminated from that area. And I don't see any. I see they're still reducing that pocket of Russian troops that were reported to be 400, and we saw two groups surrender last on the weekend. First 60, and then 30, and they've continued to target the remainder in there. So there's probably something, maybe still 200 or what have been killed in that aggregate plant, but they haven't surrendered yet. So Russia probably won't mount an assault to try to reconnect with those troops and break that encirclement. They may try to sneak them out at night or whatever, or surrender. I don't think they're capable of using the sewers underneath that facility to totally get out of the city through the sewer system or anything like that. Stalingrad Academy type stuff. So I suspect still within another day or so, you'll probably see another surrender, or Ukraine moving into that area to see that they have killed them all and clear those buildings down at the aggregate plant that's still in the southern part of the city. Interesting moves over in Kremina too, where Azov has captured some area in the Servinsky, the forest there south of Kremina. They've taken back a significant chunk of territory, and this is Azov. And Azov has been re-equipped with some of the Western weapons since that restriction was dropped, and it looks like put it to immediate effect in capturing a few square kilometers of territory in that forest.
Very good. The other place that I understand Commander Sersky has commented about the Pokrovsky direction by Kupian.
Pokrovsky.
Yeah.
Pokrovsky. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's commented about there that the Russians have concentrated the largest number of shock brigades and regiments in that area.
Yeah, that's the axis that Russia is apparently putting most of its efforts into right now to try to move up toward the roadway that leads down from the northeast to the southwest in the next line behind the front lines. So if they can push up through the Pokrovsk area and take the town name, sorry, my map won't update here. They're trying to push up from Donetsk to Kramatorsk. So there's a road that leaves between Pokrovsk, Konstantinivka, and Lysychansk. So they're trying to link up the roadway that goes from area they control and then down through the southwest. And the next big town along the way is Pokrovsk. But looking at their rate of advance, they're a long way from that area, but they have taken since they've taken Avdiivka, they've moved and taken Pervomaisky and up to Nekolova, but they're not through Karlivka yet. So their rate of advance is very slow along that axis. But yeah, Sersky has said most of their forces seem to be concentrated on that axis right now, as opposed to the north of Avdiivka farther. Ocheretny seems to have slowed down quite a lot, and their advance doesn't seem to be progressing there, nor does it at Chasiv Yar. They have not. They've moved into Canal, the little part of the settlement across the canal from Chasiv Yar proper, but they have not advanced in there. And based on concentration of forces that Sersky said, it looks like their main thrust of their advance is now going to be to the north and west of toward Pokrovsk, and we'll probably also see them try to push up from Vuhledar as well again soon, but no real concentration of forces there because they've moved the 155th out of the south and moved them up to reinforce the troops in the north in Kharkiv. So they've done exactly themselves what they were trying to force Ukraine to do.
All right, so you think they've given up? Have they given up on Vovchansk?
No, I don't. So I don't think their campaign in the north is yet complete. I think they're going to pursue it, but what I haven't seen is, or what we don't see is real successful attempts to reinforce up there with this new Northern Army they built. They're building this, they say 50, 60,000 strong army up there in the north to try to do something with, but they have used this ragtag collection of troops to try to generate the attacks in the north, and they haven't injected any of this new Northern Army they built into that. They've instead pulled units up from the south and east and kind of reinforced in an ad hoc manner that doesn't look like they're making a real concerted effort to take anything from the north, but they continue to attack, but not with anything that looks like it's going to be successful.
Very cool. Now we're going to have a little break from me peppering you with questions, and I'm just going to talk for a minute. How's that for an answer? I'm gonna just go through a couple of things really quick. Yesterday I talked about it more extensively. Gina has a new podcast out, and that new podcast is an interview with Sister Lucia from an article. The interview was a recording that she did from an article that she wrote in April, and she just got to writing the putting the podcast, part 1 of the podcast up today. Yesterday. And let me go and find that and retweet it, I guess. And then the other thing, it'd be easier to go this way. The other thing that I wanted to highlight, because Gina's passion for Ukraine is amazing, and she does some amazing work around Ukraine and covering things. And of course, as we know, Gina is a Catholic journalist, and so pretty much what she does surrounds the Ukrainian Catholic Church, and that's fine, because there are really important stories to tell. And when I was talking about Sister Lucia yesterday, one of the things I tried to emphasize is forget the fact that she's a nun. I'm talking to you about what a Ukrainian has to say about what is going on in her world. And her world happens to be in a monastery as a nun, as a woman religious in Zaporizhia, and a woman who goes towards the front lines to help the people who still live in those areas. So go and give I just retweeted it. It is on Gina's timeline, and Gina doesn't post that much, so it's not impossible to find on her timeline, just a few away. And actually, I think the only other thing she's tweeted since then actually is the other thing that I was going to bring up really quick. And that is just an article that came out today. And I should actually, I suppose, go find my tweet from this also, because I put two articles of Gina's into my tweet. And maybe I'll put my tweet up in the nest. This is an article that came out today, and this article is with a Ukrainian Catholic priest, and let me see, what is his name? Oh, Mikhailo Demig, and he is a Ukrainian Catholic priest, and he lost his son, coming up on 2 years ago, to the full-scale invasion. And so it is a very, very good interview with the priest, and talking about his son and what his son was like, and how his son worked during the Maidan Revolution to fight for Ukraine, and how he was actually overseas when the full-scale invasion broke out, and he hightailed it back to Ukraine and got himself to the front line as quickly as possible. So it's just a really nice story about a Ukrainian soldier who died. And you know what? Yes, there are things having to do with the impact it has had on him and his family, as far as a religious aspect goes. But take it as a story about a family who lost their son and who was in pain. And so that is worth the read. And I just put that up into the nest, and I put my tweet about that up into the nest very specifically because I did a tweet thread. And the second tweet in my thread is an interview Gina did is an article about an interview Gina did with the wife of this priest who she wrote the article about that came out today. And the article with the wife was done in person when Gina was in Ukraine at the end of June last year, beginning of July. And this interview took place actually near her son's grave. She was there fixing up the grave, and so the mother had a really good interview with Gina about what it was like to lose her son. And there's a quote in this that that hit me, and I don't know if I'll be able to find it really quick, but she hit a really big depression after her son died, which was of course understandable. And she went to bed and she didn't want to leave the bed. And then she was roused out of her isolation by a dream in which a revered spiritual mentor of her and her husband, Cardinal Yosef Slimjinje, who was the head of the Ukrainian Catholic Church from 1944 to 1984 and a survivor of Soviet labor camps. She had a dream about him, and he told her that she had a choice. And she said that he said to her, he said, "These are very hard times. We can be weak or be strong. You have to be strong." And that sort of shook her out of her depression and got her back on the road to doing things. So just the story about the husband is the first one that was published today, and then the second article then was the article from this summer, this past summer, in the summer of 23, with an interview with his wife. So I just thought I would share those couple of things as a sideline, and to give you a break from having to talk so much.
No, and no, those are interesting. Thanks for sharing those. They're up in the nest. They follow on from a number of articles that I read from the weekend, of course, which was Father's Day. A lot of, well, I mean, they're painful stories, but it's important to read some of these people's stories of their loss of their sons in Ukraine on Father's Day, particularly. And that's one I hadn't seen before. So thanks for sharing that. And I've seen we've got a new speaker who's joined us. Zach Garner, go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
You are indeed. Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I just joined. Just started on the spaces a couple days ago, and this is amazing to, be able to reach out to people across the globe. It's awesome. Thank you guys for having me, and I just joined in, so I don't know exactly what we're talking about
Well,
specifically.
if you've got obviously we're talking about Ukraine. Anything that's going on, military, diplomatic support, and anything you'd like to ask or talk about in relation to Ukraine is great.
Okay. Yeah. So I heard you a little bit, Will. Like, where I'm wondering where you got that information from.
Which bit specifically, Zach?
Like I said, I just joined, but
all right. Well, no worries. Hang around. Look, I get my information on. Well, it depends on which thing I was saying. If you're talking about things in the oil industry, I still follow the oil and gas industry quite closely, and I still work in it in Australia. So I tend to follow my news sources from that to find out what's and identify what's going on in relation to these depot and industry type strikes inside Russia or in occupied Ukraine. if it's military stuff, I read a bunch of different feeds of people on Telegram, and I read people's Substacks and things like that to keep up on military matters, and of course also then tend to comment on what's currently going on militarily from people that publish things a little bit after the fact. Like the Institute for Study of War is a good place to follow if you want to keep up on the war in Ukraine, because they tend to publish things that are a little bit later than we would normally find out about here. But once they've processed them all, and then even if it's a couple of days late, like I don't really worry about finding out stuff like on the day, because it can't affect my life directly. I mean, what we're really looking for is long-term success and failure in relation to the war activities, and so ISW and critical threats tend to stay on top of that stuff and give good summaries after the fact of what has happened and the significance of it. So that's probably a good place. That is the source I was noting from this morning when I was covering this morning for me in Australia when I was covering the points of on the battlefield that Prince asked me about. It's a good question for new folks where to find stuff. Find people that if you're on Twitter, find people who you like the Institute for Study of War, who have a group of people running the thread to provide their analysis, and then stay up with them and keep up with individuals you trust. I read Mick Ryan's Substack. He's a good military analyst. Rob Lee, and a number of others. Thomas Tyner's great for analysis of weapon systems, for instance, and he was on the space just yesterday.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome, man. That's a lot of information. I guess I'll have to follow your page, to I don't know if I can remember all that.
Well,
but,
you could follow. I'd follow quality people, Zach, not my shit posting, because I'm no expert. I'm a journeyman in all kinds of things, and basically, we operate this space to operate 24 hours a day. And Prince likes working with me because she can ask my opinion on stuff, and I often have one. So I'll share. I'm not afraid to be wrong, and I often do have an opinion on what's going on, and I have some depth of military understanding from my very limited experience, but a lot of experience in industry and things like that. So that's. But there are if you followed people I follow, that would probably be more valuable than following me, because I just tend to be a smartass.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you for letting me join. Glad to be here. This is awesome. Everyone
No
sharing
worries,
their
Zach.
opinions and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, and that's what we invite all new members or anybody to come up. If you've ever got a question or a comment you want to make, raise your hand or join the speakers and stay up and participate in the conversation as long as you want.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good deal. And in my stalking, no, I don't stalk. I'm just kidding here. In my keeping track of what Alexandra Medvedchuk is doing, she this woman goes everywhere. This woman was on a 7-day tour of Canada a couple of weeks ago. Then she flew back and was like in Germany and Brussels for like a week. And she evidently then flew back to the United States because she was at a presentation today at the White House on conflict-related sexual violence. And if you have listened to us on Friday nights in the United States from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. On the Understanding Genocide segment, you have heard us talk rather at length about conflict-related sexual violence and the implications. Actually, the report that we went through very specifically talked about what happened in the former Yugoslavia and the lessons that can be learned going forward with Ukraine. And I got interrupted partway through and was not able to watch the entire thing. But it started out with a short speech from Vice President Harris. The one thing she did do is acknowledge that there was conflict-related sexual violence happening in Ukraine, which, you know, is good. I did hear Dan's comment earlier with him having a problem with her not referring to it as genocide. I understand that. I get it. It's, you know, I understand that. I'm really sensitive to the use of the word genocide also. And I would like to see the use of the word genocide also. But that it was the entire thing was not about Ukraine. It was about multiple arenas, multiple areas, multiple countries, multiple conflicts, and the conflict-related sexual violence just that happens in conflicts to begin with. And so I guess I wasn't as bothered because the focus was not strictly on Ukraine for this. And you could get into some muddy waters trying to say that about some other conflicts around the world. So I do plan on finishing watching this, and I'm hoping maybe we can talk about it a little bit on Sunday or on Friday night, because it's always good to have input about these kinds of things from experts. And this was an opportunity then that arose to be able to watch this. I didn't even know it was happening today. Somebody sent me a link for it, and so I was able to watch it, and I'm glad that I watched part of it, and I look forward to watching the rest of it. So it would be on the White House's YouTube page. It wouldn't be that hard to find. And I'm gonna go and watch the recording. Actually, I'm just assuming the recording's there because they put everything back up. So anyway, I just wanted to bring people's attention to that, and saying we may talk about that a little bit on Friday. We'll see. I haven't talked to Nancy or Gina about that idea, but we'll see where we go with it. And
Well,
go
the
ahead.
thing about this is that, and look, I can understand why, Dan, you would be disappointed that they don't use the fact that this specific uh, uh, war-related sexual violence going on clearly is a contributing factor to this genocide. But I understand they don't want to overuse the term, right? Genocide is determined after the fact based on a number of contributing factors, which in the expanded definition of genocide, as it's been adopted by the UN, that most people don't even know the original term, right? That so expecting people to be of that level of knowledge and then bandying about the term around a lot, it kind of cheapens it a little bit. Let the evidence be collected and talk about the category of that evidence itself individually. War-related sexual violence, which was punctuated again with the return of this last batch of prisoners, because I just knew it was coming, and the reports have now come out, started to come out about the medical examinations of all these prisoners that were released, and a significant number of them, again, Prince, show torture and sexual assault as part of their treatment as prisoners of war. So it's absolutely irrefutable that that's going on, and that the evidence for that is established is really important. Is it important to call it contributory to this specific genocide where we've seen all the components, right? We've seen the attempts to eliminate culture. We've seen all the intense generation before inside Russia in their propaganda. We've seen rape for the purposes of reducing fecundity of a population, rape for driving people out of areas. We've seen all the components, and stealing of children, right? So we've seen all these components that make you and I absolutely positively know that this is a genocide going on here by Russia. But is it necessary to use the term in each and every instance? Because people get immune to hearing it, right? They get numb to hearing it, and they get numb to hearing it, especially when they hear it bandied about, as is done in the case of Gaza, which I will remind you, while there have civilians been killed down there, it is not the overall desire and intent and systematic plan of Israel to genocide the Gazans. They're not doing that. And cheapening it and using the term in that context is part of the problem. And maybe, I guess in my long-winded way there, maybe that's what Kamal is trying to avoid. What do you think?
I don't know, and I didn't listen to it to see if it was, used by other presenters, other people who spoke. But I don't know. I do see Dan did pop up, and I do see your hand, Zach. But I would like to see what Dan has to say because I think he watched the entire thing, and I didn't have the opportunity to. Dan, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I watched the first part, and then I stayed for like 5 minutes of not even, I don't even think 2 minutes of the second part, and I just dropped out of it because I was disgusted. But yeah, I understand.
Will, did we lose Dan?
Yeah, I've lost Dan almost immediately.
Okay, then Dan, we can't hear you. Let me drop him to speaker and say that. Dan, we lost your audio, so if you can recycle and try again. Zach, you had your hand up. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, let me regroup. I forgot what I was gonna say.
No worries. That'll happen, Zach. Here's a top tip for a new fella. You might want to keep a little notepad by you because sometimes, well, like me, I'll just go ahead and say it. Me,
Okay.
sometimes I go on so long that you forgot what you wanted to ask. So I keep notes.
Yeah. Good idea. Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Dan, back to you. We lost you almost immediately after you said you dropped off because.
Oh, I dropped off after the first 3 minutes of the second part of her thing. And I liked what she did. I mean, I absolutely, I like her. She's not, she's passionate, but she's not, yeah, I haven't seen her get mad too often. She's level-headed. The genocide I was referring to was the genocide perped by the Hamas in Israel and the genocide that Russia's perped on Ukraine. Yeah, simple and sweet. I know I may be wrong, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to cheapen the word genocide, but it does need to be used. People need to hear it. After some of the crap I heard on C-SPAN Sunday coming to work because I couldn't get anything else because my internet screwed up in my car, it just, yeah, it just, I don't know. I hear what you guys are saying though. Yeah. But yeah, it's
Well, because she attended this peace conference, and they're talking about specific subjects. If I was at that peace conference and I was Kamala Harris, I would absolutely, and if I was talking about the stolen children or talking about the war related rape that's been going on or the elimination of the books and I mean all the sort of stuff, I would absolutely cite those examples of the specific crimes that are taking place and then contextualize them as contributing to the overall genocide. I would definitely say that myself. So yeah, I see that as a failing, but as because she's like a prosecutor, right? That's her former role. So as long as she is pointing out and advocating that they convict the people on each and every individual crime, her failure to contextualize it as contributing to genocide is, I don't know, maybe she did for a purpose or maybe she just forgot.
Yeah, and I have another question. Somebody sent me a DM today, and I'm a little, I don't know. I was of the understanding that Pope Francis went to that. He was invited as a witness. I didn't know he was asked to sign anything. And the way it came across was um, he refused to sign anything. What's your take on it, Prince?
I knew that would be your last sentence, your last word, Prince. I actually listen to Mockers on this too, because Mockers agrees with me, and I heard Mockers say this last night. I don't think the Pope needed to sign anything, as far as this was concerned. The Pope was there as an observer, so he didn't need to sign it. You know what? Brazil was there as an observer also, and they didn't sign it. I think the Pope is in a unique position, and we sometimes want the Pope to come out with, sorry, this is probably a bad way to put it, but we want the Pope to come out with guns blazing. You're doing wrong. You are evil. You must be, taken down, Russia. The Pope isn't going to do that. That isn't the Pope's role.
The whole
The
thing
Pope,
sounded like misinformation to me. I'm sorry.
yeah. The Pope, you have to look at this entire big, huge picture. The Pope is advocating for a prisoner exchange, all for all. That is what the Pope would like to see, and the Pope is advocating for that. Now, if you are